More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby league.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby league.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby league.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes. Test Match Special. 5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live, keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events. Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes. Test Match Special. 5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live, keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events. Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes. Test match special. 5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live, keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events. Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes. Test match special. 5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live, keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events. Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes. Test match special. 5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live, keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events. Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes. Test match special. 5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live, keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events. Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes. Test match special. 5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live, keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events. Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes. Test match special. 5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live, keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events. Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes. Test match special. 5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live, keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events. Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes. Test match special. 5 Live Sports Extra is a dedicated service for the BBC's live sport coverage with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. On digital, online, smartphone and tablet. 5 Live Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you something equally important, uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live, keep checking the text on your screen for details of future live events. Coming up next on 5 Live Sports Extra, Test Match Special.
Four runs to win. Palaqueo bowls. It's a Yorker and it goes through and South Africa have won. Brilliant piece of bowling by Palaqueo. He needed to execute that Yorker perfectly to win South Africa the match, and that is exactly what they've done. It came down to the last ball, but South Africa have levelled this NatWest T20 International Series. They've won by 3 runs. This one for England is one that got away. Well, a very warm welcome to Sophia Gardens here in Cardiff, and the series beautifully poised at 1 game in each after that thrilling win for South Africa by 3 runs in the previous T20 International at Taunton. So England win the first T20 International by 9 wickets, South Africa by a much more slender margin, 3 runs, and so it's set up perfectly here. On an overcast day, it's a little bit gloomy, but we're told and promised that the weather is good, it's going to hold, and there's going to be no rain this afternoon. A sellout crowd is also expected here for England versus South Africa. The last white ball cricket we're going to see in the men's game for quite some time, and maybe a little bit of bragging rights ahead of the 4-match test series. Well, the toss took place about 15 minutes or so ago, and Henry Moran was out with the 2 captains.
With South African skipper AB de Villiers. AB, you've won the toss. What's the plan?
Yeah, we're going to bowl first today.
Bit of a change of plan. What's the thinking?
Not really. We were going to bowl first in the last game as well. I didn't win the toss, but the first game I probably made a mistake as well, batting first. So I'm pretty happy bowling first today. It looks a good wicket, and I think it's going to play well for 40 overs, so we're just going to have to play better than them.
What's your team news today?
1 change, Imran Tahir in for Tabraiz Shamsi.
And just finally, you must have been thrilled with the reaction of your side in the last match.
I was very happy. Like I said in the interview now, we try to take the focus of the result out of focus, and all about showing passion out there and playing for each other and for the people back home, and getting a result behind the belt was a great achievement, and we're very happy about that. So one more hurdle today, and we're looking forward to it.
Many thanks, AB. Best of luck today.
Thank you.
And Jos Buttler walking towards me, and the fact that it's Jos Buttler heading my way rather than Eoin Morgan tells us we've got changes in this England side. Jos, standing captain today, what would you have done had you won the toss?
I would have had a bowl as well. I think it looks a good wicket though. So, but I think in 2020 chasing seems to be the way to go a lot of the time.
What can you tell us about the team today? 3 changes?
Yeah, we've got 3 changes. Obviously, Johnny Bairstow is not with the squad anymore, so David Malan has come in. Alex Hales is back at the top of the order, but Billings goes to the middle of the order, and Morgan misses out, and Mason Crane's in for Liam Dawson.
How much do you enjoy captaining your country?
Yeah, so it's a huge honour, isn't it? I only found out yesterday that's what it was going to be. So, but yeah, walking out to do the toss and stuff like that, it's a huge honour to captain England. So, and in a big game as well, 1-1 in the series, winner takes all. So yeah, it's a big game and a huge honour.
And just last, the pitch looks a green one. What do you reckon?
Yeah, it looks a bit green, but we've played here quite a lot recently actually, and when the grass is on it, it tends to be very true and good bounce, so it can be a good wicket. Obviously the conditions with the wind is factors you try and take into account, but no, I'm pretty sure it'll be a good wicket for 40 overs.
Jos Buttler and AB de Villiers in conversation with Henry Moran. So South Africa winning the toss, electing to field first. Let me just run through the teams and just confirm those changes for you. So out go Bairstow, Morgan and Dawson for England. Back in comes Alex Hales at the top of the order. David Malan makes his debut. He's down to come in at number 3, and Mason Crane in for Liam Dawson. So it's Hales, Roy, Malan, Buttler, Billings, Livingston, Plunkett, Willie, Jordan, Tom Curran, who had a great start to his international T20 career in the last game again in Taunton, taking 3 for 33, and Mason Crane bringing up the back end of the order. As for South Africa, I reckon probably the strongest side that they could have possibly selected from the squad they have. JJ Smuts and Reza Hendricks at the top of the order. AB de Villiers, David Miller, Farhan Bernardine, Muselli, the wicketkeeper, Chris Morris, Andili Pelajueo, Morne Morkel, Dane Patterson and Imran Tahir back in for Tabraiz Shamsi. So looking out into the middle, it's very difficult to see where the wicket is cut from the position that we have. I mean, we've got a great vantage point here, a couple of 3 or 4 stories up and looking right over the wicket end. And James Taylor, former England international, and Nat Germanos from South Africa, our South African broadcasting partner, in with us this morning, this afternoon. Titch, it looks really green. It looks like they've just mown the outfield and stuck some stumps in it.
It looks like a cabbage patch, doesn't it, Daggers? But I think here, especially at Cardiff, Josh said it at the toss, when there's grass on it, it seems to carry through better and it's almost a truer surface. We saw against Pakistan, England in the ICC Champions Trophy, it wasn't England's ideal surface. It was very slow, low. They would definitely prefer this kind of pitch with a little bit more pace and bounce.
Do you expect any sideways movement?
I think if it's going to do it, it's going to do it with a brand new Kookaburra ball, and South Africans, especially their seam attack, they are good exponents of moving it around potentially if there's something to offer on the surface. But England batsmen just need to whack it in the stands a couple of times, and that will certainly stop.
Well, it's a huge ground here, width-ways, because it's, I mean, short, straight. You know, you look at the boundary size at the River Taff end, the end furthest away from us, it's only about 55, 60 metres at best, and similarly here at the Cathedral Road end. Now, South Africa, I said that that's probably the strongest side they can choose from for the squad that they've got. Is that fair?
Well, I think it's a bit unfair on Shamsi, because actually I think he's bowled really well.
On reputation, would you say, though, with Imran Tahir?
Yeah, I guess so. And reputation, maybe on paper, you might say that as well. But I think Shamsi's been a little bit unlucky and probably could have got a bit more than what he actually got. Tahir, for me, we've got to realise he isn't exactly on the right side of 30. I suppose people will say maybe...
Not many of us are.
No.
I'm afraid.
So... Speak yourself, Charles.
Darn, I forgot you were here.
So obviously South Africa's got to start building towards getting some spinners coming through, like Shamsi, and of course we've got Keshav Maharaj, who I think has got real potential, especially in the longer formats of the game. He does offer something with the bat as well. So I think for South Africa it is a very good side, but Shamsi maybe counts himself a bit unlucky, but you wouldn't play 2 spinners on this, that's for sure.
I mentioned about the fact that there's 4 test matches coming up. Is there any mileage in the fact that you want to get a series win in a T20 competition ahead of the test series? Any particular bragging rights, or really does it not matter that much?
Yeah, there is. You want, first and foremost, you want to win every game you play, and especially against the sides like South Africa. They're a major powerhouse in world cricket, aren't they? And you want to beat them, set that marker down before the test series. Yes, there are going to be some personnel changes between the 2 squads, between the T20 and the test games, but it does, yeah, it gives you a confidence booster, and knowing that you've just come off the back of winning a series against South Africa, no matter what series it is, it's important.
Let's talk about the England team changes then, both. And Eoin Morgan has rested himself. He's not injured or anything, or he's not dropped himself. He's just resting for this particular game. Jos Buttler takes the captain's armband. Just a personal view from me, I don't like it. If he's fit and ready to go, I think he should captain the side. Just my opinion. How do you guys see it?
Yeah, I'm with you on that. How would you feel if the series had been won, though?
Same.
You feel the same? He should just captain the side? Yeah, okay. No, for me, look, I think he should have definitely captained the side and led the side and hoped, obviously, to try and get them to victory, because that's what they want. And he's not going to be playing in the Test either, so it's an interesting decision.
I'll tell you what, Eoin Morgan's got one of the best gigs in world cricket at the minute. He doesn't play any red ball cricket, doesn't do that for Middlesex. He plays limited international cricket, because obviously there is not much. If you're not playing county championship, there's not a lot of cricket you are playing. If you're just playing white ball cricket, it's a great life. And I understand a little bit if he's really hectic and the schedule's really busy with county cricket, international cricket, test cricket, but he's only playing white ball cricket in domestic and internationally. So no, I disagree with it. And he's your leader. You want him nurturing these young guys out, playing their first international. You want him to be at the end of their mark or help them out in the middle. He's the leader and he should be playing.
Let's talk about Liam Livingstone, because he had a fairly inauspicious debut at Taunton, dropping the catch, his batting towards the back end. It was one of the reasons for the downfall of England in losing that second T20 international. Are you pleased he's got another chance to maybe redeem himself? Would it have seemed harsh had he have been dropped?
Yeah, I really like this, and it was always going to be the case. The way England are giving people a go, and I think this management have done it exactly right. Yes, he knows he messed up. The way I was feeling, if I was in his situation, the amount of times I did what he did, and I wished I'd just got out first ball, because then you haven't really done anything wrong. You've just got out first ball, and people haven't just seen the previous 20 runs off 20 balls and kind of lost the game for your side. So it was a learning experience, and he's only going to learn from the mistakes he made, and I think he just got a little bit frantic. The situation might have got to him, but also South Africa bowled exceptionally well, so I'm glad England have given him another chance, and he is an exceptionally talented player. I've watched him on a number of occasions, and for me it's a matter of time till he does it at this level, given the opportunity.
Debutant Dawid Malan from Middlesex, left-hander, coming in at number 3. And are you a little bit surprised as well we didn't have another debutant, Natalie? Because we were told prior to the start of this 3-match series that everyone in the squad was going to get a game. There's only one person who's missed out, and that's Craig Overton. So he's not been given his debut. I mean, how do you feel about that? In that if they're not kept their word, I mean, how will Craig Overton be feeling about life?
Well, I don't think he's not going to be happy with that. He will want obviously the best for the team. There's no doubt about that. But maybe making the statement in the first place wasn't really the right way to go. Maybe you should have said, we're going to try and do it. That's our aim, to try and give everyone a chance. You probably shouldn't maybe have made the statement in the beginning. I would have just left it at that and just said, okay, well, that's what we're aiming for. And if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. The series is on the line now. Do you want to just keep giving out caps just for the sake of it? Probably not. You want to win the series.
I'm with you. There was no need for a big, bold statement before the start of the series, else you just end up eating your words like they've done in this situation.
Mason Crane coming back into the side, bowled very, very well down at Hampshire. He's got a completely different scenario facing him today, though.
Yes, definitely on this surface as well. But even though he's only a young guy, 19 years of age, he's got a little bit of experience in T20 cricket. He's played over the last couple of years in domestic cricket for Hampshire, and he's a big spinner on the ball, and this pitch doesn't seem like it will spin. There's a lot of grass on it, but he's got some good skills. He's very consistent for a leg spinner, a wrist spinner at that age, with the amount of cricket he plays. he's played so far, he's very consistent from what I've seen. So I think he'll adapt accordingly on this surface.
Well, just seen a tweet from Michael Vaughan, Test Match Special, summariser, former England captain, saying it's 1-1, series decider, and the England skipper is resting. The world has gone mad. So we can see what Vaughan thinks about it. Really tell us what you think, Michael. We're just waiting for the teams to emerge from the dressing rooms to our left-hand side. Both the St George's flag and the Welsh flag flying proudly at the top of the flagpoles to the left-hand side of the pavilion. South African flag similarly on the right, and we can see just a cluster of South African players at the base of the steps. There's youngsters in blue trousers and red t-shirts making a little alley for the players to run through. I can see the figure of Imran Tahir with his number 99 down there at the base of the steps. The umpires are at the top, so we're almost ready to get underway. And two enormous flags that like we saw the other day at Taunton are making their way across the grandstand to our right-hand side. It's going to be a sellout. We've been told it's a sellout here at Cardiff, and it would be nice to see after the Champions Trophy games here that we saw there was many an empty seat in some of those very, very high-profile games. So as long as I'm sure Cardiff will be hoping, and Glamorgan County Cricket Club will be hoping, that every seat will be filled for this T20 International. We saw a group of gentlemen coming out of the hotel today, Nat, didn't we, wearing cones on their heads. And they've made their way here. I said you'll see them at the cricket a little bit later on, and I've just seen them underneath.
Can't miss them.
Well, I saw them underneath the stand actually, and I'm not quite sure where they've set themselves. They've probably taken themselves from the M1, because that's where all the cones in the country are. And we can see the players now making their way down the steps and through the gangway of children, all waving St George's flags. And no doubt they'll have their eyebrows singed by the forthcoming fireworks, which will explode next to them. There they go. Goodness gracious. One day someone's going to come a cropper in those. So just a final thought from you before you leave us for the moment, James Taylor. It's important, especially, do England have time here to just gauge the nature of this pitch over the first couple of overs?
There's always time in T20 cricket. There's more time than you think, but I think the way these guys, especially these two batsmen, go about it, they'll be aggressive from the word go. Roy, more so than Hales, is a misconception that Hales is really aggressive from the word go. Like, on the odd occasion he is, but more often than not it's his partner, whoever that is. In domestic cricket, Michael Lum, or in international cricket, Jason Roy will go harder than Alex Hales. OK, thank you, Titch. We'll hear much more from James Taylor throughout the course of the afternoon here on Test Match Special on 5 Live Sports Extra, and also online as well via the cricket section of the BBC Sport website, also via the BBC Sport app as well. And you can catch in-play highlights throughout the afternoon, so any highlights that you may have missed or that we have described, you can catch them via the BBC Sport app. Alex Hales is at the non-strikers end. Jason Roy is marking his guard, and Chris Morris has the new ball from the River Taft end. There's plenty of breeze out there, a couple of gulls that are just looking for food that they can scavenge above the top of the pavilion. And a very good afternoon to the former England international, Ebony Rain from Brent.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm all right. A bit wondering what Owen Morgan's up to. I'm sure he's having a great time as well.
Come join the rest of us. Anyway, he's going to be watching from the sidelines. I saw him throwing balls to Jos Buttler before. And
don't want to overexert yourself.
Well, it just doesn't sit right with
weird,
me.
Isn't it?
England captain fit and not playing. Anyway. We'll get over it, I'm sure, as the first ball is about to be bowled from the River Taff end. Then, with one slip in place, 4 in the offside ring, Morris comes in, bowls, and this is driven only as far as Bahardine at backward point, and we're underway here. So remember, the series level at 1-1. England hammering South Africa in that first T20 international at the Ageas Bowl, and then that really exciting last ball thriller with South Africa getting the win by 3 runs at Taunton. Still people making their way up in the grandstand to our right-hand side. 1 or 2 elements of fancy dress around. Lots of these troll hats that you can see as well being worn by many and varied spectators. Morris bowls, and half an appeal by Mussali behind the stumps, just cutting Jason Roy in half, wrapping on the pads and skewing out into the offside. So yet to get off the mark are England. But Roy, it's good to see him back in fighting fettle for England, especially in scored that 90 off for Surrey, didn't he, in the Royal London, and he's continued that form.
Yeah, he has, and I think look, he's brilliant. I think everybody knew that you have these patches of spatters, you know, where you just can't quite get going. He most really didn't actually play that much cricket. You think about the IPL, he was hanging around there, then played only a little bit at Royal London, so he's now started to find that form, but it's important to continue that today.
Slip is wide, sort of 1.5 slip. Down the track he goes, he's gone in really high in the air. Now underneath it is Maselli, he's called for it, he's got a long way, he's dropped it. He went in an enormous arc, in fact, sort of going in an arc where the 30-yard circle was. He ended up at square leg, but that ball was in the air for an inordinately long time. Fair play to him, he called for it, he's the one with the gloves, but he had a long way to go in the end, and Roy has a chance. Couple of runs to England, 2 without loss.
To be fair, I think that was really tough to judge. I mean, it went very high, he had a long way to go. I'm not actually sure where, I think it kept travelling. I don't know if it's the breeze or something, but it just kind of kept moving, and so in the end it sat between all three. He did well to commit. I think well done to commit. He will be frustrated though. He would have wanted to hold on to that.
It's like one of my old school reports. Effort A, progress D. Here comes Morris, bowls, and it's just chopped away out into the offside, and there is no run. So England 2 without loss, and poor old Maselli, who had to watch that on the big screen in replay, and everybody was just goading him a little bit. I don't think Imran Tahir helped him by just walking towards. He was
Go on, son.
He had
it's
no
all yours, mate.
Yeah. He had no intention. Oh, it brought a smile to the face of Alex Hales as well, the drop catch. Anyway, Roy slightly crouched at the crease in the sunshine now, waits, and this just dabbed down to backward point again, and there is no run. But yes, Imran Tahir was at mid-wicket, just walking and striding forward, probably wanting to be the first person to celebrate with Maselli, and then sort of quickly turned on his heel and went back the other way after he dropped it. So a chance goes begging. First over of the game. That'll put Chris Morris in a good mood.
He was a bit fired up in the last game, wasn't he?
Was he ever? Quite enjoyed that, though.
I do. A bit of bite.
Good to see the fast bowlers getting aggressive as he approaches now. That pigeon-toed run of his, slightly slower delivery, is pulled by Jason Roy. He manages to get it firmly along the ground out to deep backward square. Patterson, the fielder, and a good throw back in. Well, slightly wayward, but it was the speed of him letting the ball go, making sure that England didn't get the 3rd run. So 1 over has been completed, 4 without loss, and that chance going a-begging.
Yeah, it is. And Jason Roy's not someone you do want to drop just because you know how dangerous he can be. What I do like seeing is that he's continuing to be aggressive. There's no kind of holding back. There's a danger sometimes when you lose that form and you're trying to find it. You get a bit in your shell and you're trying to be too cautious. He's still going for it, and well, why not? It'll be interesting to see how this track progresses. I'm not sure I've quite got a feel for it yet. It seemed to get up nicely, but didn't see necessarily any movement.
As a batsman, when you go and you see a pitch like this, do you go in with any preconceived ideas?
My view is different to how others might approach it, to be honest. I used to look at the pitch a lot before I started a game. By the end of my career, I didn't, because I thought you almost put too much in your head that you start thinking. So I actually like to feel 1 or 2 balls. Then once you've got a natural pace, then you decide.
Morne Morkel away from us, bowls, and that's squared Alex Hales up a little bit, just shuffling back in his crease, and it's defended out into the offside. Well, numerous. I mean, every batsman is an individual, though, and they have their own little ways of visualising. And
yeah.
No, I didn't. No, I just hoped I wouldn't get out there.
I was big into the I'll go out and feel stand before the game and look at the surroundings and settle in.
Morkel away from us, tall, rangy bowler. Oh, a huge swing from Alex Hales. Goodness me. It was like he was trying to hit that into left field at Wrigley Field rather than at Sophia Gardens. He doesn't connect. It goes through to the keeper. Good pace and good height through to Maselli.
Imagine you pulled a few of those out in your batting days. So.
Oh yes, 1 or 2 of those.
Good swipe.
And exactly the same
Did you move
results.
your front foot? No front foot juice.
No, goodness no, I'm backed away. Tried to smear it over the leg side and never connected. Or either that or stumps cartwheeling out the ground. Deep square in place and a fine leg as well. And Hales edges one over the top of the slips for 4. One bounce. I mean, he really, again, went very, very hard at it. He committed to the shot. And even though it went over the head of Reza Hendricks at slip, there was no chance of him getting a hand to it. 4 runs to England. 8 without loss, and 6 of them have been relatively streaky.
They have been, but it's also a brave move to have no third man, and also you give it a little bit of width. You can afford to have a good old swipe and see if it clears that infield.
It always does interest me, though, about batsmen. You obviously see the greenness of the wicket. That must enter the mind to some degree as Morkel bowls. It hits on the pad of Hales, and I think that's just missed his pad, actually, as he hobbles to the non-strikers end. He might have a badge of honour back end of this game. 9 without loss, leg by taken. But yeah, you must think, well, it's great. It must do well.
Yeah,
it must be doing
but
something.
this is where that's why I'm saying that I think, and I used to open as well. That's why I used to just kind of try and take it out of my brain, because you can overthink. You see grass and you think it might move, or you see these, and it can act different to what the predictions are. So you do need. I personally think you need 2 or 3 balls, and then you can let loose.
Really interesting field here for Morkel. Now he's not going to first or second slip. It's more of a third slip, is that fair? And then a very deep
slip, yeah.
It's in fact a complete semicircle of fielders around the offside, from a third slip, a deepish gully, then 4 in the offside ring. Here's Morkel bowls, and that's a great shot from Jason Roy. Wonderful punch off the back foot through the onside, and that's when you know that Roy is getting back to his old self. That was a decent length delivery on and around off stump, and he just stabs at it with a lot of bottom hand, and through the mid-wicket region it goes for 4. 13 without loss.
He had to do a lot there. He had to get on top of the bounce. He had to control it. He didn't try and overhit it. It was just a pure punch. He knew exactly where his gap was as well, which shows good match awareness. Really nice shot.
That's tasty from Jason Roy. Only a mid-on in the onside ring. Here's Morkel again, and he tries to edge, but he's caught. Tried to uppercut it, Jason Roy. And Morne Morkel almost collides with him in his celebration and follow through. It didn't quite lift the way that Jason Roy thought it might, and he was trying to uppercut it. He might have got it a little bit high on the bat, perhaps a touch of glove through to the wicket-keeper Maselli, but he was trying to use the extra bounce, and it just goes through to the keeper, and England lose their first wicket. Roy has gone for 8, and England are 13 for 1.
Yeah, I think the ball just followed him a little bit. I think there's 2 things there that caused him problems. It followed him a little bit, got him a bit tight for room, and then also it didn't quite get up, so in the end it wasn't easy to ride and hit over the top. God, this crowd is offering nothing, is it? There's not, I don't think there's one South African in Cardiff right now. So,
well, on debut, Dawid Malan from Middlesex comes to the crease, and what a proud moment for him, joining Alex Hales. And he won't have the pleasure of facing Morne Morkel. He's going to be at the non-strikers end because it was the end of the over. So England losing that first wicket, score on 13. Roy gone for 8, but Malan, the left-hander, going to the non-strikers end, wearing number 29. Don't forget there's Women's World Cup cricket going on as well up at the home of cricket, Grace Road in Leicester. South Africa versus Pakistan. We'll bring you a score in a few moments' time. Desperately bad start to the Women's World Cup for England yesterday. Here's Morris with a similar field for Alex Hales. Lots of fielders on the offside. He bowls a Yorker, and it's dug out by Hales. Bit of a clanky sound off the toe of the bat. However, he can just pick up a single, and fielded by Pelahueo. Brings Malan back onto strike. Pakistan women then 206 for 8 in their 50 overs. And South Africa have made a great start. 40 without loss after 6.5. So South Africa probably favourites in that game anyway before it started. But what happened to the England women yesterday, Abs? They were terrible.
I think it looks like, I've been saying, I think it looks like they've been in some sort of hiding or cave for a while, because they just looked completely lost for the first 8 overs. And, well, once you get a team like India, and we know how good Smriti Mandana is, once she got going hitting sixes, that was it, really. England were behind the 8 ball from the word go. So they've got a bit of thinking to do. They're much better than that.
Morris over the wicket then to Malan, who's got a slip in place, bowls, and Malan lets that go outside of the off stump. It doesn't carry through quite the way I thought it may off this greenish tinged pitch. Just going around about shin height to Maselli, the wicket keeper. I'm just having a look at the replay of the Jason Roy dismissal just angled in a little bit more, and I think he's got a bit of glove on that, Ebony, and that's why the ball didn't fizz through to the keeper. There was just a little arc.
I completely agree. But I think this bounce might be interesting. Just seeing a few just stay a bit flat, not really get up.
Agreed. Morris close to the stumps and is slogged away by Malan. I've done it a disservice there. It's not a slog, it's a really good pull shot over the mid-wicket region for 6, and if he had any nerves, he's not shown it by getting off the mark with a towering 6 over the deep mid-wicket boundary into the grandstand, and England 20 for 1.
Very quick on his feet, wasn't he? I mean, he saw it early, he's got quite deep in his crease, but he's hit it out in front of him. I mean, he moved very quick to adjust there. I'm quite excited about seeing him in an England shirt. I think he should have had an opportunity a lot earlier, but here's his chance today.
Absolutely, and there's such hand speed through the shot from Malan. So no field change. Oh, in fact, deep mid-wicket has gone out now. Here's Morris, bowls a lowish full toss, and it's been guided out into the offside. A quick single is stolen from this England pair, and Malan onto 7. England 21 for 1. So very much looking forward to still plenty of cricket coming up on the BBC over the course of the next couple of months. 7 test matches. 4 against South Africa, 4 against the West Indies, then a 5-match one-day series as well. And I think a T20 thrown in there against the Windies. There's Morris with the infield closing in to Alex Hales. Bowls back of a length, and this is turned to mid-on. There is no run. And then the continuation of the Women's World Cup just started, so a 3rd game in today. 20 matches also covered here on 5 Live Sports Extra. We've got the Royal London One Day Cup, the T20 Blast starts, where we're all, myself, you and James and Henry, going up and down the country, watching some Blast action as well. Loads of cricket to come. We've got you covered here on the Beeb. As Morris sets off slightly into the breeze from the River Taff end, bowls a bouncer, a good one, and Alex Hales quite happy to just bend the knees ever so slightly, see the ball over the tip of his helmet, and through to the keeper it goes. So end of the over, 3 overs gone, 21 for 1.
Yeah, I think they'll be happy. Obviously 1 wicket down, but I think if they can get themselves around that sort of 50 to 60 mark at the end of the power play without another loss of a wicket, I think they'll be pretty pleased. The wicket has come, the summer carrying through. That last bouncer really got up. We've seen 1 or 2 just stay a little bit low, maybe not really carry through in the way you'd expect. So you can see the best of the batting now for England, so it's a good opportunity for them to make the most and get stuck in. But we're going to see a lot of no, I thought we were going to see a change, but no, we're not.
Nope, unless AB de Villiers was going to come and bring himself on, which
fun,
that would have been great.
Really good
There's
fun.
nothing like a keeper bowling. And
I bet he can, to be fair.
He can do most
I bet he
things,
could bowl like 95.
Here comes and Morkel bowls, and that's driven well by Dawid Malan. It beats the infield. It's not got enough pace to go out to the boundary. Morris slides, turns and throws in all one fluid motion, and a couple of runs. Again, very high-pitched sound off the bat of Dawid Malan.
He looks quite calm though, doesn't he? I mean, sometimes you see people on their debuts a little bit, nervous. He just seems really... I mean, he is a little bit older. That helps being, he's 29 now, so it might just help him being a bit more composed. He's seen a lot.
Morkel was ready, but Malan wasn't. See if there's any change in the field. No. 3rd man and fine leg in place, and this is a slower delivery, completely foxing Malan, and that's the beauty of when you bowl at 90 miles an hour, then the change-up is so dangerous, and it was just a little off-spinner from Morné Morkel. And it beats Malan on the outside edge, but goes through on the 1 hop to Muselli, the wicket-keeper. Remains 23 for 1. Morkel just a little bit confused about where his bowling mark is. He finds it again, and away he goes. Very close, and this is short and pulled by Malan. Again, not quite timed. Bottom of the bat, in hot pursuit is AB de Villiers, and he manages to pick it up a couple of yards inside the boundary edge. Malan wanted the 3rd, Hales didn't, and that was probably the correct decision from Alex Hales. And 2 runs onto the total. Malan into double figures, 11 not out, 25 for 1.
Sorry, my spatial awareness is not amazing. Is that the deepest boundary, do you think, on the leg side for Malan here? So
I don't know, you're right next to me, I can't...
It
yes,
looks like the deepest, doesn't it? Yeah.
It is, over towards the pavilion to our left, yes. It's the longest boundary, I would say.
It's quite short straight, isn't it?
Yes.
But then just that leg side for him.
Are you just...
I'm just trying to work it out. But, you know, sometimes I always question myself about spatial awareness and...
depths and distances.
Yeah.
Well, I'm happy to
when
put
you're
you
out
right.
there, it's easier. But when you're up here, actually, it's a bit weird.
Really? Here's Morkel. Away from as he goes, bowls another slower delivery, just going past the outside edge of Milan. He tried to just nudge it past slip with soft hands, and that's not a bad option because third man has been taken out because there's a fine leg and deep mid-wicket in place. Has that always been the case?
Well, more so that this big bit of metal's in the way, so you're kind of judging around.
You're sat in the middle of two windows here, and the frames are fairly thick.
Yeah.
Almost like lead lining. Well, I'll just shuffle across so you can see.
Oh, thank you.
There you go.
Oh, you've got a prime spot here.
Well, I need to tell people what's going on. Here's Morkel, another short delivery, hits Milan. But again, I think it was another change of pace, and Milan was through his shot. It just wraps him on the body, and it trickles out into the offside. And Morkel been pretty canny today with his changes of pace. Just hit him on the quite well-defined left bicep.
Very fleshy there. It looks painful. There'll be a nice bruise after this.
Yes. Be good for the going into the local back in North London. How'd you get that? Got it off Mornay. Nice big badge on his arm, wearing a t-shirt, high t-shirt. So we can see here's Morkel again, bowls, and that's worked down towards short gully, and a single is taken. Shouldn't have been one there really, but Pelaqueo really wasn't alive to the situation. He was on his heels a little bit. A stolen single to finish the over, 26 for one then, and 4 overs have been bowled.
I think Milan's looking pretty composed, to be fair. I think he's played a couple of nice shots. Maybe just missed that slightly deceived one, but actually you could see he adjusted halfway through and actually pulled out the shot and allowed himself to get hit. So it's a good opportunity for him here today. There's plenty of time left in the game. The left-hand, right-hand combination as well becomes positive at the start of the innings. Going quite nicely here.
Well, Dawid Malan's T20 international T20 experience, played 133 matches domestically, scored 3,500 runs, and a strike rate of 124, and he averages 33. So you're in and around that 160 mark. What is he? 157. In fact, 158 almost. So they say that a really good T20 index is when you add the average and the strike rate together, and his is just shy of 160. That's a real good number. Here's Andili Pelaqueo from the River Taff end, bowls, and this is cut away for 4. Great shot. Dawid Malan, width offered, no third man, and he can just quickly roll the wrists over a wide-ish delivery, and the ball fizzes across the turf down towards third man for 4. 30 for 1.
Pelaqueo is not quick enough to give that width to someone like Milan. He will cash in on it every day. Just set up really nicely, actually. Just got his hands through the ball. He's got quick hands, hasn't he?
Yeah, very. Wonderful shot from Dawid Malan. Readjusts the helmet. He's got a bit of stubble underneath the grill as Pelaqueo bowls, and this is a short arm jab from Milan. A lot of bottom hand into the deep it goes, and single taken into the on side. 31 for 1. England wearing their new kit for the third time. They're bright red shirts with the blue hoops across the front. I've actually seen someone buy a replica shirt now.
There's a couple of kids. See, they might be too young to really know the impact of the shirt that they're wearing.
Are you actually saying that the children are fashion tragics?
Well, they're just young. I would say that, you know, when you're a kid, you don't really know till you get to about 16. I haven't seen any 16-year-olds above wearing it.
Here comes Pelaqueo, shorter delivery, pulled, and it's well fielded, really well fielded by Patterson at short fine leg. It was an awkward ball that was bouncing just a yard in front of him, and it was also going quickly. He managed to get his body behind it and avoid conceding a boundary. So another single taken. Hales moves on to 6 not out. Milan is 17 not out. It's well fielded. 32 for 1. He's saying that it's not going to be worn in the bars and the discotheques. So. There's Pelaqueo. Another slow ball. Oh, it's felt just slapped away by Milan. It was a leg side, slower delivery. It set up, and it's just a gift for a batsman of this quality. And he hammers it very firmly down towards deep backward square. 36 for 1, and Malan is already on to 21.
He's given him 2 gifts in this over. I tell you what, though, Malan is moving so well. He goes very deep in his crease. That's his trigger movement. And then he hits really nicely out in front of himself. Good setup. Very compact player.
I know, Morgan looks pretty chuffed with life.
I'm surprised he hasn't got a cuppa.
Well, what was it? The Indian captain yesterday in the women's game. Mithali Raj.
Oh, that was brilliant.
Waiting to bat. Here comes Pelacuello. Down the track comes Malan, and he just once more slaps it into the onside. Really is proper thud off the bat of his. He only gets a single for it, though, out to Morris. 37 for 1, Malan on to 22. But she was reading a novel.
She was. Some romance number, I think it was.
Was it?
Me, her, me, you, something? I'll find it.
You find what the book was. Make sure you edit yourself if you find out there's anything racy. Yeah, very chilled out approach to batting. There's Pelacuello making room for himself as Hales, signalled wide, a short delivery that was speared down the leg side, and I think that was a fairly comfortable decision for the umpire.
It's called Me Before You.
Me Before You.
I think there's a film out as well.
Is that?
Yeah, I don't know much about this.
What, reading?
No, I know a lot about reading, but about this book or this film.
Me Before You.
Yeah, but...
Except After Sea. Yeah.
But what was interesting is that her youngster was smashing it to all parts. The youngsters were opening the batting, and she was just sat there gently enjoying the book.
Pelacuello bowls, and Hales this time. It's his turn to swat one through the onside with a cross bat. It only gets him a single. And England move to 39 for 1. Malan is 22. Hales is 7 not out, and 5 overs have been bowled. Here we go. Me Before You. It's been made into a film starring Emilia Clarke and Sam Claflin. Are they famous actors?
Don't you know them?
No, I don't. You don't know them. You don't tell me.
Nat's watched it. She says it's very sad. It's like you cry, and it's... Could you imagine if Mithali Raj started crying just before she went out to bat?
as she goes out to bat? What would you read then, prior to starting?
I like non-fiction. I've been reading *Sapiens*, recommended by Graham Swan, actually. Yeah, it's the history of humankind.
Well, but you find all sorts in there.
It's good. You like you like it.
Why?
It's like the development of humankind, and you know, like the early days of, you know how you like drilling and you've got all your garden tools and stuff.
Yes.
I think you'd be able to relate to early man.
I don't think they had a good hammer drill in the Stone Age. I mean, they could have done with one. As Dane Patterson's into the attack, it gets turned by Hales from a full length. It's well fielded by Pelacuello at short fine leg. Single taken though. And England move to 40 for 1. So like Neanderthal man.
Yeah, so we talk about all that. Well, he
does.
It's a brief history of humankind.
So like alpha male type of behaviour.
Just early man, really.
Hunter-gatherer.
Hunter-gatherer, all of that stuff.
So much easier if you had a hammer drill, though.
You would fit in. I could see you.
Really?
Yeah.
I think I'd start a decent conversation with Neanderthal man, do you? Have a lot in common.
A few barbecues. You'd help discover fire and then just got some meat.
Well, I'd bring a lighter. That'd help things along, wouldn't it? Patterson bowls, and this is driven by David Malan. Not quite timed. It goes out to long off for a single. 41 for 1. So which bit of Sapiens are you up to now?
Oh, I've only done about a chapter. It was recommended by... I can't remember what... Me and Swanee were getting into one about materialism and consumerism. And then he was like, you need to read *Sapiens*, that's why. And it's a nice bit. It does sort of evolve about how our language developed. And that's where I'm up to at the moment, about how we develop language and telling stories.
Patterson bowls, and a big slog attempted by Alex Hales, and he's gone to the floor. Now he's inside edge one onto the side of his knee, I think, and it's painful. I'm not quite sure if it's a smile or a grimace, but he's on all fours at the moment. I mean, he really gave that a fearful whack, and that can be very, very painful. I'm sure there's quite a bit of amusement from the opposition for his Hales, but I just wonder if he's hit it onto the side of his knee, Abs.
He's in a lot of pain, isn't he? The physio wasn't sure whether to run on. He delayed himself for a little while, but I don't know. I'm just trying to think about that area. I mean, if he got right on the bone, that might have just sent that shock in, really. Or he's got it on the inside of the front leg, the left knee.
And there's a very nasty bony bit just on the side of your knee, and it's not brilliantly protected by the pads as well.
It isn't.
And when it's coming at that kind of ferocity, when you've swung the bat as hard as you have there, that Alex Hales has done, it's going to be in a bit of pain. It's one of those nasty bony bruise type
needs
of.
a bit of freeze spray, doesn't he? Just.
Well, I don't know, because you've got to keep it. You've got to try and keep it moving as best you can, because if not, it can stiffen up very, very quickly.
Yeah. And it can. Well, you'll be all right. There's Dr. Ebbs.
This is Florence Nightingale here. You'll be all right, Alex. There you go. Just give it a bit of a sponge. He's taken a pad off here, but it was a nasty blow. Cross seamer from Patterson, inside edge, and right onto the point of that knee, just at the side. So. Fairly painful blow for Hales. 41 for 1 then England. We're into the 6th over, as we've got a bit of a delay as the England training staff are out there at the moment. Milan 23 not out. Hales is 8 not out. But what a start for Dawid Milan.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, a lot of people knew how good he's been. He's been around for a long time. He's been producing for Middlesex. We've seen him score plenty of runs in that pink shirt down at Lord's. I think seeing him today, he just looks so composed. I think that's what I've found so interesting about him, is that he hasn't looked flustered in any shape or form. He's put away some short ones, really quick hands. He's been able to, also we're seeing him now starting to advance down the wicket. So he's playing the situation. I wouldn't say it's a road, this wicket. I think there's a little bit of inconsistent bounce, not necessarily coming on, but he's adjusting really nicely. So I think this is a nice little window for him. The challenge, I guess, is you get this little chance now. When it comes to T20 cricket at the moment, there's not that many opportunities for people now. There's mostly one at the back end of the West Indies series after this, and then it's kind of, there's potentially no T20 cricket for a good chunk of time.
Yeah,
so he looks great. It's just a shame that there might not be an opportunity for him in the England shirt for a while.
Well, he's still got, of course, domestic cricket to be played, and keep his name firmly in the one-day thoughts of the England management, with the Blast to come, and you know, of course, the many and varied T20 competitions around the world as well. I mean, who's to say that things like the Big Bash, which is going to be played in Australia over the sort of Christmas period, and you know, when you're out there, perhaps he might get a contract out there, as you know, England will have a one-day series in T20s after the Ashes, of course. So there's still plenty of cricket, but more likely, as you say, in the new year. If you are just joining us, we've got a delay in play at the moment because Alex Hales has been felled like a giant oak has been, after being hit on the knee. He inside edged one onto his own left knee and immediately went to the ground. It's going to be very, very painful. He's back up on his feet now, just trying to stretch it. He's doing a couple of lunges. His pad is still off. Dawid Milan on debut is 23 not out. He came in at the fall of Jason Roy's wicket. He was caught behind off the bowling of Morne Morkel for 8. That's when the score was 13 for 1. So we're just awaiting the resumption of play. The South African fielders are going back to their respective marks. Hales is reapplying the pad, and we should be getting back underway before too long. Here you go, Sapiens.
Yeah, good book.
It goes into 4 major parts. This is the author, Yuval Harari. It was first published in Hebrew, but I'm backing that you got the English version.
I've got the English version, very much so.
The Cognitive Revolution.
Yes, that's been really interesting.
Okay, well, you've only 1 chapter in, so...
No, but it's I've done. I must have read more than I thought. Then I'm into the agriculture.
That's from 70,000 BC, when Sapiens evolved imagination. The Agricultural Revolution, that's 12,000 BC, the development of farming.
Yeah.
Section 3 is the unification of humankind, which is the gradual consolidation of human political organizations towards one global empire. And 4 is the scientific revolution. That's 1500, the year 1500 onwards, the emergence of objective science. That sounds quite a light number to be reading, Ebbs, I have to say. Patterson's back, and Hales swings and misses. He makes room for himself outside the leg stump. He's still moving very gingerly as the ball goes through to Muserli, the wicket-keeper. Remains 41 for 1.
One thing I would say that I really liked, actually, about how and why we developed language is our need to gossip. As actually a real reason why we developed, because we were able to share stories. And they say that we still gossip now like we did when we first developed language and the ability to communicate. So what the stories did was allow us, like we tell stories on cricket, that's how we would have become friends.
Patterson bowls another Yorker, really good Yorker. He's a great exponent of that, is Patterson. It's dug out well by Hales. They take a quick single as it's gone out to A.B. de Villiers at mid-on, and a single is taken, 42 for 1. So do you reckon during Neanderthal times they were gossiping?
Yeah, that's what it says. That's what that cognitive revolution is all about.
Oh, we'll never start a fire like that.
No, so that you were the kind of... you most probably would have been the era prior to that, before. You'd have, you know, been more about the fire and the burning of the wood and stuff.
Okay.
And I think I would have been in the gossip era. I think that would have been...
Oh, really?
Where I would have really thrived.
So, like, the caveman version of Made in Chelsea.
That's a very good description.
Patterson away from us, bowls, and Milan just clubs him over the onside. It's a beautifully executed shot, full of length, shuffling across just ever so slightly to the off stump, and then he picks it up with a straight bat over mid-wicket and collects himself a boundary. This is a really good debut for Dawid Malan. He's 27 not out, Hales is 9 not out, and the total for England is 46 for 1 after being asked to bowl first by the South African captain, A.B. de Villiers. Some more from you, Ebony Rainford-Brent, and then Natalie Germanos will come in for me.
Yeah, he's playing really nicely, isn't he? I think what I liked about that over, Dane Patterson was bowling pretty full, and so he just made the decision just to stay in position, get the hands through it, but he picked his gap on that leg side. He let his hands go through the line there. So a little bit of work here for South Africa to do. They got the early breakthrough, just haven't been able to look penetrative. I think it's still in balance though, 46 for 1. So they've kept control of the score, but I think England are starting to get into their stride nicely now.
Yeah, and Dawid Malan's looking pretty good, or Dawid Malan, as we would say in South Africa.
Dawid.
Yeah.
It's actually spelled with a W.
Yeah, in South Africa it's Dawid.
Dawid.
So the Afrikaans, the W is like a V.
Oh, is a V.
Yeah. Chris Morris is now coming in from the far end. He's into Alex Hales, and he pulls this down towards square leg. Now take a single to start the 7th over. 47 for 1 is the score, having lost just Jason Roy, who was caught by Mosekle off the bowling of Morne Morkel for 8 from 8. He was dropped by Mosekle as well early on, but it didn't cost too much in the end. Made 8. It was a tough catch by Mosekle. I'm surprised the ball didn't come down with ice on it. It's gone so high.
And like Dagger said, Imran Tahir at leg, kind of square leg, just kind of hung around, didn't really get involved, did he? Just watched him make a meal of it.
Well, Malan is on strike now, and he's facing Morris, who's right arm over the wicket, and he moves across his stumps and drives away to the offside. Yeah, you were talking about the movie Me Before You.
Yeah.
It's a very sad movie. Yeah, I watched the movie. I haven't read the book. Don't know what the book's like.
Is it a classic romance number?
Yeah, it's really good. It's very sad. The actress that plays the main character, she was very good in it. She's kind of quirky and different and full of fun and full of life. And the male character is actually in a wheelchair because he had an accident. But he used to be a bit of a playboy type guy, and you know he was. He's got lots of money and all that type of thing, and now he's in a wheelchair, like I think from the neck down. He's been paralysed. Morris passes the umpire now, and he's into Malan, and he's playing defensively back towards Morris. It's well bowled by Chris Morris. Yeah, and then a few things happen in the movie, and the idea is that she sort of tries to bring him back to life and give him a bit of, you know, sort of make him feel loved kind of thing, because obviously he's desperately disappointed with what's happened to him. So it's funny. There's a lot of funny parts. It's a really warm sort of story as well, but it is sad.
Is it?
Yeah, it's very
sad. I like
sad.
a good cry though. So
well, you'll get a good one out of that.
All right.
Yeah.
When I need one, I'll crank that movie up.
Field is walking with the bowler as he runs towards us. Left-handed Malan is on strike. It's short. He tries to pull it away, but it goes over the top of his head and is called a wide in the end. 48 for 1 in the 7th over.
Interesting here that they're bowling Morris through for this would be his 4th over.
Third over.
Third over.
Yeah, bowled 2 up front.
Yeah, because in the last game they used him, didn't they, a bit more sparingly, because that back end was where he really got into the game.
Yeah, he would normally bowl at the death for South Africa, but A.B. de Villiers maybe just feels that he could maybe just possibly get a wicket here. And I'm sure he senses that Malan is looking very, very comfortable right now. Malan faces up again. He comes down the track, drives it straight down the ground. It's a nice-looking shot where Pekgakwayo does the fielding. It's long off. and 1 will be added to the total. So 49 for 1 in the 7th over. South Africa winning the toss, choosing to bowl first, which wasn't surprising. What would be a good total here?
It's a hard one, isn't it? I think 170 is a reasonable score. I don't think we're seeing a road. I don't think we're going to see anything near a 200 or anything like that. And it could be one of those that actually 165 could be a competitive total that keeps you in the game.
Morris now passes the umpire, and Hales plays this ball in the air. It's gone quite high, but in the end, Peklakwayo is underneath it, and another one goes down. This was a very, very simple catch. He steadied himself. Maybe it was too much time for him to just have a little think about it and too many things going on, and he ends up grassing it.
Wow, well, he's got his hands all over his face, and I'm not surprised. I mean, that was as easy as they come. Alex Hales has just clonked it, got nowhere near it, just a complete scuff, coming at a very nice catchable height. He's just had to move back a little bit. What he didn't do, actually, he's a bit lazy. He should have set himself. When you see fielders, even if it's an easy catch, they get back into a decent position and just get themselves in a nice catching one. That was pretty poor there. And, well, that could be massive as well for South Africa.
Malan's on strike now because they did eventually cross, and it's down the leg side and helped on its way by Malan. It's poor bowling by Morris. He'll feel the frustration, though, because of that drop catch. Peklakwayo has still got his head in his hands. He can't believe he dropped it. That ends the 7th over, and England are now 54 for 1. Having lost just Jason Roy, and Malan is looking pretty good. That's his 4th 4, and he's got a 6 to go with it as well. And Hales, when he hit that up, he was already walking off. Yeah. He was ready to go.
That is a serious let-off, and we saw one with Jason Roy earlier, but that is all sort of one that when you go back in the changing room, you kind of just avoid Chris Morris for like 3 or 4 hours until you settle that. He tends to be a reasonable fielder, though, doesn't he?
Yeah, he is a good fielder.
So maybe it's just a lack of concentration. I don't think he set himself. Even though it was an easy catch, you've always got to just make sure you've got that base just to help yourself take the catch.
You know, I always say he'll catch those 9 times out of 10. That was that 1 out of 10 that he's going to drop.
Well, let's hope he catches the next few that come his way, or he'll be in a little bit of trouble in the changing room.
Yeah, absolutely. Remember, of course, you can catch in-play highlights of this game and also the whole series via the BBC Sport website, and there'll be in-play highlights available of the Women's World Cup as well, which of course started yesterday and continues today and throughout tomorrow. TMS will also have commentary on every England game and the best of the rest as well, so you can get some highlights online. And South Africa up against Pakistan in South Africa's first game. We've got Imran Tahir also coming in now. Bowling change for South Africa here in this final T20 International. South Africa in that women's game are chasing 207. And they are 62 without loss into the 16th over. It's good to see Lizelle Lee amongst the runs with Laura Wolfhard, the youngster, who is she's now 17. She's still in final year of school. Made 100 last year, became the youngest to make an international century for South Africa, men and women.
She's a talent. She's definitely a talent. I think, she's fires, and then she's got almost someone who complements her at the other end who's much more aggressive. The two of them could be dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. It could be very dangerous indeed. So just a bit of consultations as to what is going to happen in terms of the field placing, as Imran Tahir will come in now to the right-handed Alex Hales, moves across his stumps. He gets a low full toss that's wide outside the off stump. There's cries of catch it as he plays it down towards long on, but in the end it bounces short of Behardien. So a run will be added to the total. 55 for 1 it is for England, and they're into the 8th over. England were asked to bat first, and so far just the one has gone, which is Roy, and joining me now is James Taylor.
Hello, Nat. Hello, all. Afternoon. It's a blustery one here at Cardiff, isn't it? And England have got off to a decent start. Dawid Malan a lot more fluent than Alex Hales.
And Malan's on strike at the moment. Oh, it's very short, and he's played it straight down the ground to long on. Patterson can't stop it, and he'll get yet another boundary. It's 5 fours already to Malan, who's looking pretty good on his 36. Hales is on 12.
Yeah, great execution there from Dawid Malan. He's been severe on anything short from the seamers, and on this occasion, Imran Tahir dropped it short, flat batted it past him, straight to the long-on boundary. Another great shot from Dawid Malan.
59 for 1. It's facing Tahir at the moment. He's a bit fuller this time. He plays it straight to cover. Yeah, Malan's looking very comfortable. He was born here in England, but schooled in South Africa. Where he played for Boland, and his father played for Western Province B and I think Transvaal B. Tahir to Malan. It's outside the off stump. He gets a bottom edge onto this, and it runs away down towards third man. Big drive from him, and a bit of luck for him, but he is playing very, very well. England 63 for 1.
Yeah, a little bit of luck there from David Malan, but his chances are he picked the right ball to try and flash it through the offside, little under edge, past the keeper and past that short third man fielder to fall.
In the 8th over at the moment, what is Tahir going to do? He's over the wicket, it's full again, into the pitch and drives it past Tahir. He stretches his hand out, tries to stop it, but he can't, so there'll be a single in it. 64 for 1.
Really enjoyed the way David Malan started his international career. He's been very dominant on anything short, any width. He's more or less executed it perfectly.
Last ball of the over. Hales uses his feet nicely and manoeuvres this away towards mid-wicket. Asking for the second run, but they decide against it, and probably wise in the end. So 8 overs gone. That was a real mixed bag from Imran Tahir. Not the best over that he would have bowled in T20 internationals. He is, of course, in for Taresh Shamsi today. That was really all over the place from Tahir.
Yeah, it's a tough one for the spinners because they know they've got a short, straight boundary at either end, very short. The end that we are from the commentary box side, that it is a fraction longer, so he's got a little bit more room for manoeuvre, but he's got to think that's why he's probably pitching it a fraction shorter than he usually would, because he doesn't want to get hit back over his head. He wants to use a long square boundaries and get hit square of the wicket to his men out at deep cover or deep square leg in cow corner.
Hales is on 13 from 17, 41 from 23 for David Malan. That's quite impressive. And he hasn't looked flustered at any stage, despite the fact that there's been drop catches. Alex Hales got hit on his knee as well. It's really looked good. But he's at the non-strikers end now as Morne Morkel comes in, replaces Chris Morris, who bowled just the one over. Into Hales, on his pads it is, and he plays it towards mid-wicket for a single. And he's on 14 from 18. Not too often that he's one of the passengers, really just standing and watching at the moment.
I know he's really struggling to find his rhythm and his timing at the moment. The tempo is so important in any forms of cricket, just as much in T20 cricket. But Malan's certainly looking the part in international cricket. He's playing exactly how he would in a Middlesex shirt or a Lions shirt. I watched him the other week against South Africa. He's playing exactly the same. He's capitalising on any width offered by South Africa or any short ball. He's in a great position to capitalise on those lengths and those lines very well.
Morkel starts his circle at the top of his run-up, looking for the breakthrough. He's bowling to Malan. Oh, it's very full, and in the end dug out towards cover. Not timed at all. From South Africa's point of view, having a look at what happened in the last game, obviously they'll feel pretty good about winning a tight game. They probably just needed that. But today, bowling first, you still feel it's the right decision?
Yeah, definitely. With a surface like this, you don't know quite what it's going to do. They might feel more confident chasing as well, especially after the first game, what happened. But with the green surface, you don't quite know what it's going to do.
We're in the 9th over at the moment, and Malan takes a wild swing at this one. I think if it connected, it might have gone a long, long way. He put everything behind that, but actually got nothing on it.
It did. He knew exactly where he wanted to hit it. But yes, he's missed it. Decent length from Morkel. That's probably the length that did him. But what I like is how solid a base he's got. He's got a great platform to hit from, and he's got great hands at the crease. So he's relying on them. But to access those hands and make them work so well, you've got to have a good base and wait into the ball, and he did that.
Morkel to Malan yet again. This time he does connect and drives it straight down the ground, back over the bowler's head for 6. Hits the top of the side screen at the other side and goes over and out of the ground. What a lovely stroke by Malan. 72 for 1 in the 9th over.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Big fast bowler, Morne Morkel, bowling near on 90 mile an hour from 6'7", coming down at great height. But he's got the confidence to set that place, get that good base in place and whack him back over the head. Great balance at the crease and showing great authority in international cricket and a lot of character. To be able to do that to a big fast bowler on your debut is great to see, and it shows how England's strength of depth is so impressive.
He's, I know Ebony was talking about it earlier, he's 29, so a little bit older. Do you think that's got something to do with it, a bit of experience behind him?
Yeah, exactly, and he's been waiting for this time for a while now. He's been very dominant in the domestic T20 formats for a number of years. It probably would have been 5 or 6 years ago where he got his first 100 in domestic T20 for Middlesex, and very dominant on that day, of course. But he's been around for a while, and he's got a lot of experience in domestic cricket, and he's turning towards all of that on this occasion on his England debut. But he's looking in great shape, isn't he? I like how he can score all around the wicket. We've seen how powerful and dominant he's been square of the wicket, but on this occasion banging the big Morne Morkel down the ground, out the ground for 6.
Well, he's 3 away from a half century. Of course, that's get another ball because that's gone. And a little souvenir for somebody possibly. Morkel to Malan. It's down the leg side, and it goes to the keeper, and that'll be a wide. Morkel banging it into the pitch, trying to get something out of it. Instead, it's wayward. So in the 9th over, 73 for 1.
I also like how much time he's got at the crease.
Yeah.
With the positions that he gets in, he gets a strong base, and his hand is a real strength of his. Quick hands, square the wicket, power through the ball, but he gets in that strong position, allowing himself plenty of time at the crease.
It's amazing how some batsmen just look like they have more time. And he definitely seems to be one of those. I think South Africa might feel a little shell-shocked at the moment. I'm expecting this onslaught from the debutant, possibly. Still quite windy in Cardiff as Morkel bowls outside the off stump and has played away towards backward point. Nicely fielded in the end by Beardin.
He looks the total opposite to Alex Hales at the minute.
Yes.
He's really struggling at the other end, isn't he? I mean, he's run pretty poorly as well. I reckon he's cost his partners at least a few runs, and getting whacked on the inside of the knee, that's extremely painful. That's not going to help his cause running between the wickets at all.
We've got one more ball left in the 9th over. So still a long way to go in this innings. Morkel to Malan. Oh, he tries to pull this ball away. It goes nowhere. He didn't know where it went, actually. In the end, it went to cover. So that'll end the over. 9 overs gone. And England find themselves 73 for 1. Good partnership building. They came together with a score on 13. So it's already worth 60 runs. And Malan is on 47. Hales 14.
It's extraordinary, isn't it? Alex Hales, probably one of the most destructive batsmen in world cricket, or has been over the years in T20 internationals, but he's really struggling to find his feet at the minute. He notoriously doesn't get off to a quick start, but this is an exceptionally slow start. Usually his partners, his other man at the crease is more dominant than him, and then he picks up the mantle later on as the innings goes on. Hopefully for his sake and England's sake, that'll be the case today.
Well, Tahir is going to continue. So a very tough first over. He's bowling to the right-handed Hales. Oh, this is a full toss, and it's out to the crowd at mid-wicket. Will that get him going? It possibly will. It was a gift of a ball, but he's dispatched at 79 for 1.
Well, if he's not going to dispatch that into the crowd like he did, he's not going to hit many balls in this innings out the ground or for 6. He's been struggling, and that might just get him a little bit of momentum and rhythm at the crease. He's being severe on that one. It was almost a waist-high full toss from Imran Tahir, the perfect gift for Alex Hales.
Tahir in again. It's full, but this time he does get it to bounce. He's crying for the catch, but Beardin and long on. In the end, was a little too deep to get that one. So 1 run in it, and it gives Malan a chance to get closer to that half century. 80 for 1.
Again, he's mistimed that one. I reckon he missed it. He's just a big, strong guy. He's got a massive bat in his hands. I've seen his bats. They're huge. And he didn't time that.
Tahir to Malan. He reverse sweeps, but it goes straight towards backward point. Smuts does the fielding. Again, not even flustered by the fact that he's 1 shot away from a half century on debut. Occasion not getting to him at all. Fine leg is up for Malan, who drives hard. It's in the covers, straight towards AB de Villiers, who fumbles it slightly, but there still won't be an extra run. So in the 10th over, 80 for 1. Lots of talk happening, all coming from Mosefle at the back. He crouches behind the stumps now as Malan plays this ball in the air down towards fine leg, and only just past Morne Morkel, who was in. He changed his mind about 3 times about what shot he was going to play, and eventually just taps it over his shoulder, picks up another boundary, and gets a half century.
That is an extremely gutsy bit of improvisation from David Malan. A little paddle sweep with a 45 in. It's a shot that I would say you would never play to a spinner with a 45 in, but he executed it perfectly.
So 31 balls only, drives in the air yet again, another cries of catch, and it's still going to evade the fielder down towards third man, and he's going to pick up another boundary. That's his 8th in the innings. Absolutely amazing by him.
Yeah, he's given himself a fraction of room, looking to go over a deep extra cover. He gets a thick outside edge, and it shows how hard he tried to whack it over extra cover, because he's gone through backward point, square point for 4. He's beat that man out. Chris Morris on the deep cover boundary. He's running round to his right, couldn't quite get there quick enough. David Malan, another 4. Back-to-back boundaries for David Malan. This is exactly what England need.
Just watching that shot again that took him to the half century. That's an incredible shot. Imran Tahir would be feeling probably, what do I have to do?
Yeah, and he's also very lucky that Morne Morkel, the big Morne Morkel, was fielding at 45, because I reckon a younger, more agile fielder would have got 2 hands to that and probably taken the catch.
10 overs gone, 88 for 1 is the score. Hales on strike and plays it down towards backward square leg. Patterson will do the fielding. 1 run in it, 89 for 1 in the 11th over now. I suppose from Hales' point of view, if he's not going to be timing the ball, he wouldn't mind that. Take a single and let Malan just go crazy, because he's playing beautifully.
Yeah, what I like about Malan is, I've spoken about his positions, how strong his positions are at the crease, and because they're so strong, it allows him not to premeditate. He can just play the ball on his merit, and he's got such a good array of strokes that he doesn't have to premeditate so much.
Morkel's in his last over at the moment. Malan drives hard yet again. Really puts a lot of muscle behind it, and it's down towards Hendricks on the cover boundary for 1. 90 for 1. If they go at this current rate, they'll get around 170. I would think from this situation they'd want quite a bit more than that.
Yeah, exactly. 10 overs, more or less 10 overs to go. If they can get around 90 more from here with this platform at least, I think they'll be happy. So they'll be closing in on around 180 plus. That's what they want. I reckon 180 will probably be par.
Villiers is having a chat to Morkel at the moment as to if he wants a change in the field or where he's going to bowl it. There's no changes though. Morkel to Hales. It's very full and it's dabbed away past the keeper down towards a very, very fine third man for 4. Only his 2nd boundary in the innings for Alex Hales. It's been tough for him. 94 for 1.
Yeah, so he, in the 10th over, he hit his first boundary off Imran Tahir for 6 over deep square leg. This one, a very streaky edge, just beating the keeper, diving to his right-hand side, and beats the third man on his left hand, but a very streaky edge there from Alex Hales. But this kind of thing just might get him going.
What will Morkel do? He's just got a couple of balls to go in his spell, and he's playing a length ball that Hales plays to mid-on by backing away from his stumps and just really mowing it towards Peklaquayo for a run. The 11th over, 95 for 1.
So we're in the 11th over. I'm just trying to rack my brains of if I've seen Alex Hales middle a ball yet. He's really struggling to find his timing. Well, that might be credit to the South African bowlers. They're hitting the pitch in the middle of the pitch and rolling their fingers over it. So they're mixing their pace up nicely and bowling actually pretty well. And that just shows how well David Malan's played.
2 balls remain in this Morkel over, and it's Malan who's down the track and ends up actually really moving so far away from it that he can't connect it. He was trying to play it out towards the leg side, but moved too far to his right-hand side. Morkel saw him coming as well, so just pushed it a little bit wider. Morkel will probably breathe a sigh of relief he didn't connect it.
Yeah, he gave himself a fraction too much room, didn't he, David Malan, moving across to the leg side and down the pitch. Gave himself far too much room. I reckon Morne Morkel saw him and used his good pace and bounce across the left-hander and beat him.
It's interesting, we were talking about the pitch and how it was very green. Well, it looks a good batting wicket at the moment, especially the way Malan's playing. Morkel just wanted his fielder moved on the cover boundary, like 1 step. Malan drives hard, straight down the ground, past Peklaquayo, down towards long off for yet another boundary. And that will end Morne Morkel's spell, and I think he might be happy to be out of the attack at the moment. 11 overs gone, 99 for 1.
Again, David Malan, the difference between this one and the previous one is he got set. He set himself, he got that platform, got that base, allowing his hands to flow beautifully through the line of the ball and bludgeoning him to the long off boundary. Great power and execution from David Malan. Again, been outstanding throughout this innings, set the tone for England once he came to the crease, and it's gone from strength to strength.
So Morne Morkel's 4 overs in the end cost 32 runs. He's got the only wicket to fall. But now, what does A.B. de Villiers do?
Yeah, so Morne Morkel's bowled out. That surprised me. I thought he was not necessarily using him in the last couple of overs, but certainly towards the death, it's something different. He offers something totally different to the South African captain and the team. Height, bounce. Whereas the rest of the seamers, yes, Morris is a little bit taller, but the other two are very similar.
Patterson's got a bit of pace about him. He is pretty quick. He bowled well in the previous T20, one that South Africa won in the end. A close shave. But yeah, didn't have the best of debuts. Dan Patterson against Sri Lanka in Cape Town. He had a real struggle on that day. He runs away from us now with ball in hand too. Alex Hales is down the track, drives, doesn't time it yet again. It's off the pad into the leg side, and there'll still be a run, which brings up the 100 now for England in the 12th over.
Yeah, obviously Alex Hales there, another thick inside edge, really struggling, almost trying to hit it too hard, losing his shape completely, trying to smash him down to the long on boundary. But talking about Patterson, he bowled beautifully at the back end in Somerset, and so South Africa as a team closed that game out really, really nicely.
Third man and fine leg are up now for Milan, who's facing Peterson, and it's played away over the leg side in the air for a time, but down towards Morris is on the point boundary, and a run for England makes it 101 for 1. Alex Hales, when he got to the non-strikers in, he had a little chat with the umpire and showed him exactly where he got hit, and he was still breathing heavy, saying obviously it's still hurting.
It will be hurting, and especially when he stops, when he gets off the pitch, it will stiffen up, and that's when it'll be really hard to get going again.
He's going to have a good bruise there. Patterson passes the umpire now in to Hales, and he drives it straight down the ground, just evading Behardien, who's leaping away at long on, and it goes into the crowd for 6. Well, Behardien was in business for a time, but it just kept going. 107 for 1.
Yeah, that's better from Alex Hales. That was hit flat and hard, just evading Behardien on the long on boundary, just enough on it to take it for 6. But it was a better base to swing his arms. He'd swing those big levers, powerful boy, and that's more what we expect from Alex Hales.
South Africa under pressure as Hales now down the track yet again, drives hard, doesn't really time it again. It's out towards mid off the shy at the stumps by A.B. de Villiers in the end, as Hales diving away and into the stumps, leaves his bat behind. It's all happening for Alex Hales at the moment.
Oh, this is unbelievable. This is extraordinary from Alex Hales. He plinks it again, miscues it to A.B. de Villiers. He's treading water halfway down the wicket, big lunge, getting those levers, diving towards the crease to get his bat in. Hits the bowler, hits the wickets. He's all over the place, Alex Hales.
If A.B. de Villiers had hit it,
would have been
he
out.
would have been out by quite a way. He's got a smile on his face now. Well, that's because he's still out there. So the non-strikers in. And Milan is facing Patterson. Oh, this is played beautifully over fine leg before. He knew fine leg was up. He put his bat there, ramped it over his shoulder, and it's gone down for another boundary.
This is like an exhibition. David Milan, this is extraordinary batting. On debut, let's remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is phenomenal to watch. Array of shots all around the surface. And what makes that even better, that shot, was that it was a slow ball. Patterson took all the pace off that. Gave him no pace to work with, but David Milan still had the presence of mind and the calm composure to dab that over 45 for yet another boundary.
One more ball remains in the 12th over, 112 for 1. Well, fine leg's gone back now. Milan moves across his stumps, pulls it away very fine, and it doesn't matter where fine leg is right now, because it's still going to go for another boundary. It was short and by his shoulders, and he just said thank you very much. 116 for 1 after 12 overs.
That's the beauty about not premeditating. Yes, the ball before he premeditated, but executed it perfectly. Had the composure there, gets deep in his crease, sets his base, sets his platform to use his hands. It was a poor delivery from Patterson down the leg side, but Milan was quick enough, his hands were quick enough to catch it up with the ball and beat the keeper just on his right-hand side to take it down to fine leg for 4.
100-run partnership between these two of 63 deliveries in the end. Milan is on 69 from 38. Hales is moving along a bit better now on 35 from 26. He was struggling quite a bit. He's still not quite timing it on certainly not every delivery. But he's moving along. It's an excellent partnership for England. So Roy will be feeling he's missed out a little bit.
Slightly. But I can't say enough credit to Malan. South Africa haven't bowled too poorly. They've bowled all right. Malan's just put him to the sword. He's been so dominant, hasn't he?
Well, Phehlukwayo will be coming in now to Hales. He gathers and bowls, and it's short again, and it's almost tennis smash down into the ground out towards hang on for a run, and that'll bring Malan back on strike. 117 for 1 in the 13th over.
Yeah, he's not going to make it easy for Hales and Malan. He varies his pace beautifully. He's got plenty of variations up his sleeves, off cutter, leg cutter. He's got a good Yorker, and he likes to hit the surface, and that suits it. Suits him with this long boundary towards the leg side. He can bowl it into the surface. He can mix his pace up, roll his fingers across it, or bowl the orthodox bouncer.
We've had an hour of play in South Africa. Have just bowled 12.1 overs now. Maybe de Villiers having a chat with Phehlukwayo, so a little bit of a delay yet again. He wants a slight change to the field with Long On now moving a bit squarer. Malan drives inside edge onto his pad out towards cover in the end eventually. Doesn't time it this time around. Hasn't been many of those, that's for sure. So the Pakistan women are playing South African women at the moment in the Women's World Cup, and Pakistan made 206, South Africa 87 without loss in the 22nd over. And Lazali has picked herself up a half century. She's got 50 from 66, 8 fours and 2 sixes. And Laura Wolfart's opening with her, she's got 31 from 62. So keep going by South Africa. Phehlukwayo into the right-handed Alex Hales was down the track again. He's playing this ball in the air straight towards the fielder. David Miller takes a nice catch diving forward, and that will be the end of Alex Hales, and South Africa finally breaks the partnership. But what a partnership it was for England. 118 for 1, for 2 I should say now.
It was a great partnership. I think that's largely due to David Malan. It's kind of put Hales out of his misery. He's really struggled today, hasn't he? It reminded me of watching Liam Livingston the other night at Somerset, down at Taunton. He really struggled with his timing. He couldn't find his feet. He really struggled today. That might be due to the surface, or due to the way South Africa bowled at him, or the way he struggled to gain any tempo with his innings. He really struggled to find his bases, find his technique, trying to hit the ball too hard. And his technique was all over the place at times. But nevertheless, he got, what did he get?
36 of 28?
36 of 28. He found a little bit of rhythm and momentum at the back end of his innings, but he struggled for the large parts of it, and credit to South Africa.
He had 2 fours and 2 sixes for Alex Hales in that 36. And it brings the stand-in captain, Jos Buttler, to the crease.
Yes, he actually doesn't mind being captain, old Jos Buttler. He performed exceptionally well when he had the reins in Bangladesh. One of my favourite guys in the whole world to watch bat. Got all the shots in the book and hits it as hard as anybody in the world. Great guy to watch.
He's still got the 3 fastest or 4 fastest centuries for England in one-day internationals.
In ODI cricket.
He hit one of them against South Africa, if I remember it right, in Bloemfontein.
Yes, yeah, I was at that game, carrying drinks again. Loved it. And it was great to watch. That was when Stokes took that phenomenal catch at long on off AB de Villiers, one-handed on the ropes. But Buttler, what a player, what a guy to watch, and I'm sure he's going to grow as captain as well, give him more opportunity.
Phehlukwayo's in now to Malan. Okay, did cross, and he's playing this towards backward point. Patterson's got a lot of work to do. Yeah, he dives, and he just, I think, makes it just before the rope, because the ball was trickling away towards the rope after his dive. He gets up quickly and brings it in. So neatly done. 121 for 2 is the score in the 13th over.
Yeah, I like Jos coming in at this stage. It gives himself to probably have a few balls to get his eye in, get the pace of the surface, get the pace of the South African bowlers, what variations are good they've got at their sleeves, and then have a big onslaught towards the end. England 121 for 2 with near on, well, just over 7 overs to go. Plenty of time still left in this innings. They'll be looking to get up towards that 200 mark from here. With this platform and with the batsmen to come and the power, the finesse in this England batting lineup, they've got Plenty more to come.
So Butler on strike. I've got fine leg back, square legs on the boundary. Mid-wicket is also on the boundary as well. Mid-on is up. So quite a lot of opportunities for singles on the leg side, and he will take one towards mid-wicket. He'll get himself off the mark straight away. So England 122 for 2. 13th over.
Just going to throw it out there. David Malan, 7 overs, just over 7 overs to go. He's on 73. He could get a big 100 here.
He could get a massive
If he stays in
100.
towards the end and keep playing the way he's played, he's got such a array of strokes, hitting all around the wicket. He's been outstanding today. What a debut that would be.
40 deliveries, and he's got
Definitely.
73.
Good job I don't believe in the commentator's curse.
You will eventually. Maguire towards Malan now, and he's going to take a single to move to 74. He's playing it behind square on the offside. 123 for 2, 13 overs gone. So, I know earlier you were mentioning that this crowd doesn't give you much as an opposition. They're quite harsh, aren't they? On the opposition.
Oh yeah, they love it, don't they? Anything to go at the opposition. You could see it there. That what was it? Second ball where the keeper dropped, Jason Roy. That, to be fair, that ball went up as high as I've ever seen a ball go up in cricket. Tough chance, but the replays on the screen, the way the crowd got into him, that was brilliant to see, wasn't it? It's not a nice place to be. We've all been there. It's you just want to hide, don't you?
So Tahir now will come back into the attack, and he's bowling to the left-handed Malan, looking really good. This is full, he drives it in there, again cries of catches. Biadin runs around from long off, he'll dive, but he won't stop the boundary. This is absolutely brilliant from Malan. He can score anywhere, and he is 127 for 2.
We've literally seen every shot in the book now from David Malan. We've seen paddles, we've seen hard, square of the wicket, both sides, down the ground. Reverses, now over extra cover, just to complete it, just to tick that box. The hardest shot in the book, in my eyes, over extra cover. He executed it perfectly, gave himself a fraction of room towards the leg side, opened up that offside and used his hands and his wrist just to loft it over extra cover, and had enough power to just creep over the rope and beat Burdine, running down around from wide mid-off. Great shot.
He had another conversation with David de Villiers and his bowler. I'm not sure it's working at the moment, conversations, because nothing is happening when they're bowling to Malan. Tahir bowls to Malan, he reverse sweeps again. It's nicely fielded towards backward point. Comes in quickly from Smuts. It's his 12th four in this innings, and he's had a couple of sixes as well.
Yeah, that shot's definitely on the big reverse sweep there from David Malan. They've got three men now, almost behind square.
Tahir with his angled run-up is into Malan. It's full. He drives the ball in the air. It's gone straight up, and Patterson's underneath it. He takes a nice catch as well, because he's running away from long on, and in the end, that will be the end of a masterclass innings from the debutant. 127 on the board. There are 3 wickets down. Do you still not believe in the commentator's curse?
Nope, not at all. How can I affect the game out there? David Malan, well played, sir. Excellent knock. Played all around the wicket, showed he's got power, showed he's got touch, showed he's got finesse. Great bit of batting there from David Malan. Throughout the innings, came in at the number 3 position and executed more or less every shot perfectly until his downfall. Went for the big shot down the ground. Just couldn't quite get enough of it and caught long on. Imran Tahir gets another wicket to his tally international cricket, but what a start on debut for David Malan.
Absolutely brilliant to watch, really was. In the 14th over, he's eventually dismissed 78 from 44 deliveries, and he showed just about every shot in the book. Scored around the wicket. It was wonderful to watch, really great entertainment. Now, of course, it's up to the rest of the batsmen to carry on. You've got Butler in, and he's joined by Billings, so it's not going to be easy for South Africa. It's just going to get harder and harder, really, because it's still got a good batting lineup, England, despite all the changes that have been made to both sides, really, for the series. Still got Liam Livingstone to come back. He'll try and see what he can do after a disappointing debut. Liam Plunkett, David Willey, Chris Jordan. And then you start getting into Tom Curran and Mason Crane as well. So a few changes to the field now. You've got Butler on strike. They did cross after that catch. Third man is up, fine leg is up. Tahir in that too. Butler tries a little reverse sweep. It's gone so fine that it, I think, went through the keeper's legs in the end. Has gone down to the boundary for buys. who tried to just tap it away with a little reverse paddle, and in the end it's gone through the keeper's legs, I think, for byes. It was just a little unlucky for Tahir, a little bit of turn as well after it had pitched, but 4 runs nonetheless, 131 for 3.
He's the most energetic person, isn't he? I just love it. Very close. Butler's got an opportunity today leading the side.
Yeah, he'll want to put in a good shot, I'm sure. He's facing Tahir. Reverse sweeps yet again, nearly onto his stumps as well. Oh, they'd missed everything. It's ended up trickling away for another bye towards short third man.
The only person who's looked fluid at all today is Dawid Malan. Everyone else is just looked very scratchy. Butler then has played two reverse sweeps and not got anything on them.
Unbelievable. 132 for 3. We're in the 14th over. Billings is on strike now. Third man is up, and got almost a backward point really into Billings, who's going to play it away on the leg side down towards a fine leg. There's a lot of work for the fielder coming around to do it. Smuts, and they'll add 2 runs to the total. But a nice little touch from Billings, making sure he gets off the mark and keeps the scoreboard ticking over. 134 for 3.
Yeah, well played there. He just he did a sensible thing. He just got forward, played the conventional sweep. I think sometimes actually it's not a bad shot just to get yourself going. Is if you are going to do it, play the conventional sort of Jos Buttler. Go twice and miss both really. But they've got a good platform. That the key thing here though is that they've got to in a way rebuild, just get themselves back into the game. But there's a nice platform set up here for England to do a good job.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how South Africa also rotate the bowlers. Morris has got 1 more, and he's going to be coming in now. Peklokwai's still got 2, Patterson's got 2, and Tahir's got 1 remaining. So Chris Morris will bowl out his 4 overs. And this could be a very interesting stage, actually. 14 overs gone, 134 for 3, 6 overs to go. What's going to be the target? It's Butler is on strike at the moment, and he drives straight up towards mid-off. He's got to take a quick single, and if the throw had hit, he would have found himself short. I'm pretty sure of it. De Villiers missing the stumps yet again, 2nd time today, and now he looks like he's got a problem with his elbow.
He does. I tell you what, he got that out so quick. Most fielders would, after picking up the ball, kind of set themselves into that normal throwing position and throw. As soon as he picked it up, he was still on one leg. He gets out so quick. That would have been gone.
He can release the ball from just about anywhere. He's done it so many times. And just having a look at the replay with the ball. Oh, it would have been tight.
Close.
It would have been very tight. Tighter than I thought. Billings on strike, facing Morris. He's tapping away to the offside. Another quick single is taken, but they were off so quickly, and Butler was always going to come through for that run that they made it very, very easy. 136 for 3. Yeah, AB de Villiers had a very famous run out against Australia back in 2009, I think it was. Was it 2000? No, 2006 actually. It was the same series as the 438 game, and it was in Cape Town where South Africa actually, I think, recorded the heaviest victory over Australia in one-day internationals. And Mackay Ntini picked up 5 or 6 wickets. Morris into Butler. It's a bit leg side-ish, and somehow manages to get away, I think, off the pad, waiting for the umpire. And yeah, he says it's a leg bye. They'll come through for that run. And he was completely and totally off balance, doing a somersault, somehow released the ball, and the batsman was short of his ground. It was absolutely unbelievable.
He's a wild guy anyway, isn't he, old Ntini? Was it Ntini who threw it?
Yeah, no, AB de Villiers.
Oh, de Villiers.
De Villiers, yeah. He was just, it was just unbelievable. Ntini picked up, I think, 6 wickets, I think, in that game. I think at the time it was South Africa's best bowling figures. Kagiso Rabada now holds that in one-day internationals. Morris to Billings, and he's playing it very late down towards third man for a run. And that means that England will now move up to 138 for 3 in the 15th over. Actually, I stand corrected. Tahir, I think, holds the best bowling figures now for South Africa. Kagiso Rabada did pick up 6 for on debut against Bangladesh, and now Tahir has got to 7 for, and that was in a tri-series last year against Australia and the West Indies. But I can remember that run out clearly from AB de Villiers, who's still holding his elbow at mid-off. Morris to Butler. Oh, he moves around his crease a few times. Not too sure what he was trying to do. Eventually tried to just sort of lap it over his shoulder, and it went through to the keeper.
I've been enjoying watching Morris bowl in this this T20 series, he's just looked a little bit more fired up there. He saw him move and he just banged it in that little bit extra. Right idea from Buttler, but just wasn't able to get the connection because of that elevation that Morris adjusted with. They're making a change now.
Yeah, they're going to bring the third man up. Tahir is coming off the boundary. And that means that Middle will go back to long off. Buttler to face Morris, last ball of the over, and he drives straight towards extra cover, and Smuts will allow them through for that single. So 15 overs gone, and it's now 159 for 3 for England. And Buttler is at the crease with Billings. Billings is on 4, Buttler is on 3, and so far we've seen an amazing innings from David Malan, making 78 from 44. It was absolutely entertaining to watch, Ebony.
Yeah, well, all we have really seen today is David Malan scoring runs all around the ground. Every other batter's kind of looked a bit scratchy, hasn't been able to get a measure of the pace. I'm just trying to think, with 5 overs going, they're going at around 9s at the moment anyway. If they were to keep up the rate, if these two were able to get in, they could be pushing that sort of 185, 190 mark, but I still think these two need to look set.
Absolutely. Here's Tahir then to continue from the Cathedral Road end. A slightly angled run of his down on the pitch, and a big appeal for LBW from Imran Tahir, and then Maseli joins in. The ball skims off the pad and down towards the boundary, and it's going to be 4 leg byes. So after a bit of concern for Jos Buttler and a very vociferous appeal from Imran Tahir, he's got his hands on his hips, having just conceded 4. Well, he hasn't, it won't go on his figures, but South Africa have 143 for 3.
Yeah, it'll be frustrating there. That ball just get it on, actually. I think he saw him coming and just got it out a little bit quicker. I can see why he appealed, although he was a long way down.
It's as though someone's nicked £20 from him when he's not got a decision going his way. Tahir bowls. This is skids on to Buttler. He connects nicely, but only as far as Miller at extra cover. Remains 143 for 3. We're seeing a replay of this. Oh, impacts in line. It was going on to hit. So, in fact, that was hitting middle of middle. So, not a great decision. Oh, a misfield by Miller. Eye on the stumps rather than the ball, and England will come back and collect the second run. So, they've been a little sloppy in the field of South Africa today, and that one just exacerbating the problem. A couple of runs, 145 for 3. Buttler moves to 5 not out. But that won't do anything for the mood of Imran Tahir. That was definitely out. Hello.
It was, and I can see why he was so excitable.
And he skips once more. Flat delivery, and once more played through the offside. Cleanly struck by Buttler. He turns blind. They want the second, and these two are so quick between the stumps. Billings especially. And yet another couple of runs collected. Reza Hendricks doing the fielding out at deep cover. 147 for 3. I suppose a very interesting tweet, by the way, today, Ebony. And it was from the account of Matthew Maynard. Here's full delivery from Tahir, just angling towards leg stump. It's full, dug out by Buttler, down towards long on, Berhardine Fields, 148 for 3. I'll just find it again, but remember, Matthew Maynard is head coach down at Somerset County Cricket Club. And it was on the exclusion of Craig Overton. Here's Tahir, bowls down the pitch, comes Sam Billings. He turns it into the onside. They'll only get a single, 149 for 3. And basically, at the end of the over, so 149 for 3, 4 overs remaining. England in a pretty good spot here. Billings is 4 and Buttler is 8. But the simply put tweet reads, gutted for Craig Overton, with a little hashtag broken word. And he's also tagged in England cricket and ECB cricket. Not a happy head coach down at Somerset, and it all stems from that statement that was made prior to the start of this 3-match T20 series that everyone was going to get a game.
Yeah, and I can understand why he's annoyed. Fair play to him. You know, and they have rotated and given the opportunity, and someone like Liam Plunkett could have been rested, if I'm honest. I think, you know, we know he's very set in this side now, and you would have wanted to see Overton make that impact. So, you know, it is a sad when the captain does say, look, he's going to make sure that everyone gets a run, and then the youngster doesn't. He would have loved to have been with his county.
Absolutely.
Well, bit of work to be done. But it looks like here now, there's a good few singles in that over, but a rotation of the strike. They haven't found that boundary.
Pelacueo on from the River Taff end. Funny old innings by Alex Hales today, wasn't it? Goodness gracious. Really did scratch around. There's an attempted sweep and a caught behind appeal from Moselli off the bowling of Pelacuello, and it almost looked as though Sam Billings was heading back towards the pavilion. He tried a little sweep and there was a couple of noises, but Moselli was convinced that it actually was caught behind, but actually it wasn't. So it's a dot ball, 149 for 3.
So having a look, he went a long way outside the off stump there. He tried to work it down to fine, just no chance really. Looking at it there, it doesn't look like it hit anything.
Might have a little look at Ultra Edge later on. Got a little stat for you regarding Dawid Malan in a second. So field spread far and wide as Pelacuello comes in. Good Yorker, wide Yorker, and straight under the bat of Sam Billings. Remains 149 for 3. So record for international T20 debut, highest score on international debut. And Dawid Malan comes in 5th here at 78. Well, tied 4th with Riley Rousseau of South Africa, who's now plying his trade at Hampshire. There's Pelacuello. Comes towards us, slower delivery, clubbed across the line by Billings, doesn't quite time it, gets to mid-on, and England's 150 has been brought up in this, the 17th over. That list goes Ricky Ponting, 98 not out against New Zealand in 2005 on debut, T20 international debut. David Warner, 89 against South Africa at Melbourne in 2009. H. Patel from Canada against Ireland is third with 88 not out, and then Malan and Rousseau 78. So very impressive first outing in England colours for Dawid Malan.
Not a bad list there as well.
Yes.
Warner and Ponting.
And H. Patel from Canada.
Yeah, clearly.
Yes.
Bet you know all about his stats.
Well, he's got 88 on debut. Here's a drive, and a lofted drive, and a lofted drive for 6. A skimmer from Jos Buttler. Length delivery from Pelacuello on off stump, and A.B. de Villiers standing up mid-off has got his arms firmly folded as he sees the ball go straight over his head. Would have cricked his neck just to see where it is, and spectators are flung far and wide trying to get out of the way of Jos Buttler.
Well, that was right in the zone, wasn't it? He didn't have to do too much. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't be diving towards that if I was in the crowd.
No. 156 for 3. Buttler moves to 14 not out. He waits for Pelacuello from the River Taff end. A short delivery swatted away by Buttler, and he swatted it into space. 1, 2 bounces and into the Toblerones on the far side of the pitch. Deep mid-wicket is where he's just flayed that from short of a length, and now Buttler looks like he's getting in the mood. Found the pace of the pitch, finding his timing. He's 18 not out. England 160 for 3.
Yeah, the delivery before he got too full, and I think he just thought he'd adjust, but Buttler's too good. Once he saw that, he made sure he got on top of the bounce, really flat batted it into that gap.
So conversation now between Pelacuello and A.B. de Villiers. He's got a long on, sort of cow corner, fine legs. There's a big space over square leg, which Buttler might try and exploit. Mid-off is still up inside the circle. There's a deep extra and a very good slower ball from Pelacuello. Completely foxes Buttler, who played 3 shots before he just managed to reach the ball as it dribbled towards him, and he could only block it back up the pitch for a dot ball to conclude the over. So 17 overs have been bowled. England in a very good position here, 160 for 3. 3 overs remaining. Do you reckon 200 still a possibility here, Ed?
It's possible when you've got Buttler and Billings at the crease. Sorry, I was just having a look at the slower ball there from Pelacuello. It was out the back of the hand, but he really made that arm speed look the same, but managed to get the ball to really come out slowly. But you're right, 200's on. Yes, it's very much on. They'd have to go at about sort of 13s and over from here, which is very doable. With the way Buttler just hit a couple of those last balls, I think he's got a bit to do. Dane Paterson coming in. I thought he did a good job in that last game. Bowled some really good Yorkers right in at the toe. I think he might have been one of the ones who broke the bat, actually, of Liam Livingstone. So he'll be looking for a bit of toe music, and
well, I wonder how Liam Livingstone's feeling now. Back in the pavilion. He's due to come in next. It's Paterson, who's been very impressive, I think, in these last couple of games. Running away from us, bowls. Oh, and he's been hit on the head from a sweep shot Sam Billings, and then a shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end sends Maselli, the wicket-keeper, into a full-blown dive to make sure there's not overthrows. Plenty of action in that, just one delivery. But it was a good Yorker again from Patterson. He tried to sweep it to Billings, and I think maybe a bottom edge or a top edge into the grill. I definitely heard a clank of helmet.
He might have hit his own. Just having a look. Yeah, the ball looked like it top-edged.
So pleasing that they've got headgear on, playing these such dangerous shots. You know, you really are in the line of fire when you're going down to sweep a delivery from a quick bowler such as Patterson. Short, stocky man, barrel-chested, comes in, bowls, and there's a low full toss, been swept by Billings for 6. A Yorker attempted by Patterson, he's got it wrong, and this time, rather than hit it on his own head, Billings has put it on someone else's head in row F of the grandstand. 6 more runs, 166 for 3.
Yeah, well, we said Patterson's been good at those Yorkers. He just got too full there. Well, Billings got down early, saw it, and just put it wherever he wanted, really, on that leg side. Nice one for the crowd.
Just wonderful hands. Really quick hands. It's like a hockey play, you know, those little flicks that they have. Watched, actually, a hockey team warming up behind us,
I think it's mixed hockey, actually.
Was it? Here's Patterson again. Bowls, another sweep attempted by Billings. Can only find Morris at square leg. Remains 166 for 3. They looked a pretty organised bunch, though, behind us.
All the gear.
Oh, yes.
Running around doing the drills.
Yeah, poor old goalkeeper. They're just taking pot shots at the goalkeeper, who just looks like a Michelin man, full of protective equipment. You wouldn't want to be a hockey goalkeeper, would you?
No, don't fancy that.
You know, there's Tin Can Alley in there, isn't it? You're got these massive, enormous clown shoes to wear. Patterson bowls. It's outside of the off stump. He's clanked it to extra cover, and that's out. Taken by A.B. de Villiers. He inspects the toe of his bat, does Sam Billings. Made room for himself outside of the off stump. Got the width, but couldn't quite get the timing or elevation. And the 4th England wicket goes with Billings gone for 12, and it's 166 for 4.
Dane Patterson's got good pace, you know. I do like his Yorkers. That one he get offered a little bit of width, but I think it's the way when he gets it right and he gets it nearer that crease line. It's not easy to get the elevation that you're looking for. Just wondering if that 200 is still on. I think they'll get somewhere near the 190-ish mark. Challenge, obviously, now with just losing wickets. It's not that it's not possible, but it's just momentum, more dot balls, and dot balls really add up at this stage. Liam Livingstone, he'll want a bit more of a fluid innings than he had the other day. I thought he looked a bit choppy changey compared to how we've seen him in the past.
Agreed, and he'll be, I'm sure, have a million thoughts running through his head as he wanders from the dugout down to our left-hand side, out to the middle to join his captain, Jos Buttler, and that's always a welcoming sight. Your skip's out there, he's 18 not out, seeing it well. You want to see a nice, calm character when you're wandering out and the pressure's on you a little bit. And he did get a little bit of grief on social media, did Liam Livingstone, and I mean, we're lucky. We get to see these guys in domestic T20 action, and anybody who supports Lancashire, has followed Lancashire, watches him, knows how good this kid is. He is a very, very fine player. I remember when we saw him in a Roses match, I think it was, and he scored 40 in 20 balls against a high-class bowling attack, Plunkett, Bresnan. You know, you could obviously see his ability there, and obviously he wants to try and show everybody else in England colours. Sun's popped out as Patterson bowls, and he's bowled first ball, trying a lap sweep, and Patterson's on a hat-trick, and poor old Liam Livingstone has got to wander back towards the pavilion. It's a long walk for a golden duck, and his life, boy, he's not going to be feeling a great deal better about life as he wanders back. So 2 wickets in 2 balls. Livingstone, it's a shot he plays well, it's a shot he plays often, but middle stump has been rocked back, and this is going to be a long old walk for Lancashire's Liam Livingstone. Makes his way back to the pavilion, and England are 166 for 5.
I just question the shot choice. I understand that you want to be proactive, but I just think the first ball, you need to get a kind of sighter. So if you are going to go straight or get your hands through it, just give yourself a bit more chance by offering it. There's still a lot, you know, 3 overs in T20 is a long time. You're new in the environment. So don't get me wrong, I understand why he's being aggressive, but quick bowler, bowling gun barrel straight, I don't know.
Oh, poor lad. Really do feel for him, actually. Anyway, here's the hat-trick ball for Patterson, and it's Liam Plunkett on strike. He bowls Yorker, and it's a perfectly directed Yorker. But Plunkett managed to jam the ball down, and I think he might have bust a bat. It was such a perfect Yorker right on the toe of the bat, and I think
Isn't that the second one?
another bat breaker, yeah. End of the over, 166 for 5, and Buttler will be on strike for the penultimate over.
Patterson's still got another over to go as well, so he can wrap things up from his end. But this is just a bit stunted here, isn't it, from England? They had good momentum when I think Darren Milan's the only one who really got going today. Butler's hit a couple of nice ones, especially that straight 6.
Well, waiting for a replacement bat to come out. Not quite sure what the boos and cheers are for around the ground. Just having a look at Patterson's domestic team. He's only played 3 matches in T20 internationals, but domestically 46 matches. He's taken 43 wickets, average of 24, and an economy rate, and again that's what we look at, don't we? His economy rate is 7.08, which when you're bowling at the death, I think is a very impressive economy rate. He executes his Yorkers very well. He's not slow. I wouldn't say he's express, but he's pretty lively.
He's one of those, I think he bowls that kind of heavy ball, isn't it? He's got that big chest, and he kind of, when he delivers it, you'd feel it on the bat. He hustles through his action.
He does look like he likes to lift a weight. Disdain down below us. And the old bench press. Stick another one on. Stick another 10 kgs at either end. Push a few out. Now Buttler, 2 overs to go. Pelacuello bowls a slower delivery, and Buttler just smashes him right over the top. Could be bouncing once. I was going to say could be caught, but Morris is quickly round. He's actually at a very deep extra cover, is Morris, and he manages just to scuttle round, and a couple of runs onto the total, 168 for 5. On first glance, I thought he'd actually put it into the crowd at the taff end again, had Buttler, but again, not quite timed it perfectly. Change of pace from Pelacuello. Good crowd in here at Cardiff as Pelacuello approaches once more. It's a Yorker dug out by Buttler. He'll want 2 here. He's just got it to the edge of the 30-yard circle and beyond. Well run from Plunkett, running to the danger end. Always wanted to, but De Villiers and Morris, who were converging on the ball, couldn't stop the second being taken. Well placed from Buttler. 22 not out, 170 for 5. A lone South African flag in the grandstand gets waved. And everyone just waiting to see if Buttler can do what he does. He stands at the crease. Moves quite deep into it now. Again, a Yorker attempted. And once more, they're going to want the second run, and Buttler will get it. De Villiers now on the long-on boundary. He flicks an underarm return in. Must have underarmed that about 60 metres. And another couple of runs for England. 172 for 5. Already, though, good total being posted here for England. And this pitch has played ever so well.
We saw 1 or 2 that stayed low in the early doors, but since then it's been pretty solid.
Pelacuello. Quite a straight run. Flares out the end. Slower delivery. And Buttler just launches him into the crowd. Over point. Fabulous hands as well, into out. He puts his left leg down the line of leg stump and then allows those wrists to almost flick from inside to out, like a golfer's slice, really, and he gets it over deep point. 6 more runs, 178 for 5.
You know, that was actually a really good Yorker. It hit that crease line, but what Buttler did, he just gave himself a little bit of room, and then, like you say, he got his hands underneath it. That takes some skill to do. Just kind of sat back a little bit just to help him get that elevation.
Pelacuello. What's his response then? A slower delivery and clubbed across the line by Buttler. He'll only get 1 out into the deep where Miller fields a single taken. 179 for 5. Buttler moves to 30. 1. And 1 ball remaining of this Pelacuello over. You can hear the voice of Tim Robinson, the umpire, giving Liam Plunkett his guard. And I'm just thinking that now with 1 ball left, Buttler will be on strike for the beginning of the end last over. I think Plunkett's got to swing here. Got to swing hard. A slower delivery. He does swing hard. Into the deep it goes. It's going to be caught. Brilliant catch, Miller. Wonderful catch. I mean, that's a really difficult one as well. And Buttler and Plunkett did the right thing, in my opinion. Had 1 ball to face. Tried to slog it as far as he could. However, actually, that's just stuffed him a little bit because the batsmen have crossed. So now Buttler won't face the first ball of the final over, but Miller, running in from the deep mid-wicket region, had to go quickly. He caught it low to the ground, always difficult on the move, but Miller made it look very easy. 179 for 6.
Yeah, I think what he did well in that catch is he made the distance early, kind of just got going, picked it up really quickly, so he was able to get underneath it as he pretty much slid just to take that catch. So excellent from him. Like I say, Plunkett, that's what you got to do. You got 1 over, 1 ball to go. The only thing now is the difference with Buttler not being on strike for this last over is the difference potentially between 200 and, say, 185, 190. So I think it will be interesting to see if Willie's able to kind of find a way just to get Buttler back on strike and then let him do the damage. But there's still room here to get close to that 200 mark if they're able to pick up a couple of boundaries. I think Patterson's going to continue with those bat-breaking Yorkers. Let's have a look. Well, he's only got...
Well, just having a look here as Willie looks around. There's 4 fielders in the offside ring. Here's Patterson then, final over for England. Yorker dug out. Willie's done well. He might actually get 2 here. He's nudged it to the 30-yard circle. Butler content to keep it at 1. Well fielded out in the deep by Reza Hendricks. So 180 for 6 with Buttler on strike. Has he got 200 in his mind? Patterson will be just trying to spear in those Yorkers. So where's Butler's scoring options? He's got a deep cover in, so he'll probably be thinking here over mid-off to here's up inside the circle at mid-off. So that's where he's going to be thinking. So think back of a length. Long on is out, deep mid-wicket is out, fine leg is out. There's a Yorker, and it's been slapped away by Buttler, and it's well fielded by A.B. de Villiers, just scuttling around to his left-hand side, and it's a dot ball, well bowled Dane Peterson. That's his area that he's looking for, isn't it?
I think he's got 2. I think he's... And what we see him do sometimes, just shift a little bit to the leg side, just to give himself a bit of room. I don't know if Peterson will bowl the slower ball. He's just been so good at executing, but you don't want to line him up either.
Patterson bowls, and this been hit high in the air. Underneath it is backward point, swirling catch, and well taken. And Patterson has yet another wicket. Smuts with the catch, and it's the end of Jos Buttler. Willie crossed, and so he will be on strike, but the 7th England wicket goes with the score on 180.
This is really good bowling, I have to say. This is really, really good stuff there. He hit the length hard. He didn't let it lollipop up. He really made sure that if Buttler was going to slice, it was going to go up in the air. And that was a good catch. It was swirling. Butler's the difference between, like I said, they still could have got near that 200 mark. Now you just think they might get to a nice, decent 180, 180.
Well, they're on 180.
No, I was going to say... I was about... Let me finish. I was going to say 180, 188... Daggers.
Sorry, I should have let you finish your sentence. Too quickly off the mark there.
No.
Well, what do you reckon? 180 for 7, 3 balls left.
I'm going to say 188, maybe 190.
Well, Jordan is the new man. It's Willie on strike. Now, what's he got here? He's got a long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. 3rd man is up inside the circle. He's got a deep cover and a long off, I think, as well. Here's Patterson, bowls a Yorker and bowled. Patterson well bowled. Fabulous Yorker exhibition here from the South African quick. Willie walks towards the pavilion. It is a brilliant piece of death bowling, and quite rightly he may have a huge smile, and the rest of the South African fielders coming to congratulate him. Willie has gone for 1, England 180 for 8.
This is great hustling here, just right in the block hole. There's absolutely no, but he's done it in this game, he did it in the last game. He's broken bats because he's bowling these toe crashers. It's just pure commitment and energy through the action. I also like the way he finished as well. It was like he bowled it, got the wicket, just turned around and pretty much ready to go and once more. So England here.
He's on hat-trick ball again.
Oh, hello, ding ding, yes.
So he bowled a beautiful Yorker to Liam Plunkett, which Plunkett dug out on the first hat-trick ball. And now their old Tom Curran's got to try and face up to Patterson, who's got 4 for here, 4 for 31. And has bowled beautifully. And don't forget, if you want to see any of these youngsters, kids watching, you want to see how to bowl with Yorker, head to the cricket section of the BBC Sport website, go to the BBC Sport app, watch the in-play highlights, because this is an exhibition. Patterson starts and then stops, and not quite ready. So Tom Curran is going to face Dane Paterson's second attempt at a hat-trick. He runs away from us. Comes in, bowls, and a little flip attempted by Tom Curran, a little paddle sweep, fine leg up inside the circle. You get the theory, but he doesn't connect, and through to Marcelli. He goes, what a great final over this has been.
This is absolutely brilliant. I mean, I have to say he's been really impressive over the last couple of games. Just wondering how many... This is third T20, I think it is, isn't he? So he's very much fresh in his career.
Only 5 international T20 hat-tricks as well. Jacob Oram, Brett Lee, Tim Southey, Pereira from Sri Lanka, and Lasith Malinga. Patterson won't join them this time. Final ball then, 180 for 8. Here's Patterson, bowls wide outside the off stump. It's connected by Tom Curran. He squirts it out into the offside. He thinks about coming back for the second. Shouldn't really, because there's only one available. And Reza Hendricks keeps it to 1, so a brilliant final over. Patterson finishes 4 for 32 from his 4 overs. A great exhibition of death bowling, but I think England will be pretty content. 181 for 8 from their 20 overs, and a fantastic debut for Middlesex's Dawid Malan. 78 he made, including 12 fours and 2 sixes off just 44 deliveries. Jos Buttler with 31 from 22 deliveries, and Alex Hales 36 from 28. But the pick of the bowlers, 4 for 31 from 4 deliveries, 4 for 32 from 4 overs was Dane Paterson. Pele Coelho, 2 for 44 from his 4, 1 for 32 for Morné Morkel. Chris Morris bowled well, even though he didn't take a wicket, none for 24 off 4, and Imran Tahir 1 for 38 off 4. So, Ebony Rainford-Brent, your overview of England's batting innings.
Yeah, well, I think without doubt the standout has to be Dawid Malan today. He came in and played with complete freedom. His first shot, pulling a short one off Morris, made it look easy. Quick hands, that's one thing that stands out for him as a skill set. Very, very quick hands. He sets a nice base, likes to get deep in the grease. But what was good wasn't just that he staged his innings, even though he's been aggressive throughout. The first part he was picking and choosing his balls, but then towards the back end he really started aggressing, taking the attack on, playing inventive shots, the fine paddles. So his innings was brilliant. Alex Hales, contrastly, kind of just scratched his way through. It just looked a bit shaky. So I suppose apart from Malan and Buttler today, a lot of batters didn't really get that momentum they were looking for.
Reckon it's a score that England will be able to defend, though?
I think it's decent. I do think they might have left 5 to 10 runs out there. I think they've left 5 to 10 runs out there. Just if one of the South African batters does exactly what Dawid Malan does, and they, to recreate what we saw at the back end from Peterson, I think it's hard. But I think it's enough to defend.
OK, well, don't go too far, because we'll hear much more from Ebony Rainford-Brent, because we're going to be talking Women's World Cup in a second. Also, you'll hear plenty more from James Taylor and Natalie Germanos. But during the interval here, remember, England will be defending 181 for 8-182 to win for South Africa. Well, yesterday, of course, saw the start of the ICC Women's World Cup, a month-long journey to Lords for the 2 best sides in the women's game. Now, we'll talk about England's disappointing start in a few moments' time, but first, there's another match taking place today up at Leicester, the home of cricket, Grace Road. South Africa are taking on Pakistan, and Adam Mountford has the latest for us. Afternoon, Adam.
Good afternoon to you, Charles. Good timing, actually, because South Africa have just lost their 3rd wicket. Shetty's just holed out for 11. So Pakistan have their 3rd wicket, 143 for 3 in the 35th over. 207 is the target. South Africa, although they've lost that wicket, are still very much favourites to win this match. The other wickets to go, Lizelle Lee, LBW, to Pakistan captain Sana Mir for 60. She's hit more sixes in the women's game than any other player over the past 2 years, and she cleared the Grace Road boundary 3 times again today. We saw an excellent innings from the 18-year-old Laura Wolfhart, run out for 52. It's only her 4th ODI. She's already got 1 big 100 made against Ireland in May. 149 that day. Earlier, Pakistan registered their first ever 200-plus score in the World Cup, finishing with 206 for 8. Opener Nahida Khan making 79, including a 6 struck off the self-styled fastest bowler in the world, Shabnim Ismail, before she was also run out. South Africa have arguably the best bowling attack in this competition. Plenty of variety, including the #1 ranked Mazazan Cap, although it was Moselin Daniels with 2 for 21 off 10 who was the star performer today. As for Pakistan, remember, they're England's next opponents here at Grace Road on Tuesday. They've shown they certainly won't be pushovers. They batted fairly well. They've been a bit ragged in the field, but they have kept going at least and have been able to take those 3 wickets of South Africa. But at the moment, it looks like the South Africans will be too strong for them. 143 for 3 in the 35th over, 207 the target, Charles.
And just on that, Adam, I mean, it was a bit of a mixed bag, really, yesterday. We saw a great crowd at Derby for England's opener against India. A fabulous game of cricket, although it didn't go England's way. Down at Bristol, I was there for the Sri Lanka versus New Zealand game, and there was, prior to starting, only 8 tickets sold for that particular fixture. What's the turnout been like at Grace Road today?
I mean, there's a good sprinkling around Grace Road. I'd say 200, 300 perhaps the last time I looked, but not an enormous crowd. But let's face it, this isn't the most attractive game, I would say, in the World Cup. These two teams, OK, South Africa are one of the most exciting and promising sides at the moment, but they're not perhaps got the big names of an Australia or a West Indies or an England, of course, and Pakistan very much the same. But certainly the crowd here have been enjoying it. Lots of youngsters with their bats and balls on the boundary edge, the fun area. We've had a gospel crowd. Leicester have done what they can to make a good atmosphere here, and certainly, I mean, I haven't got official figures here, but I'd say over the course of the day, probably 200 or 300 have enjoyed the fair, and there's been some good quality cricket from both teams, which has been good to see.
And just quickly on that, I mean, are they hopeful for a pretty decent crowd come Tuesday's game for England?
Yes, absolutely. I think that will clearly be their best-selling game of the tournament here at Grace Road. We haven't got any official figures, but they seem very, very confident. I spoke to Wasim Khan, the chief executive here, and they seemed to think they'd get a very, very good crowd here today, and they're preparing themselves for what will be the chance to see England against Pakistan in a game now, which maybe on the face of it a few days ago didn't seem crucial, but of course now, after the events I know you're going to talk about in Derby, well, they cannot afford to lose. And one bit of news I would point out that the forecast a couple of days ago was actually pretty poor for Tuesday, and what England can't afford is a washout against Pakistan, but it has improved. The forecast has improved, so fingers crossed we get a full day's play here at Grace Road, because England really can't afford to have a washout in the state of the tournament at the moment.
All right then, Adam, always glorious in Leicester, you know that, and we shall look forward to hopefully a decent forecast and a good game of cricket on Tuesday. Adam Mountford up for us at Leicester for South Africa versus Pakistan in the Women's World Cup. And don't forget, of course, that we will have England versus Pakistan live on Tuesday on Test Match Special. Well, let's talk about what happened yesterday. An opening day surprise, perhaps, by the margin, really. England losing to India by 35 runs up at Derby yesterday to leave them needing to pick up wins to get their tournament back on course. Well, batting first, India hit 281 for 3, with opener Smriti Mandhana leading the charge with 90. And in response, the hosts suffered, losing wickets regularly to an eventual 246 all-out. Well, one bright spot for England was the performance of Fran Wilson, who hit 81. Henry Moran caught up with her following England's disappointing day in Derby.
Well, Fran Wilson, a bittersweet day for you. A fine batting performance, but not the result that the team wanted.
No, we're a bit gutted, obviously. But we've just said in there how we've done really well to stay in the game that deep. We didn't have our best day in the field, but we've showed some real fight to get that deep and that close to the score. So it's just on to the next one, and we're happy with where we are as a team, and that we can bat that low, so it's good, all good.
Where did it go wrong today?
I just reckon first 10 you can't afford to give away that many runs, and I think we know that, and we know the bowlers in our team are world class and we'll come back stronger in our next game, so we're not worried at all, but yeah, just first 10 maybe too many runs.
Your own innings, as fine a knock as I've seen in limited overs cricket in the women's game. How was it being out there?
Yeah, really good. I love that kind of position to go in, where you've got to go out there and win the game for your team. It's all set out for you, really. It was all pretty straightforward. Just kind of stick to your game plan. It suits my game, a lot of spin. Yeah, just trust your partner and run well. So yeah, it was really good to get out there today.
And no doubt you'll look at Pakistan's men's side in the Champions Trophy, who had a disaster in their first match and went on to win the competition. You're far from out of it, losing the first game, and you'll be full of confidence that you can bounce straight back.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially the format of this competition with so many group games. and this definitely hasn't been disastrous today. There's so many positives to come out of it. So, yeah, we're really positive and on to the next one.
You weren't a million miles away from turning it round and actually eking your way up to that total. That partnership between you and Catherine Brunt looked for a while as if it might get you over the line.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we probably lost a few too many wickets, as we've seen. But when myself and Catherine were in, I was like, oh, well, we're going to get this. And I know how good a striker with the ball Catherine is as well. We complement each other well. Just an unfortunate run out, really. It was a good bit of fielding. So, yeah, you got to take those risks at that stage of the game. It just wasn't on our side that time.
And just finally, what was it like playing in front of a passionate home crowd here in your home World Cup?
Yeah, it's brilliant. Obviously, it's a dream come true for me. You don't get so many opportunities in females cricket to play in front of crowds. So yeah, I've been really excited all week to just get out here, and it was just great to go out on the pitch. Yeah, it's a good day.
Fran Wilson there speaking to Henry Moran after England lost their opening Women's World Cup game against India. Ebony Rainford-Brent was there up in Derby, and I mean, I suppose there's a little bit of a pickle whilst England come back out onto the field in front of us as they're going to defend their 181 for 8. Fran Wilson probably wouldn't have played had it not been the injury for Lauren Winfield, so I suppose there's a little bit of a dilemma down the line.
I think there is. I think if Winfield comes back, I think they might have to move aside Danny Wyatt, because she plays a lot of games where she doesn't bowl and she doesn't really get to bat, or at times doesn't. So I think that Fran doing what she did just shows she can be a match winner. She was inventive, she was confident, and I think that's going to cause tricky problems with their kind of mostly the formula that they thought that they were coming into the World Cup with. They now don't have available with Winfield gone, and also some of the batters maybe not coming to the party.
Lauren Winfield, I think they said that she was going to be out for the first 2 games. Is that still the situation?
Well, no one really knows, to be honest. She's walking around in a cast, which is not really a great sign, is it? It's not a great sign. So no one knows what's going on there. We don't know what the injury is.
How do you see the top of the order, though? I think Heather opened.
No,
Sarah Taylor opened yesterday. Is that where you like to see her batting, or?
Sarah Taylor for me is best when a little bit of the shine's been taken off the ball and she can come in and get on with it. She has opened plenty of times in her career, so that's not the biggest issue. I just think it threw England a bit of a curveball yesterday, losing Winfield just before, and they've got a bit of work to do. And if the weather gets in the way anytime soon, they're in a bit of a tricky situation.
Very quickly, their bowling, their opening bowling, which used to be their trump card, really needs to improve dramatically.
It really does. They're much better than that, but we saw some dreadful bowling yesterday. 4 4s in an over, really short stuff. So it's a bit of work for them to do, but it's a lot of games to be played.
They can make it up a little bit later, but as you say, weather could play a part. Now, 2 South African openers, Smuts and Hendricks, are out there, and Willie's got the new ball, and he comes in, starts, and then stops. Wasn't quite sure about his run-up, so he'll try again. So South Africa with 182 to win this final T20 International and to take the series. It's 1-1 at the moment. Ebony Rainford-Brent has left us. James Taylor back in alongside me. And an important little opening stanza here. These 2 openers, we saw Smuts bat well down at Taunton. Hendricks really hasn't got going. It's Smuts on strike, though, with a slip in the short mid-wicket. Down the leg side, he bowls the first delivery, and it's signalled wide. A bit of swing there, but it always started down the leg side, so that's just accentuated just a little bit. And South Africa off the mark, 1 without loss, 181.
Yes, I think it's par, slightly above par. I think the way David Malan batted probably made it look par, where it actually might be slightly above par. I'm going around par either way.
Okay.
Thanks for that.
Thanks, James. Here's Willie bowls. It's been tickled away just to the left hand of Jos Buttler, and it's going to be 4. Leg byes signalled, so it wasn't a chance of a catch, but Buttler had to be very, very quick. He did well to even get a hand on it, but he could only parry it and it go down towards the River Taff boundary, and 4 runs to South Africa. Looked like it actually hit a bit of bat rather than glove, but anyway, South Africa 5 without loss.
Yeah, it's always a good sign for David Willey in England when there's a bit of swing up front. He desperately needs a little bit of swing, and it's an attacking option for England, and England at this stage want to take wickets in this first 6 overs.
Well, a breeze will help him going from left to right as we look, and Willie bowls back of a length. It's punched firmly at Chris Jordan at mid-on, and there is no run.
Yeah, the reason why I say it's I'm erring around just above par now. I put it out on Twitter, and I got a lot of I got a lot of, well, hate for saying it's par. But
hate? Was it hate or disagreement?
It wasn't. It was a slight disagreement. That was aggressive.
You were just
word,
looking
hate.
for sympathy, weren't you?
Yeah, I was. But no, I feel it's par, and South Africa have got to do well to chase it down. But England just lost a bit of momentum at the back end.
Willie bowls, and that's cut away firmly by Smuts. He's got it through the gap. He's not going to get 4 for it. There's a chase on for Sam Billings, who lengthens his stride as he approaches the deep cover boundary. A very good return from him, but well run from Risa Hendricks, and 3 runs onto the South African total. Immediately they move to 8 without loss after 3 deliveries. So you're settling for it's about par.
About par is the phrase that I'm going to stick with.
We got there eventually.
No, England just lost a little bit of momentum. Credit to South Africa. That's the reason. South Africa, and especially Pattinson, bowled so well at the back end and restricted England. They got 21 runs off the last 3 overs.
Quick, straight and full. Fabulous exhibition from Pattinson as Willie bowls a Yorker. It's dug out by Risa Hendricks. It brings a ripple of applause round just down below us. Lots of these little blue troll hats, England's colours being worn by youngsters. There's one having a drink of soft drink. Mum is actually adjusting the troll hair on it, just down below us. Lots of families in as well, and people wearing the trolls hats on top of their regular hats. There's a couple of Panamas being worn with a troll hat placed on top. Here's Willie bowls, and forward comes Hendricks, crab-like, defending out into the offside.
So, Charles, just... who's trying to fool who here? Was this a sellout? Was this said to be a sellout?
Well, apparently yesterday evening there was only 200 tickets left.
Well, that seems extraordinary.
However, it was a lot more full. People have obviously not made their way back to their seats from the mid-innings break.
A lot of people.
So yes, indeed, half the crowd so far. However, they do a good brew down here in Cardiff. There's Willie bowls, a mistimed drive from Hendricks, and he can only play it to short mid-wicket. It's the end of the first over, so 3 balls went for 8, including those 4 leg byes, and then the following 3 were dot balls. So Willie is 0 for 4 off his first over. South Africa 8 without loss. Here on Test Match Special, 5 Live Sports Extra. Can't stress this enough. You do want to see any of that Dawid Malan innings or the Yorkers bowled by Dane Patterson, then go on to the cricket section of the BBC Sport website. Watch the in-play highlights. Follow the live text commentary as well. Dear Amy Lofthouse back in the office is bashing out the keys, keeping you apprised of what's going on text commentary. But you do get to see those fabulous highlights and the great exhibition of death bowling. Someone with the Old England T20 shirt down there. Goodness me, that was a bright number, wasn't it? They called it Solo Red. It's properly orange. It looks like a Holland football home kit. Here's Tom Curran bowling first up from the River Taff end. His first delivery is nudged into the onside by JJ Smuts. And a single taken, 9 without loss. Still pretty gloomy here. A lot of grey hovering overhead. It was ever thus, really, in Cardiff. And a lot of funny old weather during the Champions Trophy. But quite a miserly, drizzly morning this morning. Clouds parted, but a good strong breeze still in evidence. There's a gull whisks across the ground in front of us. Curran bowls. Oh, and these shouts of catch, and it was an attempted pull by Risa Hendricks. Whether he got it on the back of the bat or the knee, it squirted out towards wideish third man. In fact, it was knee, signalled leg byes, and South Africa moved to 10 without loss.
He's flown off almost. It looks like the back hip, which is a very sore area to get hit on. He's got an attempted pull shot. It's flown off down to third man. Mason Crane does a good bit of fielding.
There will be some badges on some of the players today. Alex Hales will have one on the knee, maybe on the back as well. Curran bowls, and Smuts tries to chop this into the offside. About 85 miles an hour from the blonde-haired Curran. He gives his hair a little bit of a rub with his left hand. Shorn sides and back, and then a little bit of a mop on top, which is slicked back like Michael Caine in Dirty Rotten Scoundrels.
He does pride himself on his image, doesn't he? Oh, Big Tom. Both the Curran brothers do.
Oh, play for Surrey, don't they?
Yeah. Invest a bit of time in their lid, don't they?
There's a couple of products in those wash bags. There's Curran bowls. It's turned into the onside. There is no run, only as far as Willie at mid-wicket. It was always the case, I have to say. Sorry, fans, my apologies, but it is the truth. But there were always a heavily producted always had a wax or a beard oil is another thing.
Beard oil, something that I've never invested in.
No.
No.
Take you 3 weeks to get a decent growth.
I can only grow a poor goatee. That's the only thing I can grow.
Really? There's nothing that goes on the cheek?
Rarely is there anything that comes on the cheek.
You look very good.
Thanks, Charles.
Short delivery from Curran, pulled by Smuts down towards deep square, and a single taken. 11 without loss. Yeah, all sorts of moisturisers and... you've got to take care of your skin, of course. I think they probably really take care of it down at Surrey.
Yeah. Very proud of their image, aren't they? Surrey Strutters, that's what we call them.
Is that what you used to call them?
Yeah.
Oh, Nottinghamshire back in the day was similar. Oh, yes. I'm waiting for a text message from Alex Stewart anytime soon. Here comes Curran, bowls, and there's been lofted shouts of catch and an easy one. And Curran celebrates. He's had a really good start to his international career. And his face breaks into a smile as poor Risa Hendricks has had a horrible time in these T20s. He just tried to loft it over the top, right on the bottom of the bat, and Liam Plunkett didn't have to move. Very comfortably taken catch, very casually. And Hendricks has gone for a duck. South Africa lose their first wicket. They're 11 for 1.
Yeah, that's trademark. Tom Curran banging away a hard back of a length, top of off. Hendricks tried to blast him over mid-off. Couldn't get any of it, and it just looped to Liam Plunkett. Took an easy catch at mid-off, and Hendricks' poor series comes to an end. And a change in the batting lineup for South Africa, which I quite like the look of. Big old Chris Morris comes in. He's a serious striker of a cricket ball. You don't often see him this high up in the order, but I like this change in tactics from South Africa.
So what stupid question alert, but is he just there to give it a good old biff?
He's far better than that. He's a better batsman than just coming in almost a pinch hitter, you call it, where you could go in, literally hack from the word go, have a good go. But he's a far better batsman than that, but he gives it a serious nudge. In all formats of the game. I've played him in Test cricket, and he can construct a good innings, but he's renowned for being able to hit the ball seriously hard and a long ball.
Well, he'll be at the non-striker's end because it was the end of the over. So Curran, 4 wickets in his first 5 overs in T20 cricket. Smuts waits for Willie, who bowls, and that's just firmly pushed back towards the bowler, who tries to field off his own bowling. Finds its way to Livingston at mid-wicket, and there is no run. So 11 for 1 here. I do like Tom Curran in that, you know, you can see with his celebrations what it means, but he's one of those bowlers where actually it's in tough times you need a bowler like Tom Curran. Things aren't happening for you. You throw in the ball and you get everything. You get absolutely everything. Here's Willie. Bowls onto the back foot goes Smuts, and he forces it out into the offside as far as Plunkett. But that's what you need. Just you know. And I was told by an old pro a long time ago that effort will get you a couple of wickets. You know, and that's the kind of bowler he is.
It frustrates me when I see people not trying as hard as they probably could, and you can never fault these two bowlers, Willie and Curran.
Kicks his heels, does Willie, as he comes in, left arm over, and this is nudged down to third man for a single, brings Morris onto strike. Smuts moves to 6 not out, 12 for 1.
So they've bowled 2.4 overs, and both of them, what they've done incredibly well so far is they've hit a back of a length. They've hit almost the top of the stumps, the stickers on the batsman. They've done a really fine job, these two. And so they're not the quickest bowlers, so they've got to rely on accuracy and skills.
Willie turns at the top of his mark. Red soul's evident as he runs away from us. Bowls, and this is defended by Morris forcefully, but only as far as mid-wicket, and there is no run. Our good friend to Test Match Special, Keith Flett, has been in touch at BBC TMS if you want to get in touch with us, suggesting a bit more growth in your cheeks. The Beard Liberation Front advises James Taylor that beard growth can be achieved by regular pruning, like a hedge.
No, I understand that. I'm not really that fussed in grooming the sides too much.
Slip in place as Willie Bowles on a big swing and a miss from Morris. Had he connected, that might have gone over the Severn Bridge. And into Somerset, however. 12 for 1.
Yeah,
remains.
I'm not desperate on trying to grow a beard, because if it is a beard, it's going to be a very poor one at that. I'm just not blessed with great facial hair, shall we say.
Okay.
Just a very distinctly average goatee at best.
Well, that's the type of beard.
Yeah, it's a poor one at that.
If you are a wearer of a goatee beard, our apologies to you. James Taylor does not speak for this programme.
I was just speaking on behalf of myself. I've got a very poor one.
Final leg is up inside the circle. Third man is back, and Chris Morris doesn't know a great deal about that as he tries to force it away off the back foot, and it gets a thickish inside edge. It skews down towards the square leg, and a single is taken, so he's off the mark at least. 13 for 1 South Africa, 3 overs gone. The target is 182, so still 169 runs to win from 17 overs, so even my mathematics is pretty good to say that that's around about 10 and over from here. As the Spice Girls ring out.
Love it.
In Cardiff.
Just watching them
on
the big screen.
Yes, there is a group of gentlemen who have come as the Spice Girls. I've got to say that Jerry Halliwell's let herself go. Crikey.
Talking about facial hair, Jerry Halliwell's got a bit.
Yeah, she's got a good beard, this Jerry. Well, that gets a rousing round of applause from the grandstand. We've got Batman and Robin are in. They're on the pint as well. Curran to continue from the River Tap end. Bowles, and it's defended by Chris Morris back up the pitch. Well bowled Tom Curran. That's what it's about, a bit of T20 though, isn't it? Get dressed up, a couple of ales, and enjoy a bit of whacking around the park. There they are, down below us. To our right-hand side, now posing for photographs, are the alternative Spice Girls, with a combined weight of around about 120 stone. The Union Jack dress on. Jerry Halliwell was so famed for, as this has been lofted over the top by Chris Morris. He's not timed it. It's trickling its way towards the deep cover boundary. Is it going to be flicked back? It is. Liam Plunkett does well, and ably assisted. I'm just trying to see who it is out in the deep. Anyway,
Liam
Livingston. So
Liam Plunkett.
Lots of Liams. Dawson not playing today, but 3 runs to Chris Morris, and maybe it's his day today. 16 for 1. Smuts is 6. Morris is 4. Tom Curran, black wristband on the left arm. Very bright white shoes as he charges in. Bowles good pace, gets Smuts on the pads. Quick single taken, leg by, and Morris calling Smuts through. Very alert to the opportunity. 16 for 1 South Africa. Sorry, 17 for 1 now. Target 182, remember. Just trying to see a group of gentlemen who look like they've come in dinner suits.
That's too much effort, that.
It is, isn't it?
I haven't really thought that through. Unless they're going somewhere after.
Well, maybe.
That would be good preparation.
Fairly dressy type of do. They look like dinner suits. I need some binoculars here. Here comes Curran. Bowls a short delivery up and over the backward point. One bounce and into the Toblerone boundary rope. And good shot from Chris Morris. Brings him his first boundary. He moves to 8 not out, and South Africa 21 for 1.
Yeah, Tom Curran's just dug it in deep, I reckon, with mid-on and mid-off up. He's expecting Morris to come hard at him down the ground. He's dug it in deep. Morris had plenty of time to execute that away over backward point, couple of bounces into the boundary boards.
Well, speaking of fancy dress, the T20 Blast starts very soon. Third man is coming up, by the way. Inside the circle, Long On is going back. Can't wait for that finals day at Edgbaston. The Hollies stand 2,000 folk all dressed up. Here comes a slower delivery from Curran. All Morris can do is thump it to Alex Hales at short extra cover. And our coverage will be plentiful. Myself, Ebony, Henry Moran and James Taylor will be going up and down the country. Domestic T20. First game, I think we're going to Chelmsford.
That's right. Where are we going the next day? We're going somewhere...
Edgbaston.
Edgbaston, that's right.
So
the road trip starts.
Yes, indeed. Get the tunes on. And a karaoke in the car. Here comes Curran, bowls a slower delivery. An attempted pull by Morris. He does connect, but can only find Milan at short fine leg. Shies at the stumps, but Morris had decided against taking the single, so was comfortably home, and it's the end of the over. So 21 for 1, 4 overs gone, and England in control here at the moment, and South Africa just can't quite find the pace of this pitch.
Yeah, like I was saying, England have hit the top of the stumps. They've bowled really nice. Their line of length has been impeccable. Bar that short delivery from Tom Curran, where Morris gave himself a fraction of room and flat batted it over backward point for a boundary. Their line of lengths have been impeccable, and now we can see, as South Africa are trying to dominate them, make a mark on this England side, they've gone to their change-ups quite early. That's what South Africa did at the back end, and they were very effective. It's almost like, as they've got to know this pitch more, they've decided to take the pace off it and go to their variations, just like South Africa did.
So Chris Jordan coming onto bowl from the Cathedral Road end. Just surveying the scene out there. Third man is in place, and there's a deep backward square. Everyone else up inside the circle. Power play overs, of course. 2 remaining of those as Jordan comes in, bowls, and attempted drive from Smuts. Again, no timing at all, and the ball just oozes past the stumps and into a short square position. Single taken, 22 for 1. And so far, so good for England, but the pressure starting to build on that middle order of South Africa. A.B. de Villiers, David Miller to come. Oseli, the wicket-keeper, Farhan Bernardine. Maybe that just shoves everybody down the order just a little bit and makes them a little bit deeper, or have more depth. There's a short delivery pulled away by Morris, could be caught out in the deep, and is. Very good catch. Well taken. And Chris Jordan has the breakthrough. Alex Hales takes the catch. The end of Chris Morris for 8. And South Africa are 22 for 2, and the Morris experiment hasn't worked. Although, having said that, Chris Morris is just waiting, probably waiting to see if it's a legitimate delivery or not.
Yeah, Chris...
Ooh, now.
Yeah, he's just...
I think he's okay.
Yeah, I think he's just all right. What Chris Jordan does is that he hyperextends his front leg, and he almost goes over the line and then drags it back just as he hits the deck. Almost done him for a little bit of pace, caught it high on the bat, and a great catch by Alex Hales right on the boundary. Managed to keep his balance right on the rope and stay inside the boundary. Good catch from Alex Hales and a good bit of bowling from Chris Jordan.
And as you hear the public address system announce, A.B. de Villiers is coming in, and I know this is going to sound a bit strange, that this is probably not a great ground for A.B. de Villiers because it's long widthways, and you know how good he is getting down on one knee, sweeping, and he's very, very strong square of the wicket. Now he may just have to adjust a little bit. He's still not to say he can't hit it straight back over the head, but if you had a particularly good pitch for AB, or good shaped ground, it would be probably long, straight and short, wide.
Almost a bit like the Wanderers Joburg, where he hit those record-breaking runs.
Well, Smuts is on strike, the batsman crossed as Jordan approaches, bowls, and this is forced back to Jordan, and in his follow-through, he threatens to shy at the stumps. He's got quite the grimace on his face, Chris Jordan. He looks like he means business here today.
I'll tell you what, he's an aggressive bowler, Chris Jordan. When you come up against him, there's not too many smiles when he's bowling. Very aggressive, bowls with real pace.
I'm a big fan of him in T20 cricket. I thought he might get a shot at the one-day side, especially at the death, as Jordan bowls short of a length. Again, a big swing from Smuts. Gets a bottom edge, and it trickles down towards short third man. South Africa just can't get this away. You see how effortless it was for Dawid Malan, and the timing, everything just seemed to find the middle of the bat. Not so. Although, having said that, Alex Hales struggled.
Yeah, a lot of batsmen today have really struggled with their timing, and that's what all your batting is all about: timing and tempo at the crease. They're really struggling. A number of batsmen today have really struggled with their connection.
Jordan, much smoother run-up than when he first came on the scene. Short delivery, pulled away firmly, and Hales brilliantly fielded again out there. And a very nice throw back into Jos Buttler, the stand-in captain today. No Owen Morgan, remember, a single taken, 23 for 2, and de Villiers now on strike. Smuts moves to 8.
It's one thing Alex Hales does have. He's got a great arm on him. Powerful, accurate, uses his long levers. He might tread water 90% of the time, but when he gets to the ball, he generally does a good job.
Well, he's done well to be out there as well. I mean, I know you can't have 12th man, but
that would hurt, that.
He got a nasty one on the inside of the knee that he pulled bottom edge straight into the side of the knee when he was batting. Short delivery, cut away, great shot. What a way to get off the mark from A.B. de Villiers. The ball racing away. Is it going to get caught by Livingston? He does brilliantly. Manages to flick it back inside the boundary, and South Africa get 3 where there should have easily been 4. The pace of Liam Livingstone across the turf, saving England a run. But de Villiers keeping it down beautifully, picking the gap gorgeously through the offside, and 3 to de Villiers to get him off the mark. 26 for 2, 5 overs gone.
Yeah, it's not your traditional cut shot. It didn't have that much width on it from Jordan, but he created the width. He kind of jumped both feet in the air when he connected with it, which traditionally is not the way you play it, but is mighty effective with A.B. de Villiers, and he finds a way to generate that power by giving himself a little bit of room and getting his hands through the ball square at the wicket.
Liam Plunkett is coming on from the River Taff end. And the experienced, quick, charging in, flares out the back end of his delivery. Out wide of the crease, he bowls short of a length, and it's turned by de Villiers to square leg for just a single. He looks a lot happier at the crease already, A.B. de Villiers. When we saw him in the Champions Trophy, he just didn't look himself. I remember that dismissal against Pakistan in the game at Edgbaston, where he just, Imad Wasim, the left-arm spinner, and he just, it was an awful drive from wide.
Very drive, wasn't it?
Really
Caught
was.
at point.
He definitely looks more like himself now, and that surprises him. The next delivery is from Smuts. From Plunkett to Smuts, sorry, as he tried to work it into the leg side, and it just seemed to stop in the pitch a little bit, squared him up, and it was a dot ball. I mean, he's got, I remember I only covered the one game in the South Africa one-day series, and he got 40-odd at Headingley. In fact, you were there for that one as well, weren't you, I think?
Was I? I'm not sure if I was, Charles.
Oh well. But again, it was sort of slowish progress. There's a short delivery caught behind. There's an appeal by Buttler, an appeal by Plunkett. Tim Robinson wants nothing to do with it, and there was a sound there as a short delivery was an attempted pull by Smuts, and Buttler has hands on his hips, and he's not a happy Teddy, is the England standing captain. Just seeing a replay of it now. Short of a length it was from Plunkett, and if there was a noise, it couldn't have been anything other than ball on bat.
Yeah, again, Liam Plunkett always gives it 100%. He always extracts what life there is in the wicket. He gets it out of the wicket.
He's in again, and he makes room for himself, and he's smeared over the top by Smuts, and it lands on the first commentary box over towards the River Taff end of the ground. It's an enormous blow from J.J. Smuts. It was in his arc. He'd made the decision to get outside the line of leg stump and then just freed the arms, and goodness, what a powerful man. That is a big old blow. Had those commentary boxes not been in, it would have been sailing on down the Taff and into the sea.
That's cleared the ground by 20 yards. Those boxes aren't inside the ground.
Plunkett bowls again. He goes over the top of extra cover this time, does Smuts. So consecutive boundaries, a 6 and a 4, and South Africa moved to 37 for 2, and that's much more like it from J.J. Smuts.
Yeah, that's brilliant. He gave himself a little bit of room, had that strong base that Milan did so well. He's got that strong base, gives himself a fraction of room, and allows his hands to go through the line of the ball.
You know when they say that
brilliant power,
that 6 would have been 6 in any ground in the world. That one would have been.
That's a classic.
It was an enormous blow. He waits, slightly crouched for Plunkett, another short delivery, and this time he just gets onto his tiptoes and kills the ball stone dead into the onside, whilst taking a single. So end of the over, 6 gone. The power play overs are done, and it's a much more brighter looking South African card now at 38 for 2 at the end of the power play. De Villiers is there 4 not out. Smuts is starting to get his iron on 19 not out, but still another 144 runs required from 14 overs. 38 for 2, some more from you, James Taylor, and then Natalie Germanos.
Yeah, I think England will be happy at this stage. 38 for 2 after the power play. England were ahead of the game at this point. Those 2 wickets, crucial. It's always important to take wickets in the power play, try and stem the flow of runs, put the opposition, especially South Africa, on the back foot. Now this is an important phase, these middle overs where England are going to introduce spin with Mason Crane, get him into the game. Important little phase of proceedings for England. Try and squeeze as much as you can, especially on the new batsman A.B. de Villiers.
So, Mason Crane in. We're having a look at the replays of that ultra edge. There's a little something there. It's a bit bizarre though. Crane over the wickets, and this is swept away neatly towards backward square leg. A little bit of work for Alex Hales to do. In fact, it's going to evade him, and there'll be another boundary for Smuts, who all of a sudden, in the last few deliveries, is just playing a little differently. A.B. de Villiers had a little chat to him after that appeal for caught behind, and all of a sudden he's looking a lot more assured.
Yeah, 6-4-4 in the last 5 deliveries from Smuts. He's a clean strike of the ball. Great execution on the sweep shot.
42 for 2 at the moment as Smuts cuts away, but it goes straight towards backward point. We're in the 7th over, and the target is 182. South Africa having lost Reza Hendricks for naught, caught by Plunkett off Curran, and Chris Morris was brought up to number 3. Was caught by Hales with the bowling of Jordan. He made just 8. Smuts on strike again, waits for it, drives hard, but it's straight down towards the man on the cover boundary. So there'll be 1 for Smuts, who moves to 24 from 23 deliveries, 43 for 2.
Yeah, it's important for England, Jos Buttler and Mason Crane, that he gets himself in the game. Mason Crane is going to be an important figure. He's the only spinner in this England side today.
Villiers is on 4 from 2, and he's waiting Crane and gets the ball down the leg side and nudges it towards mid-wicket, and there should be 2 runs in it. And make it through pretty easily. It throws a bit wayward as well. So 6 for de Villiers, 45 for 2.
It's nice to see England introducing two new spinners into their squads. Mason Crane and Liam Dawson doing a good job so far in this series.
Crane over the wicket to de Villiers, who dances around his crease, but eventually stands still and plays it towards long off to Jordan. And there'll be 1 in it for de Villiers, and moves to 7, 46 for 2. It has been an issue for England for a little while, spin factor. Who's going to be the spinner? Where's it going to come from?
Probably more in the longer format, not so much in the shorter format. But
last ball of the 7th over, and it's Smuts on strike. He pulls the ball in the air, and it's going down towards Billings, who's on the long on boundary. There's time for a single for Smuts and to take the strike as well. 7 overs gone, and South Africa find themselves 47 for 2, the target of 182.
Yeah, so it's nice to see Liam Dawson and Mason Crane, 2 young, inexperienced cricketers and spinners coming into the international scene and doing a good job in their first couple of games. The usual suspects, Moeen Ali, Adil Rashid, done a decent job for England over the last few years. Moeen very economical, picks up some wickets. Rashid probably more the attacking spinner, has done a fine job. Both offer a lot with the bat as well. Moeen obviously more so than Rashid, but 2 very good cricketers, and all-round cricketers in their own right, and done a good job for England over the last few years.
Smuts is on strike for the start of the next over, and it'll be bowled by Plunkett, who's right on over the wicket into the pads of Smuts. Plays it out towards mid-wicket, and there'll be a run in it for Smuts and South Africa. 48 for 2 is the score in the 8th over, and Smuts is on 26 from 25. De Villiers 7 from 4, and this is after England made 181 for 8, with a 78 coming from the debutant David Malan. In the end, he faced 44 deliveries. He had 12 4s and 2 6s. Alex Hales made 36 from 28, and Buttler 31 from 22. Plunkett to de Villiers, pops the ball in the air, but it's well wide of Plunkett. They will take the single, because Smuts was actually very quickly onto that and called him through. He was very aware there, while de Villiers may have been slightly worried But the ball popping up in there. He's on 8.49 for 2. Ebony Brent is back with us.
Yeah, interesting game. Oh, interesting game, isn't it? Sorry, I think I was talking to myself there.
It is very interesting at the moment. Fielders walk in with a bowler. Plunkett. Smuts backs away from his stumps and tries to play this away through the offside with a big old swing. And it goes through to the keeper. 49 for 2.
So what I like about Plunkett is just how hard he hits the pitch. He, you know, he hustles. He bowls a heavy ball. He's very strong, well built, and gets some good lift off the pitch. So he's forced everybody on the back foot, forced them to have to try and control the shot, which is good.
Well, halfway through the 8th over, and Plunkett so far he's bowled 1.3 overs for 14 runs. Smuts plays this towards mid-wicket as he closes the face and just lets it run away. He'll move to 27 from 27. 50 up for South Africa in the 8th over. And after 8 overs, England were 65 for 1. So just a little bit behind, but England didn't have the best of finishes. They probably could have maybe got a few more, but it's not going to be an easy target to chase, especially for a series win. And South Africa in one-day internationals actually have an amazing record in deciders. Plunkett, right arm over the wicket to de Villiers. Oh, he tries to play this away on the leg side, but it comes off his pad and trickles away towards the square leg region. In one-day international bilateral series, they've played, I think, 16 or 17 deciders, and they've won about 14 of those. Wow. And one of them in the deciders, I think, was rained out, so they didn't even lose that one.
Yeah.
And you think about it, how we talk about South Africa in ICC trophies and how they struggle in those big games, but yet in ODI bilateral deciders, they're amazing. De Villiers comes down the track, and this ends up yorking him because he's come down. Plunkett followed him. He saw what he was doing, and in the end it trickles out to the offside for nothing. So a good end to the over, and just 3 runs from that over in the end. 50 for 2. 8 overs gone, target 182.
And when we came out to South Africa last year, which is when we first met, they were behind in that ODI series and fought their way back. And you know, I think they might have even been 2-0 down, if my memory serves me. And then the way that they came back, you almost felt that they were just more than capable. So it's interesting, isn't it, how they can deliver in the bilaterals but just struggle in the tournament cricket. There's something about the formats that just doesn't.
It's very interesting. Crane is going to continue, and he's over the wicket now into Smuts, who sweeps, but he's very lucky in the end because this so easily could have gone onto his stumps. De Villiers calls him through for the single as well. They go through for 1. De Villiers wants possibly an overthrow as well, as the keeper had thrown the ball into the striker's end, but there won't be that overthrow because Smuts had just gone too far. 51 for 2. Smuts 28 from 28. Yeah, it's completely bizarre, and I think the theories have been tested over and over. There's been much said about it, and nobody, I don't think, realises why it happens. De Villiers makes some room, drives hard, gets it past short extra cover. There's a bit of work for Jordan to do from long off. Just 1 for De Villiers. He has 9 now, and South Africa 52 for 2.
Yeah, it is odd, isn't it? I don't know.
There's been so many theories tested. There's been books written about it. Smuts is on 28. He awaits Crane, and he gets down on one knee yet again and sweeps it out towards square leg. And there'll be a run. Willie does well. The crowd cheer every run that England will save. 53 for 2. They're well behind their team in the 9th over.
Well, they're trying to get the momentum going now, aren't they? Young Crane into his 2nd over. Bowled okay so far, but you can see that experience, they're starting to work him around a little bit.
Fine leg and 3rd man are up as De Villiers waits for this, drives it in the air, and it goes down towards extra cover. Just 1 bounce ball. We spoke about these long boundaries on another ground that might have been 6. 57 for 2.
Well, that was the longest part. What is so good about it is how he gave himself room, but he was still able to keep that platform. Sometimes you move further out the way and you lose a bit of your shape. Not AB de Villiers there, just a full blade of the bat. Lovely swing through.
Smuts is having a little wave at the dressing room. He's trying to get somebody's attention. Nobody's looking. Crane over the wicket now to De Villiers. He goes for another big shot, this time looking for the leg side, and he misses it. It goes into the keeper. Oh, well, no real timing there.
So that was close, wasn't it? Just wondering if... it's a similar ball to the last one. I'm surprised he just didn't go for the same shot. Went a bit hoiky, tried to play across the line.
One more ball remains in the 9th over. De Villiers is on 13 from 10. He's facing Crane. Moves across his stumps, plays this in the air. There's cries of catches, but he's going to find a safe area. Willie comes around and does the fielding from mid-wicket. Oh, and they'll get a couple of runs. A little bit streaky there from A.B. de Villiers. 9 overs gone, 59 for 2, and 9 runs from that over. De Villiers 15 from 11. Smuts 29 from 29. Wow.
Yeah, good recovery there as well from Crane. I just thought after being attacked by an experienced player like that, you could lose your cool a little bit. He adjusted when he saw him coming. Well, from the very young Crane to Plunkett, who looks about 20 years younger now. He's shaved off this beard. I don't know if you've seen he has this very thick beard. Well, I just noticed today it's gone. He's a lot younger.
I suppose you've got to shave sometime, I guess.
Well,
you've got to do something.
It's taken him about 5 years to shave, but fair enough.
Remember, of course, you can catch in-play highlights of this game and the whole series via the BBC Sport website, and of course there'll be in-play highlights available of the Women's World Cup. Started yesterday, and of course it's continuing throughout today. England play again on Tuesday, and TMS will have live commentary of that game. Well, it's now Smuts who's on strike, pulls the ball, gets a top edge, is flying away towards fine leg, and a nice catch by the debutant David Milan ends the innings from Smuts, who made 29 from 30. And South Africa find themselves 59 for 3 in the 10th over.
Yeah, we talked about how Plunkett hit the pitch. He really banged that one in, forced him to try and control the shot, and it's just too much. Good movement as well from Milan there. Pretty easy. The only thing there from Smuts, he must have got a little bit too leg side and was trying to do too much with it. But well held in the catch, very simple in the end. Milan made all the movement, and I don't know, Smuts has been interesting. I think he's got some really good starts and he's looked promising, powerful. It would have been nice if he could have just gone on, I think, just to stamp his mark a bit. You can tell he's got the capability, he's got the power. That shot that he hit back down the ground was really, really powerful, but he's gone.
A couple of boundaries as well, 2 4s and a 6 for John Smuts. So pressure will be on A.B. de Villiers' shoulders now to try and see what he can do, because Smuts was looking good and he was just starting to get going. Now David Miller hasn't had the best of times in this series. He started out in the Champions Trophy doing all right and just didn't quite kick on probably as he would have liked. And this will be a tester for him.
And it will be. And England have mostly got their tails up. I suppose it's kind of different innings, whereas England, especially with Milan, they were able to get away and then got pegged back at the back end. Just seeing more consistent falls of wickets here. So they're just going to have to find a way to kind of stabilise in terms of wickets, but still find a way to keep that run rate moving. I mean, if anyone's going to do it, it will be A.B. de Villiers and potentially Miller if he can find some form.
A wicket apiece for Curran, Jordan and Plunkett now. Plunkett will continue right on over the wicket to de Villiers as they did cross, and he plays it towards square leg to bring Miller on strike for his first ball. 60 for 3 in the 10th over, target 182. De Villiers 16 from 12. So 1 for 9 for Curran. He's bowled 2 overs, bowled very, very well yet again. Jordan's bowled just the 1 over so far, gone for 5 and picked up a wicket. Well, Plunkett's into his 3rd over and he's gone for 16 with a wicket to his name. Just having a look at Plunkett. He's having a chat with his keeper as to where he wants the field for the left-hander. We've got mid-off and mid-on up. Extra cover. Covers on the boundary as well. Now stands at backward point. 3rd man is back. Miller plays to the leg side towards the umpire. There's nobody in that region, so if there is a run and a chance for him to get off the mark straight away. 61 for 3 in the 10th.
Is this your first time to Cardiff?
First time to Wales, yes.
First time to Wales?
Yeah, never been to Wales. Yeah. Only my second.
Noticed any differences?
Differences?
Don't know your first time to Wales, because you've been over to the UK before, have you?
Once before, yes. I went to Manchester and London. Those are the only 2 places I've been. De Villiers is on 16 and he drives through the offside down towards the cover boundary for another run. He moves to 17 now. 62 for 3. I was lucky enough to watch a game at Old Trafford with Manchester United in the Champions League. I'm a huge Manchester United fan.
Are you a football fan as well?
Oh, yeah, yes, yeah.
Oh, really?
I grew up I think I was born in a Man United shirt because my dad supports them, my uncle supports them. It's like part of our family.
Family obsession.
Absolutely. My uncle actually has been over to watch FA Cup finals and he's been over to watch Man United many times over. Miller on strike now and drives a full-length delivery towards mid-on. And there's a single in it for him, so he doubles his score. He moves to 2. 63 for 3. So I was lucky enough to watch them live. Incredible experience. Beautiful stadium. They lost, but it didn't matter. I was there. It was an amazing experience. Absolutely amazing. That was back in 2001. So that's a while ago now.
You didn't see any cricket when you were
Unfortunately,
on the journey,
no. Didn't get a chance to do that. De Villiers faces up to Plunkett, last ball of the over, and he whips us away through the leg side down towards Billings and the square leg boundary for a run. So 10 overs gone, 64 for 3 is the score at the moment. Pretty easy to work out the run rate at the moment for South Africa. But England at the same time were 88 for 1. And that was thanks, of course, to David Malan, who was just absolutely fantastic to watch today.
Well, it looks like it might still be Crane, and if it is, I think we're going to see De Villiers try and attack him again. There was a clear intent in that last over just to hit the youngster out the attack. I suggest his better option is actually the shot that he played really well when he just stayed leg side of it and hit it out to the offside. That suits him really well. There is protection at mid-on and mid-off, deep cover, so for him there's still plenty of angles that he can find, or knowing him he'll just hit over the top, but I think that's what we'll expect to see.
Yeah, you just feel it's time now. Something's got to happen for South Africa. They can't keep going like this for too long. De Villiers sweeps this away in the air, but he's found a gap between backward square leg and mid-wicket, so he'll pick up a boundary at the start of the 11th over. 68 for 3, De Villiers 22.
And that's a loose delivery there from Crane, just a bit too full. It's quite easy there for De Villiers just to take a big stride and take it on the full, hit it easily into the gap.
So pressure on the spinner now. What can he do in reply? It's over the wicket to De Villiers, who sweeps us out into the crowd. Over mid-wicket, and it's a big one as well, and it's dropped in the crowd in the end. That's an AB de Villiers special. He loves that shot. He plays it very well.
He plays that much. What we saw when he missed it, he was trying to go too square, but that one he hits. It's a bit straighter, isn't it? Almost just lets that arc of the bat swing through onto the leg side in a really nice motion. It's a bit straighter on it. It just sails. It absolutely sails.
His first 6 of the innings. South Africa, of course, will be hoping for more from him.
Up close, as in, is he? He's not a John Smuts, but is he?
Oh no, he's not as muscly as John Smuts, but incredibly fit. Very, very fit. Always has been. One of the most talented sportsmen you will ever see. He could play rugby. Was very good at rugby. Well, he can play guitar as well, but he was a very good tennis player. Keepers up to the stumps for De Villiers facing Crane, and yet again gets in underneath it. This time much squarer out into the crowd. Another 6 for AB de Villiers. South Africa 80 for 3. 34 he has from 17.
Oh well, this is the challenge here for Crane, and I think AB de Villiers has found the pace of him very well. Again, look, he's just got under. He just adjusted himself. He's set himself really nicely and just swinging through the line here. Jason Crane hasn't really got an answer when he's playing as well as he is. No adjustments in the field.
De Villiers waits Crane. There's a hush around the ground as De Villiers drives a very full delivery and is zeroing in on his toes down towards the extra cover boundary. So 1 for AB de Villiers, 35 from 18. The crowd applaud because they know, well, at least it was just 1 run. Livingston does the fielding. 2 balls remain in the 11th over. 81 for 3. Miller has a little look around as well to see where the fielders are. Strong offside field for Miller with everyone back on the leg side boundary. He plays towards square leg and there's an easy single in it. 82 for 3. Still another ball in this over for AB de Villiers.
And I think he's going to keep going, to be honest, and so you should if you get yourself ahead of the rate. I mean, obviously not over manufacture, but if you can get under another one, that just gets them now most really a lot closer to where England were at this point.
De Villiers with 1 more ball left in the over is playing this out towards square leg, and there should be another catch. It is. Oh, that's a big moment. Mason Crane will be so happy with that after being put to the sword. AB de Villiers goes 82 for 4 after 11 overs.
Well, that was he ran around quite a lot on that one. I just sense he took a fraction of pace off that delivery, actually. Just looking at how AB just kind of got through the shot a bit too fast. Excellent catch on the boundary there. That could have been a very, very tight one with the foot going back onto the boundary rope. And he celebrates, and so he should, very, very well, because that was a big wicket and he got the treatment.
So he goes for 35 from 19 deliveries just when he was starting to get going. He ended up hitting a couple of 4s and a couple of 6s as well. That's a big moment you feel in the game. Mason Crane bowled so well on debut in the first T20 international. He was unlucky to not play in the second one, but it was part of the rotation process, really. But he went for 18 runs in that over before taking that wicket. He'll be relieved. Ferran Biadin makes his way to the crease to join David Miller.
A little bit of batting to come. I suppose that no one of the danger of course, de Villiers, but the keeper to come after this as well, Falaqueo. And then you start to get into that longer tail, much longer than the English tail. So if it's going to be done, it's mostly around now, and that's the challenge. When you lose consistent wickets, you lose that momentum throughout the innings. Whereas England went strong and then struggled at the back end. Here's South Africa just losing that momentum all the way through.
It's 2 really good catches for Hales on the boundary rope, and important ones because he got the catch of Morris as well. So from his point of view, it's really well done, well judged.
And you also think about the drop catches South Africa were fielding today. That could have helped squeeze a few more runs out. So catches do make that impact.
Oh, it does for sure. Now Chris Jordan to bowl the 12th over. 82 for 4 is the score. Ferran Biadin, I mentioned this a few times, but he's known as a finisher in the domestic circuit. He's very, very good at finishing, and he's one of those players that have really helped the Titans do very well. Titans up in the north of Gauteng. Jordan to Miller. It's short, and he controls this pull shot out towards backwards square leg. Crane runs around to do the fielding, and 2 is added to Miller's score, and South Africa's 84 for 4. Miller 5 from 4.
Who's leading the way in terms of domestic cricket?
Well, Titans won 2 of our domestic competitions last season and came second in our 4-day cricket as well. And they are coached by Mark Boucher. So he had an amazing season. It was his first season as coach as well. That's up in the north of Gauteng. They've always been very strong and have always produced a lot of international cricketers, A.B. de Villiers being one of them, Ferran Biadin another one. So they have produced a few. Miller's on strike. Down the leg side it goes as he clips this away neatly towards fine leg. And I'm not sure if it's going to be a boundary. Crane dives, does well. He got away from him for a time. It looks like just a couple of runs added. The umpire might just want to have a little look to see if he was touching the rope at the same time. And Crane moving around has done quite nicely by the look of it. Oh, it's tight. Oh, it's very tight.
It is. He did a lot of good work. I think he did the full slide. It's just his knee kind of came at a 90-degree angle. Just may have...
His first touch looked all right. Then he's touching the boundary with his foot. I don't know. I think that looks like it could be all right. It's very close.
I think they're going to need another angle.
We might just need another angle for that. It's... looks like it's all right, though. So third umpire said, no, it's fine. Just a couple of runs. 86 for 4. Miller down the track, drives, edges, and caught. Butler moving to his left, takes the catch. Chris Jordan celebrates. Comes and hugs his keeper and his captain for the day. South Africa 86 for 5 with a target of 182.
Well, he continues his poor run of form, doesn't he? He's just not been able to make things click. Just looking here, decent delivery there from Chris Jordan. Miller just tried to swipe, really. It was wide. He got the width he was looking for, but just didn't get into the position. He should have gone fractionally straighter with the shot. Ended up just coming across it. Good bounce, actually, there from Chris Jordan. Oh, easy taking the end through to the keeper. So, well, South Africa now, like we said, a much longer tail than the English team. So, where are the runs going to come from? Is it going to be Mosolegi coming in?
Mosolegi is coming in.
Yeah.
He's coming in at number 7.
I'm going to need to work on these pronunciations. I feel like I've given it my very, very best, and then I hear you. See, it's easier when it's with daggers because he gets it wrong, I get it wrong. But you actually know what you're talking about.
He's coming in now at number 7 after Miller made 7 from 6. No boundaries for Miller. I'm afraid it hasn't been the best of times for him. Mosolegi is one of those players who can hang around and certainly can hit boundaries as well. He played quite nicely the other day. But this is massive pressure. Ferran Biadin will obviously be the senior partner. But don't worry, Mosolegi won't be playing in the test, so that might help you.
You don't have to worry there, yeah.
You'll have to watch out for Rabada, of course, because I know I've heard you guys say Kagiso. Some people say,
what is it?
Kagiso.
Oh, Put an H instead of a G.
Yeah, it's like a Kagiso. It's almost like you've got like a little bit of like popcorn or something stuck in your throat. Kagiso.
I don't know what that was.
Just call him KG.
I apologise to the whole nation.
Just call him KG.
I just stick to Rabada.
So Mosele will be on strike facing Jordan with 3 balls remaining in the 12th over. I'll give you an update on that game, Pakistan versus South Africa in the Women's World Cup in a moment. Jordan to Mosele. All this pops up in the air and it's just short of Jason Roy. He's standing at square leg. He's trying to fend it off his hip. And in the end, he survives, 86 for 5. So, Pakistan's target of 207 is looking a little way away now for South African women because they're 188 for 7. They need 19 from 13 deliveries. They started off amazingly with an opening partnership of 113 from 25.4 overs. Lazaldi was then dismissed for 60, and Wolfart made 52. And since then, it's been a struggle all the way through. Now it's up to the bowlers. Jordan. Bowls a short ball that Mosele somehow gets a bottom edge that misses his stumps and goes through to the keeper. Sine Loos is in. She is very, very capable. She's batted up the order before. She can bat up at number 3, 4.
Ishmael can't hurdle back though, can she?
Oh, she can hit. She can hit a few. Yeah, she's on 4 now. Oh gosh, it's going to be tough though. They're going to need maybe a few lucky boundaries somewhere along the line. But well done to Pakistan. It's not over yet. Mosele facing Jordan. 1 ball remains in the over, and this again, he's fending it away off his hip. What an over from Chris Jordan. 86 for 5 is the score. 4 runs from it and the wicket of Miller. 12 overs gone. Target is 182. Mosele yet to get off the mark. Bearden yet to face a delivery.
This is great stuff there from Jordan. Like you say, he's only 9 off his 2 overs. He was getting a real bit of kick actually in that bowling. He was banging it in. Got a really interesting action. He's got a nice big front stride that he kind of almost points it out there like a pony and then drags it back and gets through his action really nicely. But that's great stuff, and you just feel now with this momentum, these wickets being taken, I don't know. It's hard to tell whether the pitch has changed, whether it's slowed up a tad or not, but
well, it is hard to tell because in England's innings, really, David Malan was the only one who really timed it consistently. He was just amazing today. Wonderful to watch. But Alex Hales really struggled through most of his innings. Crane is going to continue. He's bowled 3 overs for 36 so far and has picked up the big wicket of A.B. de Villiers. Bearden is on strike facing Crane, and he's playing his first delivery out towards square leg just in front of the umpire, and he wants 2 runs and he should get it easily. Mosele was just a little slow. He had to ignite the afterburners, but Hales misfielded, so he's eventually come through. 88 for 5 in the 13th over.
This is good character building, I think, for Crane. Just the fact that he's gone through waves in his bowling spell, hasn't he? From starting okay, getting a bit of treatment, now he's coming back strong.
Bearden faces Crane, and he got in for the big slog sweep out towards mid-wicket, but it's gone through to the keeper. 88 for 5.
He's got to go for it, hasn't he?
He has to. But interesting that he's playing across the line.
It's a good straight, actually.
Crane to Bearden. Plays from the back foot this time. Drives and misses.
Well, that's some good variation. The last one was the googly. That was the one that just cut back in, but that got some real kick, real bounce. Nice bit of turn at the back end there.
Just his 5th dot ball of his spell for Crane. 3rd man fine leg up as Bearden tries the slog sweep yet again. Butler quickly whips the bails off. And another dot ball, 3 in a row.
I'm not sure how Dean gets the point here. I just think he's kind of standing and trying to deliver by swiping. There's so many other ways you can play this, and he's just going for the big heave-ho.
Very, very interesting tactics from Bearden. He's going to have to change his mind, I think, a little bit. It's not working. That's 3 that hasn't worked. 2 balls remain in this over. And Bearden is now backing away from his stumps and driving to the offside, and again gets nothing on it. He's going to give someone a cold. He's swinging so hard.
He really is. I'll tell you what, the length is so good here. He's tossing it enough to bring him forward, but not full enough to be able to get on top of it in any sensible shape.
88 for 5. We're in the 13th over. One more ball remains in this over. He does go for the slog sweep again, and he finally gets bat on it, but still no runs. What an over. Just 2 runs from it. 88 for 5. Mason Crane finishes his 4 overs, 1 for 38.
That was an incredible over, but I mean, also that was some of the worst batting I've seen in a long time. Just swipe, swipe, swipe. It was good bowling, don't get me wrong, but you got to find a way. And then if after 2 swipes you haven't got anything on it, sometimes you adjust to just knock it around or try and get to the pitch or something. But there was just no adjustment. It was continually just swiping it away. And well done to Mason Crane, youngster there, developed some real character in those short 4 overs.
No, I think he'll be pretty happy with his 2 games with the ball. He was good in the first game. No, he's completed his spell for today. So 88 for 5 is the score. 13 overs gone. Mosehla on strike, and he's facing Jordan. Jordan's right arm over the wicket is short, and he controls this pull up towards Sam Billings at backward square leg. Mosehla will get himself off the mark. So Jordan persisting with that short length against Mosehla. 89 for 5 now in the 14th over. South Africa women against Pakistan women in the World Cup need 14 from 10. 3 wickets in hand. It could be a very exciting finish.
Just hit a nice little 4 there.
Yeah, Shalin Ismail. Should be interesting to see what happens there. She has 12 from 13. Lewis has 15 from 18. It'll be a very tight finish. Could be really exciting. It's good for the women's game to have some tight games, make it exciting for sure. Good for the crowd. Jordan to Bearden, who backs away, and he's just clearing away his front leg, not really timing it as he mows it away towards mid-wicket, and they'll get a run. So he's on to 3, 90 for 5 in the 14th over. So South Africa, after 13 overs, were 88 for 5. England were 123 for 2.
Oh. I can't tell you anything intelligent about that other than it's not really good for the South African fans, is it?
No.
We're going to need some magic from somewhere. Long batting tail. 2 new batters to the crease. One is just swiped and missed at, what, 5 deliveries, was it?
Yeah, about that. Mosehla faces Jordan short again, and it's nicely played by Mosehla, lifting up his front leg. A little bit of a slip from Billings at backward square leg, but still just go through for the 1 run. So Mosehla to 2, 91 for 5 in the 14th over. Jordan's in his 3rd. And he's gone for just 12 runs with a couple of wickets as well. That's excellent.
Yeah. He has. He hasn't given anything really. He's not been able to see anyone get on the front foot or attack him. Everything's just been really banged in. And just made them have to work for everything.
Well, Bearden now on strike with 3 men on the leg side boundaries. And this is short again. Bearden plays this up in the air towards Billings, who's underneath it, settles and takes the catch. 6 down now for South Africa, 91 on the board, and we're in the 14th over. 182 is the target.
Well, it's not looking great for one South African team, but the other one's jumping around at the moment. The women have managed somehow to win by 3 wickets in that game, so well done to them, but I think they need to give some... That's just about surviving over there, but I think they need to send some inspiration to the men's way, because at the moment it's not looking good. I'm going to hand over to James Taylor.
So celebrations for the South African women's team as they beat Pakistan in their opening match of the Women's World Cup. And they'll feel very relieved about that, because it was a very tight game, that one. And Bearden, unfortunately for South Africa here in Cardiff, goes. And another wicket for Jordan, who's bowled brilliantly today. He's picked up 3 wickets already. And South Africa find themselves in all sorts of trouble here now at 91 for 6 with a target of 182. And James Taylor's just joined me, and I'm sure he's got a big old smile on his face too.
Yes, I'm really enjoying the way England have bowled throughout this series. They've been outstanding. Not necessarily their first string bowling lineup all the time. They've mixed it around, and it's not easy to get settled, but anybody that's come in has delivered. Seamers have nailed their Yorkers. I've been particularly impressed with their variations, their skills that they've got, and they've delivered with them when they've really needed them. The captain and the team has really needed them to.
Requires that the non-strikers end. They have crossed. So Mosehla is on strike facing Jordan, short down the leg side, and he plays this very, very fine towards Milan. And there'll be a run for Mosehli, who moves to 3.92 for 6. Of course, you can catch in-play highlights of this game and the whole series as well on BBC Sport website. Of course, there's highlights of the Women's World Cup game, so you can have a look at the thriller that happened with Pakistan and South Africa in that match. And TMS will have commentary on every England game and the world, as well as the best of the rest. So you can catch highlights of that game where South Africa just sneaked through against Pakistan. Now, Andile Phehlukwayo has got abilities with the bat, and he's played some very crucial innings for South Africa in one-day internationals. He hasn't done much in this series with the bat. Roy stands at slip with Jordan. Right arm over the wicket to the left-hander. Down the leg side it is, and it'll be called a wide. Well, it'll help South Africa a little bit. 93 for 6 in the 14th over.
I've really enjoyed the way England bowlers, like, yes, their skills have been good, yes, their variations have been excellent, but they've taken wickets, which in ODI cricket, T20 cricket, you need to take wickets, especially in the middle period, to stem the flow of runs, to get back on top, to wrestle back that initiative, and England have done it consistently.
Jordan to Phehlukwayo, and he drives through the offside. One bounce into the hands of Billings at point. Ends the 14th over, 93 for 6. Just 5 runs coming from the over with the wicket as well. Jordan's bowled 3 overs, 3 for 14. That's wonderful bowling in T20 internationals. Yeah, you've got to take wickets, and I mean the target is not a bad target at all. 182. They might have wanted more than that, but you've got to take wickets, and if you're going to do it this way, well, 182 will be more than enough.
Exactly, and England have built partnerships with the bat. That's why they've been able to get up to these big totals to be able to defend. 180 for me is par if you get those partnerships, but South Africa haven't been able to throughout the series get those match-winning partnerships. They've had like that partnership in the first game at Hampshire between AB and Bahadine. It was a good partnership, but they had no momentum, they had no initiative throughout. They were going at a slow strike rate, slow run rate, but England have dominated.
David Willey then back into the attack. He's left arm over the wicket into Mosehli, who plays this out over the top of backward, or I should say fine leg, and into the crowd for 6. Nice stroke by Mosehli, but probably not the best delivery from Willey. 99 for 6.
No, he just helped that on the way. It was short and almost down the leg side. Poor delivery from David Willey, and dispatched firmly into the stands, probably 5-10 rows back at good pace. That's gone flat into the crowd.
So 83 required for South Africa. They don't have a lot of time to do it. Mosehli on strike, drives to the offside, plays it out towards point for a single. That's good cricket by Mosehli, following up the 6 with a single, and he moves to 10. 100 up for South Africa in the 15th over.
Well, England have done incredibly well. Yes, they've mixed up their side, they've rotated their players, their individuals within the side with both bat and ball, but when those individuals have come in, they've stepped up. Dawson, Jordan today, 3 wickets, Milan 70 odd with the bat. When they've been asked to perform, they've stepped in for one-off games, and they've done exceptionally well.
Willey to the left-hander Phehlukwayo, who's down the track, drives hard, goes through towards extra cover, and quite a bit of work to do for Billings. He does very nicely. The fielding has been excellent by England in the ground fielding. They might not be happy with 1 or 2 issues, but through the series, but that was brilliant. 102 for 6 in the 15th over.
Yeah, it's something they pride themselves on, and the one negotiable in this, non-negotiable in this side, is the fielding. It's the only thing. The day before the game, the only thing they have to do in practice, they don't have to have a hit, they don't have to have a bowl, but the one thing they do have to do as a side is their fielding practice, and they're getting better and better all the time. I think overall they've been pretty good.
Phehlukwayo is on 2 at the moment, drives straight down the ground, powerfully hit back past the bowler, and he's going to get a boundary.
Yeah, great work from Phehlukwayo there, going down the wicket, bat lofted high, bangs David Willey straight back over his head with great force, great execution.
Very powerfully hit. And Phehlukwayo has done some amazing things in one-day internationals for South Africa. This will be huge if he has to get South Africa through here. There's a long way to go. 106 for 6.
He's got a beautiful swing of a bat, and we saw that there. That's the key. When it's to hit the ball on top of the bounce, you've got to get your hands up high, and he did exactly that.
2 balls remain in the over. Pehlakoya facing up to Willies. Down the track again. Drives it straight over the top of Midhoff, who was up in the circle. 1 bounce 4. 110 for 6 it is.
Again, very similar to the previous one, but this time, instead of back over his head, he went over Midhoff, long on's back, so he felt he had to get a little bit more away from the ball. Again, hitting the ball on top of the bounce. It was David Willey's knuckleball, which makes it even harder to execute a shot like that. But great skills and great power to be able to loft it over the top like that.
1 ball left in the over. Pehlakoya drives straight yet again. And he's only just missed his partner at the non-striker's end. There'll be a single, though. 15 overs gone. 111 for 6 is the score. The target at 182. England at the same stage were 139 for 3. Mosele is on 10. Pehlakoya is on 11 from just 5. Could they pull off something special? I'll leave it with you, James, and then you'll be joined by Daggers.
Pehlakoya, wow. Hand speed, timing, ball striking, it's all there. This would be... In fact, I'm not even going to say it. I don't think they've got a chance to get 71 off 30 balls with these 2 at the crease. However, they're giving it a good nudge. That over was destructive, but the way he strikes the ball, there's something there. As a bowler that can bat, there's definitely something there. He looks like, I'm not going to say a genuine all-rounder, but he certainly looks like he can bat.
Well, he's one of those players that you feel that can knock a ball out of shape. I mean, the way that straight drive, I know he only got a single for it, the final ball of the over. He really pummeled it. Anyway, Liam Plunkett is back from the River Taff end. There's a couple of gulls float overhead, and he charges into Pehlakoya, and it's a bouncer, and it's a well-directed one because he made room for himself outside of the leg stump. Plunkett followed him and goes through to the keeper, and there is no run. How about Mason Crane, eh? I mean, amazing. What a baptism it is. Coming in your first T20 internationals, you got a bowl to A.B. de Villiers. Bowled really well at Hampshire without taking a wicket, but you can just see the joy in his face. And your first international T20 wicket is A.B. de Villiers. Wonderful stuff for the youngster as Pehlakoya gets himself in a very awkward position. He tried the little lap sweep, or scoop, against Liam Plunkett, and I think the 2 bowlers are just smiling at each other because he got himself in a very strange position. Somehow the ball got squirted out to square leg and a single's taken. 112 for 6. Well, just with Nat on commentary with these 2 players, Pehlakoya and Mosele.
Yeah.
She says it way better than we do, but that's what they're called in Bolton.
Yeah.
So, also, we're getting Kagiso Rabada wrong as well, aren't we?
I think you pronounced it beautifully, Charles.
Thank you very much.
Very eloquent.
Apparently a piece of popcorn you need stuck in your throat to pronounce them. It's a quick delivery from Plunkett. It's turned round the corner by Mosele, and maybe a couple of runs or a bit of a hesitation. Mosele comes back and comfortably home in the end. And they're going to be signalled leg byes by umpire Robinson, who is sporting a goatee beard. And a couple of runs to South Africa, 114 for 6. So, still a bit breezy out there. It's getting darker. No chance of any rain, though. England on top. Plunkett bowls, and this is carved away by Mosele into the onside from short of a length. Ball fizzed back in from Dawid Malan, fielding in the deep square position. So the debutants, or recent debutants, save Liam Livingstone, having a pretty good time of it in England colours. There's time though yet.
Plenty of time.
But it does just show you that I suppose there's a real problem for England. Good one. As Plunkett pumping his arms and legs, bowls a wide Yorker outside of the off stump, and Pehlakoya looks quizzically at umpire Robinson, but it was inside that blue chalk mark, so not signalled wide. And the dot ball, 115 for 6. Is that Milan's come in on T20 debut and he's got 78.
No room for Joe Root, eh?
Joe Root, Johnny Bairstow, who else? Owen Morgan, Ben Stokes is missing at the moment. You just wonder how much depth is alarming, especially with the bat for England. Here's a swing and a miss from Pehlakoya, and he looked like a number 8 there, with the way that he tried to slug that across the line and in towards the grandstand, trying to make use of the short boundary on the leg side, but doesn't connect, and the extra pace of Plunkett does for Pehlakoya. So end of the over, 5 Well, I think 4 overs remain. Scoreboard hasn't ticked over yet. Now it has. And 115 for 6. Another 67 runs required. And England on the verge of completing a series victory over South Africa here. Don't forget, 4 tests against SA start very soon indeed. And then 3 tests against the West Indies and a one-day series as well for the fellas. So that's what the boys have got for the rest of the summer. All of it covered, I hear, on Test Match Special. Anything you may have missed, by the way, you can catch in-play highlights on the BBC Sport app or via the cricket section of the BBC Sport website.
Just looking at Liam Plunkett's figures there, 4 overs, 1 for 22. How good has he been over the last year? It's quite outstanding in both, well, in white ball cricket, in T20s and in ODIs. Certainly before the last couple of years, he wasn't in favour.
Well, he's been drafted into the England Lions side for next week, I think. Here comes Tom Curran back into the attack. A slower delivery, completely foxes Muselli. He has to change his shot, and all he can end up doing is just dabbing it to backward point, and there is no run. So is he a possibility for the Test Match series, I wonder?
Liam, yeah, that's interesting, because he has been in around the Test side a couple of years ago, or a year or so, certainly in the last couple of years, and it'd be nice to see him get in around that again.
Curran bowls another slow ball, and Muselli tries to slog sweep it into the grandstand, doesn't connect, and through it goes to Butler.
Yeah, it's amazing how much more consistent he's been.
Very much.
With age. He's still kept his pace. He's always been a fiery, quick bowler without the consistency. Probably he's mixed around, played around with his technique, and he's very much a confidence bowler. But he's got so much more confidence now, and that comes because of his consistency there, and he's trusting his technique more.
His control, he's a very calm customer. A Yorker from Curran. This is great stuff from Tom Curran. 3 balls, 3 dot balls. 85-mile-an-hour Yorker, which has been speared in just wide of off stump, and through again it goes to wicketkeeper Jos Buttler. But he can still slip it through, can Plunkett. We saw a couple of 90-mile-an-hour deliveries in Hampshire. So I just wonder if he's still on the Test Match radar for England. Hope so. But with the nature of his action, right at the start of his career, when he was still at Durham, it was a very up-down kind of action, and as Curran bowls another short delivery, it's been pulled away for 6. Slower delivery, sorry, my apologies, not a short delivery, but a slower one. And it came out of the back of the hand, but this one was just fractionally short. It allowed Muselli to get inside the line, and he swats it over deep backward square. For 6, he moves to 17, and South Africa 1-2-1 for 6. But the tendency for bowlers who leap up and then come down hard is to actually drag the ball down a little bit, rather than those who sort of go along a flat plane when they're coming in.
It's one of his strengths, and that's why pitches like this will suit him, and boundary sizes like this, very long square, he can bang it into the surface.
Curran, stump by Goff, bowls a low full toss, and it's just squirted off an outside edge down towards third man for a single. Muselli moves to 18, South Africa 122 for 6, another 60 runs required off 19 deliveries. Don't think that's going to occur. So South Africa's women just squeezing past Pakistan. Goodness, they made hard work of it in the Women's World Cup game up at Leicester. There's plenty of action still to come there as well. We'll be up at Leicester. I'll be there on Tuesday for England-Pakistan. We're going to see a good turnout there as well, as England try and get back on track.
It's a good turnout at Derby. I saw England in that first game. Great to see. Didn't recognise Derby's ground with all the boards up and the crowd in. It was great to see.
Round the wicket comes Curran, and Palaqueo tries to reverse Dill scoop. A short of a length delivery, and just with all that information I've given you, it doesn't surprise you probably that he didn't connect, and it goes through to Butler, the wicketkeeper. And so that brings applause from Paul Farbrace, England assistant coach, and there's only 3 overs remaining. South Africa 122 for 6. Seagulls are gathering. I always am loath to say seagulls because I get into trouble with ornithologist people who get in touch with me on social media to say that they're not seagulls.
Just gulls.
They're gulls of some type of description. Yes, indeed. Well, they're gathering. They know. I think gulls are very intelligent birds, because they must know that there's only 3 overs left, and then there's going to be leftover chips and burger wrappers and little bits to peck at. scavenging once all the crowds disperse from Sophia Gardens here. Just see them all swirling. Feeding time for them. Going through a couple of bins, I'm sure. And a bit of hot dog. David Willey back on from the River Tap end in the sunshine. Sun's broken through. Willey comes in, bowls, and this has been slotted down the ground by Moselli, and it's going to be 6. Well, only just crept over the boundary rope, but he connected well enough, and no chance for Long On to take any kind of extravagant catch. Jason Roy is down there, and so the first delivery from Willey's over brings 6 to South Africa and 6 to Moselli, and he moves to 24, 128 for 6. I'm not sure why they're taking so long to confirm whether it was 6 or not. You can see it from 150 yards away. Here comes Willey over the wicket, he bowls, and this time it's been carved over long off. This time it might go all the way for 6 again. Consecutive 6s. That's an amazing shot from Moselli. Short of a length. He looked as though he was shaping to pull, but instead what he did was just open his hands a little bit, get his hands out in front of the body, and with mid-off up inside the circle, it seared over his head and again into the crowd right at the back of that small stand at the taff end. And he's got 12 off the first 2 balls. Surely not, James.
I've just watched that replay. It's actually gone out the ground. He's flat batted him over long off for 6 miles. For me, you can't be bowling this short. It's easy to say up here, but we've seen it for the last 3 overs. Any time they drop short to him, he scores off it. He scores heavily. So either a 4 or 6. We saw that off the previous over. Tom Curran dropping it short, albeit a slow ball. He deposited miles into the stand again. So every time it's been on the shorter side of full, he's depositing them into the stand. So before, at the start of this over, they needed 20 and over, and now they're well on track after those 2 6s.
48 to win from 16.
Imagine that, Charles.
Tell you what, a couple more and it'll make the England side a little bit nervy. So you can see the picture of the former teammate of both of ours, Claude Henderson, former Leicestershire left-arm spinner, on the balcony alongside A.B. de Villiers.
My old travel partner.
Was he, Claudie?
Claude Henderson, yeah.
I remember he was the first Colpack player, was Claudie. Very fine bowler. So Willey's going to go round the wicket to Moselli, bowls a Yorker. That's better, and it's dug out by the South African wicketkeeper, just trickling out to extra cover and a single taken. So Moselli onto 31 not out. And South Africa 135 for 6, 47 to win from 15. A very canny left-arm spinner was Claude. He lives in the next village to me.
He does, doesn't he? He still lives in the same place where I used to get picked up from. I used to get dropped off at his house.
Did you?
And he used to take me on the travels.
Gitilitic man.
He's a good man, isn't he?
Top man.
Oh, how good he was. So good to field at short leg too. I caught most of my career catches off him. He was a great man and a very fine bowler.
Willey over the wicket to Pelaqueo, wide outside the off stump. He manages to squeeze it over the top of backward point. Now the ball trickling down towards the third man boundary. It's picked up inside the rope by Tom Curran. A couple of runs for Pelaqueo. He moves to 14. It's a good over for South Africa, this. 45 to win from 14 deliveries. You just think, though, it needs another big one here for South Africa to stand even the smallest chance. The crowd have been in good spirits today. It's the fullest I've seen Cardiff, actually, for a little while. They're trying to get a Mexican wave going. I'm not sure what's brought the applause over in the distance. Anyway, now Jordan is at a very fine, sort of a fly slip inside the circle as Willey bowls, and Pelaqueo goes for the big one. He gets a top edge down towards third man. Single taken. Curran throws the ball back to the bowler's end, and another single taken. It's the Mexican wave, which is gathering pace, and there go the grandstand. That's a pretty impressive one. I don't think, however, they've got quite the timing.
It's not in sync, is it?
Yeah, the top is quicker than the bottom. Now they've got it. So
it's usually a sign when the crowd's bored. They've been whacking it to all parts over the last over.
They're just not hitting enough sixes here, Titch.
Yeah, so far behind, aren't they, South Africa?
138 for 6. Moselli on strike as Willey comes in, bowls a Yorker, dug out, and only can place it back to the bowler, and it's the end of the over. So 12 balls remain, 44 runs to win for South Africa. but seems just a little bit too much to ask. Funny game, but needing 22 runs and over, I think, is a little bit too much.
They've got to do something special. If I wasn't confident in these England bowlers and the skills they possess and the way they've executed it in the last 2 games, I would say they've got a chance. But it would be miraculous, and England bowlers would have to have a meltdown if South Africa were to be in with a shout off the last ball. I just think with the variation that I've seen Tom Curran, and now Chris Jordan's going to bowl the next over, I imagine. What I see, I really like the slower ball options they've got. And the Yorkers, both wide Yorkers and straight Yorkers, now are so important in this modern day. You can't just have a straight Yorker, you have to have a wide Yorker as well. And both of these men have got them and are developing, especially Tom, young guy, not as experienced as Chris Jordan. He's developing his skills all the time.
Absolutely. You've got a couple of different slower balls as well. Slow ball bouncers, wide Yorkers, straight Yorkers. Round the wicket comes Curran, moving around in the creases, Pelaqueo, and he drives it, thumps it. But Jordan Fields at extra cover, sorry, at mid-off, and there is no run. So yeah, the bowling figures, David Willey the most expensive, 0 for 40 off 4 overs. Mason Crane 1 for 38 from 4. Liam Plunkett 1 for 22 off 4 overs. Brilliant bowling. And currently Curran 3 overs, 1 for 16, and Jordan 3 for 14 off 3. More ball Chris Jordan. Here's Curran again round the wicket. It's wrapped on the Pelaqueo pad, and Josh Buttler does the tidying up, not before South Africa collect a leg by. So they move to 139 for 6, 43 to win from 10 balls. But England will be delighted with their finish off to their white ball part of the summer, or the early part of the summer. They've still got white ball cricket to play at the back end of it against the West Indies. And it's the last we're going to see of A.B. de Villiers as well, for South Africa on this tour at least. How much cricket he's got left in him, we'll have to wait and see. But
Charles, do you know the reasoning why he's not taking part in this Test series? He's opted out of playing in the Test series.
Well, he's got a young child as well, and I think he's been on the conveyor belt of international cricket and franchise cricket around the world. Probably wants to take a little bit of time out as well. There's Curran. Over the wicket he comes to Maselli, bowls a Yorker, and Maselli manages to dig it out, but only as far as long on. Jordan Fields, a single taken, 140 for 6. Maselli on to 32 not out, and I think that's probably the reason behind it.
Yeah, I think he's had quite a lot of time off recently, hasn't he? Before the IPL and stuff.
Well, the IPL, well, maybe so, but
yeah,
the IPL
takes a lot out of you, doesn't it? It'll be intriguing to see if he plays in the Caribbean Premier League. I'm not sure if he is, but I'm gutted to not be seeing him in the Test series, that's for sure.
A lot of people are. Round the wicket goes Curran, Pelaqueo again, who flays this away. Lots of flourish at the end of that shot, but it can only find Roy at long on. Another single taken. He moves to 16 not out. Slightly slower delivery from Curran, just 70 miles an hour. Getting those ones out of the back of the hand. He bowls it beautifully, and I'll tell you as well, a lot of these slower deliveries and change-ups, you might have had quite a word with Jade Dernbach, who does bowl those change-ups very, very well.
Still a fine death bowler.
Yeah, he really is. There's Curran, 1 for 18 over the wicket, low full toss. This is smashed out over the top, and one bounce just to the longest part of the ground, but it probably landed 6 inches to a foot inside the boundary rope. And it's a really good connection from Maselli. It's a low full toss, and you've got to expect that you're going to get hit for a couple of boundaries towards the death. But again, the execution of the shot was wonderful from Maselli, and he moves to 36. It's 145 for 6.
Yeah, he really struggled at the start of his innings, but now he's finding his feet. Yes, they've offered him plenty of short deliveries, but his power is there. He's only a little guy, but he's finding the rope at ease now.
Right across onto the off stump. He gets a low full toss. It's high on the bat. It's going out into the deep. Should be caught, and is. Now, I just wonder if they're thinking if this is going to be a no ball. So Michael Goff is just going to check with the third umpire. The England team celebrate, but it was a low full toss. It was taken quite comfortably by Sam Billings in the deep mid-wicket boundary, but I think they're just going to get confirmation on the height of this dismissal.
This is going to be incredibly tight. to being a no ball. It was definitely at waist height. It's just whether it was over.
No problems with the front foot now, as we're seeing the ball come towards Moselli. Oh, it's borderline.
I reckon he'll get away with that. I reckon the bowler will just get away with that.
I think you're right. I think it's a couple of inches under the waist of Moselli, and he's, I think, seeing the big screen, and he's wandering off, and I think that's the confirmation from the umpires that it is the end of Moselli. So another wicket for Tom Curran. Nice finish to his spell. Well taken catch by Sam Billings out on the boundary edge, and Moselli goes for 36. South Africa are 145 for 7.
England are doing a great job, and they have done in this series. And even in the Champions Trophy, they've managed to take wickets consistently throughout the innings, and that we can bang on about it. It stems a flow of runs. It breaks partnerships, and we know how important partnerships are to setting big totals, and that's what the difference between South Africa and England in this game. The partnerships England managed to conjure together to post a decent total. South Africa just haven't managed to do that consistently throughout this series, and England have managed to break those partnerships and take wickets at vital stages.
Well batted, Mangaliso Moselli, 36 from 22 deliveries, 1 4 and 4 sixes. And so, new batsman is Morné Morkel. He'll be at the non-striker's end, and the simple equation for South Africa is that they require 37 to win, 36 to tie from 6 deliveries. So this could be a really exciting over.
Imagine that.
It's going to be bowled. It's going to be bowled by Chris Jordan from the River Taff end. Those trees in Butte Park opposite still just bowing to and fro in the breeze, and someone cycling along the cycle path at the top and the back of the ground. You can walk, it's a lovely walk here to Sophia Gardens from the centre of town, around about half an hour or so, but you get to walk through Butte Park and see lovely flower arrangements and lovely wooded areas as well. Great part of the city here in Cardiff. So final over about to be bowled. England, you can say, have pretty much won this, but we'll soon find out after this delivery. Peluqueo it is. Sorry, it's Morkel on strike, and he bowls, and this is chopped away into the offside, a single taken, and so now South Africa needs snookers. 36 runs to win, 5 balls remaining. Morkel's off the mark, and Peluqueo 16 not out, back on strike. Nice for Buttler to get a win as captain.
Another win for Buttler as England captain. That's always handy. It's always good to have a vice captain that can step in and get a little bit of experience under his belt.
Well, he's always been considered a good cricket thinker, Jos Buttler. As Jordan kicks his heels on his way to us, making room for himself as Peluqueo, and he's got underneath, and it's going all the way down towards the boundary, and it's going to bounce once before going over the rope. Mason Crane in hot pursuit. It was another one of those dill scoops attempted by Peluqueo. He's a big man to get down as low as that, but even though it got caught high up on the bat and the ball was in the air for an inordinately long time, just enough to get over Mason Crane and down to the boundary for 4. So the 150 brought up for South Africa, 150 for 7, and Peluqueo is 20 not out. Sun peeps out again, casting a shadow from one of the floodlights down in front of us. As Jordan approaches once more past umpire Robinson. This has been smashed back over his head. It's going to be 1 bounce, 2 bounces, 4. So length ball from Chris Jordan, and Peluqueo allowed to get his arms through the line of the ball and thud it into the long on boundary. He was 24, 154 for 7.
I'm going to call that a refusal from Liam Plunkett. He smoked that to long on, but I just feel Liam Plunkett didn't want to test his hamstrings out too much to get down for that ball. Never nice, always frustrating as a fielder when you see that, but nevertheless a great shot.
So 3 balls remain. There's another slog from Peluqueo. He manages to get something on it. It goes out to deep mid-wicket. They almost collide to Jordan and Peluqueo. Chance of a run out here, and the stumps have been broken. Whether that's Morkel made his ground at the non-striker's end, James Taylor's giving it out here, but I don't think anyone's overly bothered about the appeal.
I don't think they are. I think I'm going to be very, very wrong here. But come on.
Here we go. We see the stumps being broken in now. Yes, Morkel has made this ground by 2 feet. 2 feet. Good umpiring. Although you are, you know, front on here, so you can't see side on.
I'd be such a bad umpire, I'm happy to admit. I'd be so bad. I'll give in to pressure as well. Yeah, I'd be one of them.
Keeps the game moving forward.
Yeah, correct. Get off the field.
2 balls left. Jordan bowls, and it's a low full toss. It's been pulled away by Pelacuello. He wants the no ball call. In fact, he's staying there. I think they might have got it as well. Low full toss. It's a bit higher than first thought, and it's a no ball, and therefore going to be a free hit.
That is outrageous. I wish I could do that every time I got a no ball. He's just sent his partner back. No, I want the free hit.
Well, that is definitely a no ball. That was around about sort of tummy height. And Pelacuello.
Good job he hit it.
Yeah, so he's got a free hit to play with here. 25 runs required. You could do with another no ball than this going for 6.
I reckon.
Talk about needing snookers. He's got at least one here. So field has to stay exactly the same. Pelacuello on strike. Free hit for him here as Jordan bowls. It's a Yorker, and he slashes this away off a thick outside edge down towards Tom Curran, who's at third man. Yorker length delivery from Jordan. So only 1 ball remaining. 24 runs to win. Morkel on strike.
See, Chris Jordan's been outstanding again. 3.5 overs, 3 for 27. Hasn't played a lot for England over the last year or so. Didn't play much in the IPL, just played the 1 game for the IPL franchise, and he's performed as soon as he's come back in this England side. Great to see.
Last ball then. Here's Jordan. Bowls, and Morkel manages to get this over the top of mid-off and away for 4. So pleasing results for him at the end, but overall it's England who take the series. They've won this game by 19 runs. South Africa finishing on 162 for 7. The handshakes go round, and despite England being a little bereft of some of their star names, they come away with a 2-1 series win in this NatWest International T20 series. Some excellent debuts, 1 or 2 debuts that perhaps this series the players might want to forget, but Jos Buttler in place of Eoin Morgan today takes the plaudits as captain as the handshakes go round in the middle between the England players and the 2 not-out batsmen. Numerous security people wander onto the field to encircle the square, and England have won by 19 runs. James Taylor.
Yeah, England have been very dominant. Malan set the tone up front on debut, performed exceptionally well. First game for England, and in an England shirt, great performance from him. Looked the most fluent batsman we've seen from the word go today. Great array of shots all around the wickets, supported along the way. Buttler, little cameo to finish to get England up to a total 181 England made, which I felt was about par, certainly if England didn't bowl well, but they bowled outstandingly well. They took wickets throughout. South Africa couldn't get a partnership going at all, and constantly lost wickets throughout. That's credit to England bowlers who performed outstandingly well throughout.
And it just shows as well the depth that England do possess. Well, you mentioned that, and you never know as a supporter, of course you want to see, you know, when you get a leaflet through the post and you'll see the Ben Stokes on the front of it, you'll see Joe Root, and you'll see Eoin Morgan and Johnny Bairstow and all these other players, and they're actually not performing today. So, you know, the depth that England, it would seem, possess at the moment has been, you could argue they are justified in picking the side that they did with the result that they've had in this series.
Yeah, what is most pleasing for me is that we haven't even mentioned Chris Woakes there, and Mark Wood. It's impressed me the most, the bowlers. We knew the depth that England had in the batting department, but we didn't know what was coming through. Well, I certainly didn't know as much as I do know now about the depth in the England bowling side. They've improved their variations, they've improved their Yorkers, their slower balls, they're more consistent in hitting hard length. And it's really nice to see the young guys coming in their first couple of games and performing straight away for England and putting in match-winning performances. That's what you ask as an England coach, as an England captain. and a player within the side. You ask guys to step up and perform and back your teammates up, and they've done that consistently for a while now, England. It's great to see.
Well, let's wrap up and round up everything that's occurred in this 3-match one-day series. We're going to do our podcast here at Sophia Gardens in Cardiff alongside former England internationals James Taylor. Ebony Rainford-Brent has rejoined us in the commentary position. And, you know, when we get to... It's always nice to have a decider. You can think of many sports where it's, you know, in cricket especially, but you think of it in America where they talk about the Game 7s. And it's always nice, no matter the fact that this... You know, in the grand scheme of things, is not a massively important series. It's one that's plonked in the middle of one just to prepare before the test matches. There's no cup to be won. There's no, you know, there's no real sort of bragging rights to be had. But it's always nice coming to Cardiff with actually, you know, a series win on the line. Yeah, and
this series is important, not for now, but in about 2 to 3 years' time. You know, both teams have looked to blood the youngsters coming through, and what's been good to see is the pressure that's been created in a number of situations. For example, you know, England had to bounce back from yesterday. Mason Crane had to bounce back after being hit for about 3 sixes in an over, and that's what you want, is that the young players coming through who get the opportunity to feel that pressure. You know, Dawid Malan today coming in isn't just making his debut in any old match. He's making it when he's actually got to help the side win, and arguably you saw more about him in pressure by handling in a decider and being able to bat in the way, mostly the most fluid of anybody today. So that's what's nice about these series. Before the game started, we were expecting not one but 2 debutants today. Dawid Malan was one. He got the opportunity. Nasser Hussain presented him with his cap. But we were told at the beginning of this series over in Hampshire that Eoin Morgan said that every person in this squad would get a game. Craig Overton was the exception to that rule from Somerset. Now, we saw a tweet earlier today from the Somerset head coach Matthew Maynard saying that, you know, the word has been broken by England, and he was gutted that Craig Overton didn't get the opportunity. Where do you stand, both of you, on the lack of an Overton in this particular game?
I don't mind it if they hadn't have said that that everybody was going to get a go. Why don't say that if everybody's not going to get a go, and if it's going to come to the crunch decider, you're not going to make another debutant. And I find that strange. If that's the case, they've gone with their senior bowlers, the guys that have played more for England. Then why isn't Eoin Morgan playing? So it's kind of confusing for me that Craig Overton didn't play, and especially as they said he would play. That's the confusing bit for me, and Eoin Morgan not playing in the decider. It kind of goes against, if Craig hasn't played purely because they wanted to field more main seamers that have played for England before, then why didn't Eoin Morgan play? And he was rested. I find the whole thing a little bit strange. I also think as well, trust is a two-way thing. So when you're establishing a relationship as a new player coming into an environment, you want to, if you make a word to a player and you make it publicly, the whole world, and it's not like you've just sort of quietly said and then you deal with it. It's been made public. So for you, all your supporters, your friends, your family, everybody who loves Somerset cricket, all of us guys looking at the next generation are going, right. And so to a player just go, oh, sorry, and we don't know what the explanation is. But I think it does break publicly your trust with that player. And I think that is important. In the early stages of building relationships in environments, I do think it's important to stick to your word. I think that's a really good point. Yeah. And we, and he, after the first 2 games, well, we know that Dawid Malan didn't play, and we know that Craig Overton didn't play, so we're looking forward to seeing them, because we know he's playing in this particular game. But then at the last minute, and look, I'm sure that whenever he does make his England debut, it'll be an absolutely magical moment for him, and I'm sure he can wait. He's only a young man, and you know, disappointments happen sometimes in the world of professional sport. But in that respect, it's all about the statements that's been made. The only other thing I'd say as well is Liam Plunkett's fully established now. So you look at the amount of people who've been rested, Rashid's been rested, all these guys have been rested. Liam Plunkett is now established, and I think that if you were going to bring him in, that would have been quite an easy opportunity. It's not like you would have missed that from someone like Liam Plunkett. So I don't know, I think there was an opportunity that they have actually missed. Yeah, I'm not a big believer in giving people a go for the sake of giving people a go. I'm a big believer in people earning the right to play. So I don't mind England not playing him at all. Play your best side, but don't say you're going to play him if you're not. That's my big thing.
Just a word on Eoin Morgan, because he was rested, or he rested himself. I made it fairly plain and clear that I think if you are fit and you are the England captain, you should be leading your side, even if you've got youngsters that are coming in and they may be experimenting a little bit. You want the consistency of having your England captain there. I mean, it didn't matter in the grand scheme of things, but were you of a similar vein of thought?
I massively, for a number of reasons. The fact that the captaincy is split, so he is in this format, and there actually now is going to be a run where he isn't. But also, an example would be the Mason Crane over. As a captain, I would actually like to be out there and have those conversations going, right, Mason, what are you doing now? How are you going to respond? What are your thoughts? Actually, I've mostly learned loads from that as a captain. So in some ways, it makes no sense if you're blooding the new environment to not be supporting them.
Yeah, 100%. I totally agree with that. And that was I've spoken about it quite a bit today. Lead from the front. You're the man. It's not like you're burnt out. If you are, fair enough, take a break. Big game, a deciding game, 1-1, the final, and you've decided not to play Craig Overton. For what I can only imagine, he hasn't got a niggle because you wanted to play your main seam attack, and you haven't got your captain out there to marshal the young debutants that have come onto the field.
What I will say about Eoin Morgan is that he has proved in numerous situations in the recent past where he won't care.
No,
basically, he won't care, and that is one of his
strong traits.
Massive attributes, is that he won't care what people are saying about him. He didn't care what people were saying to a degree when he missed the Bangladesh trip, and then when he came over back into the England fold in India, he scored runs and led the side brilliantly. And so, you know, he's a very steely character.
Yeah.
So we can talk about it till we're blue in the face, and I suppose, you know, it gives us a topic to talk about, and people will have their own opinions. But he is a very steely character, and he won't let it bother him.
Yeah, exactly. And as an international cricketer, people are going to say a lot about you, and you have to be strong enough. You have to be a strong enough character to ignore them. Either you don't read them. I hope for his sake he doesn't read them, but sometimes you can't get away from it with the powers of social media now. But there's a reason why he's made it to the top, and that's because he is a strong character. He's very stubborn in certain ways, and he backs himself, and on this occasion he backed his team, not requiring him to win, and they did exactly that.
Let's move to this game then, with England losing the toss. AB de Villiers inserting England, asking them to bat first on a greenish looking pitch. Actually, it's one of the greener ones we've seen here at Cardiff, but James and Dowdy suggested that both actually keep the pitch a little bit more compact and actually might be decent for batting, and that proves to be the case at the start. However, Jason Roy was the first out, caught by Maselli off a Morne Morkel slower ball, and then we saw the introduction of David Malan, the Middlesex batsman, left-hander, who faced one ball. Everything seemed fine, and then got off the mark with a gargantuan 6 through mid-wicket. And right from there, Ebony, Malan looked at ease with international cricket.
He was more than at ease. He looked comfortable, like you say, from his first ball. And the rate at which he scored today, what was really nice is how quick his hands are. He gets very deep in his crease when they're bowling that short ball, and his hands just go through. And he started off being aggressive, but just playing the balls on merit. And then he started to pick up and take on the bowlers. I loved that there was one particular shot where he just got round and he flicked it behind him, used the pace, and it was just such a brilliant bit of touch. So he's really exciting. I think him being that bit older, he's not 21 anymore, he's 29. I think that maturity meant that he was able to walk in and not feel those maybe usual kind of nerves that overpower you, but just was really up for the occasion. He looked the best batter today by miles.
Yeah, and you mentioned about that and the timing that he possessed, and everything seemed to find the middle of the bat, his placement, his shot selection, and very calm at the crease as well. Complete diametric opposite to Alex Hales out there, who managed to get 36 from 28 deliveries. I mean, 2 4s and 2 6s, but it was a bit of a claggy innings.
I reckon that's probably one of the worst innings Alex Hales will play, but that shows how good a knock David Malan played. He was a very measured innings, wasn't it, from the start? It possessed a lot of power, finesse, very skillful batting at the same time. And what I liked about the most is that he played like he does with a Middlesex shirt on. He didn't change his game. He didn't feel like he has to play like an England player. He played the way David Malan played. He picked up length beautifully well. He capitalised on anything short, any width. And he played all around the wicket, which as an international player, when you play more, bowlers are going to work you out. You have to be able to score in lots of sectors of the field, and he did that incredibly well.
Well, it just shows you that the partnership that the pair put together was 105 runs, and Alex Hales was actually out for 36. So he made 36 from 28. Dawid Malan was joined by Jos Buttler. Malan was caught by Patterson off the bowling of Imran Tahir. His 78 came in just an hour, 44 balls faced, 12 fours and 2 sixes, a strike rate of 177.3. Jos Buttler made 31 from 22 deliveries, 1 4 and 2 sixes. Sam Billings 12 off 11. But then the England batting really sort of stagnated towards the back end, and it was due to some wonderful death bowling, Ebony, from Dane Patterson. He was on hat-trick ball twice. His execution of Yorkers was actually a real clinic today.
Yeah, we're seeing the emergence of somebody who can really take death bowling to the next level. I think, you know, he's quick. I wouldn't say he's express, but what he is he bowls that sort of heavy ball. He's got strong shoulders, and he makes sure he hits that crease mark right up by the toes, and there was no room. It was really hard to get any elevation, and like you say, to have 2 opportunities to take that hat-trick down, I mean, that really stemmed England's flow. There was a point when Jos Buttler was in, I thought England could have reached that 200 mark, and what he did just stemmed the whole flow, and to be able to do that in T20 cricket, that takes some doing.
Yeah, I've played him on a couple of occasions, and he's not the tall bowler like Morne Morkel. He doesn't possess that bounce, so you have to be very skillful and metronomic with your lines and your lengths. Like classic example, the field he had, Jos Buttler was in, anything offline, Jos Buttler was going to smash for 6 or 4 at least. And he knew that Jos Buttler was searching for a straight Yorker. That's his prime delivery. Anything offline, Jos Buttler's going to go for. And he knew that, and he spoke to A.B. de Villiers, and he went wide, back of a length, hard into the pitch. What did Jos Buttler do? He was leaning back, searching for that Yorker to elevate, leaning back. Because it was back of a length, hard length, he spliced it straight up in the air. A great bit of bowling. That's what it's all about. It's about thinking ahead as well. I'm thinking what the batsman's going to do.
He reminds me a little bit, just in shape and size and the execution of those Yorkers, a little bit like Darren Gough.
Thought you were going to say
used to bowl. He's not a tall man, but he's very thick-set. He's barrel-chested. He's very strong. And to actually have those skills, again, we talk about England debutants, and this guy's only played 3 T20 internationals, so to come overseas in conditions that he's not used to at all, but to actually produce what he's done. I mean, South Africa got a real find in white ball cricket.
I think he's broken 3 bats in the last 2 games. I think that's all you need to know, is that when someone is able to break 3 bats, you know there's a problem. It's exciting, isn't it? This is the new generation coming through, and they've had a chance to look at somebody who could be really tasty for them going forward.
I have to say, just wait until the franchises around the world have taken a look at what Dane Patterson can do and his price, and you look at the price of players in T20 cricket in the sort of the conveyor belt of franchise cricket around the world, and if you can bowl quick and you can bowl at the death, your price tag goes skyrocketing. So maybe Dane Patterson is someone that they may be looking at quite closely. He ended up with 4 for 32 from 4 overs. Andile Pelaqueo was 2 for 44, 1 for 38 from 4 for Imran Tahir. And so then came the response, and immediately England had a breakthrough. Reza Hendricks was caught by Liam Plunkett off the bowling of Tom Curran, but all of the England receivers, save David Willey, he had a little bit of an off day today, but South Africa really never got going.
No, they didn't. Like Alex Hales and like some of the England batsmen, they struggled to find that tempo, find that rhythm of the surface, and the way the England bowlers were bowling. They struggled. They couldn't. I think throughout the series, apart from that one partnership at Hampshire, A.B. de Villiers,
Farhan Bernardine,
Bernardine, which wasn't threatening at all. That was the only partnership they really could muster together, a big partnership. And partnerships win games of cricket. Like England, you saw that one between the Hales and Malan at good pace, a dominant match-winning partnership. South Africa have really struggled. I think that's credit to England, the way they've bowled. They've bowled very skillfully, very controlled, and they've taken wickets, attacking bowlers, and you need that in T20 cricket.
Reza Hendricks made 0. Chris Morris was promoted up the order. He only made 8. Caught Hales, bowled Jordan. JJ Smuts was out for 29. Caught Malan, bowled Liam Plunkett. And then, again, we've seen an innings, a strange kind of innings from A.B. de Villiers, because at the time that he came in, it just seemed that South Africa had too much to do. They're expecting your opening batsman to get them off to an absolute flyer, and then A.B. de Villiers to just continue in that same vein, but with the range of shots he's got. Now, he made 35 from 19 deliveries. His strike rate was 184.2. He scores scores runs in T20 cricket in such quick time. Again, you go back to Hampshire, he scored runs there, but that was an un-A.B. de Villiers type of innings. At Taunton, what was it, 40 off 20 or in something in that region, similar to today, almost hovering around that strike rate of 200. And disappointingly, we're itching at it because we want to see the great players. And when you talk about white ball batsmen, A.B. de Villiers is one of the great all-time white ball players. And we've just not seen him kick on and go out and really get the game close for South Africa.
Yeah, we haven't. I mean, it was interesting today because you could see he was going to attack Mason Crane, and I think it was the right idea to take the youngster on and throw him a bit of a challenge. And he nailed quite a few. And actually, if he'd have got hold of that last one, he might have got onto a role that would have got tricky. The challenge, I guess, is that when it's mostly too much pressure at times on him, and I think that's some of the challenges in this side, is that there's too much expected on him, then he keeps going, and he mostly needs to just find a way to just hang in there. But he's gone. He's a fabulous batter, though. Even when he only scores 35 as he did today, he still looks like the best in the world. But he got done, and I think Mason Crane just took a little bit, a fraction of pace off that delivery, actually, and that's what got him. And there was a big celebration. But it's challenge. I think when you've got your other players who haven't stepped up to the mark and you're having to try and take it on, you do think, I have to keep going.
Yeah, they're desperately missing the likes of Quinton de Kock, Hashim Amla, Faf du Plessis. These guys, the mainstay of their batting lineup, they haven't got. So much pressure is already on A.B. de Villiers, one of the world's greats. And there's so much pressure on him to perform every time.
First international T20 wicket for Mason Crane as well. The celebration was fabulous to see the pure delight on his face, and maybe it's a bit of relief as well because A.B. de Villiers dispatched him twice into the grandstand with two amazing sweep shots. He tried a third, he was caught on the boundary edge, but as a whole, Mason Crane, and you made a comment to me, James, about Mason Crane. You don't think we've seen, not the last way I'm saying, we may see him this summer a little bit more for England, maybe again in one-day cricket, perhaps in the T20 game against the West Indies. But how about this winter?
Yeah, I think we'll see him. It's a big shout. I mean, I think he'll...
Let me just pause there for a second. We'll come back to Mason Crane. Henry Moran is down on the boundary edge with the South African captain, A.B. de Villiers.
A.B. 2-1 in the ODIs, 2-1 in this series. A fair reflection, would you say?
Yes, I think so. I think we were outplayed in both this series. So well done to England. Morgsy in the majority of the games today, Jos Buttler for leading them well, and all-round better performance from them. We weren't far off today, but it's disappointing. But I thought some of our youngsters especially played well today, got an opportunity to showcase their skills, so well done to them as well.
It feels like it's been a series where it's been an opportunity for some younger, more unknown faces to make a name for themselves, and particularly Mason Crane. It was a fine battle between you and he today.
Yeah, I was always going to go after him, and well done for him for sticking to his guns and came out on top at the end there.
What do you make of this England white ball side? Obviously disappointing in the Champions Trophy, but they've shown that their quality in the ODI and T20 series against your side.
They do have some really good youngsters who came through now in the series. They have good depth and all-round really good team. They seem to be going through a really good patch. A lot of talent coming through, and I think they have a bright 5 to 10 years ahead of them.
We're not going to be seeing you in the Test series. What's your plans over the next 5 or 6 weeks?
Yeah, I'm just going to take it easy with my family. My wife's close to expecting the due date to middle July somewhere. Spend some time with my brothers and my good friends and my parents. Really looking forward to that.
Well, very best of luck with everything over the next few weeks. Thank you, A.B.
Thanks, guys.
A.B. de Villiers speaking with Henry Moran. We'll get some England reaction before too long. They're currently on the platform and ready to... I didn't think there was a trophy, but there is a trophy. It's very nice looking one as well, a sort of metallic vase which Captain Jos Buttler or Eoin Morgan will lift. I wonder if Eoin Morgan's done the old John Terry and get into his kit and maybe join them for the celebrations on the platform there. But we were just talking about Mason Crane. And you were sort of displaying your pleasure with what you've seen and what more we may see of him in an England shirt.
Yeah, so what I was saying, from what I've seen and what I've heard, I think he'll be very close to the Ashes squad this year. He's very skilled. We talk about skill, and you have to have skill if you're playing international cricket, but he's so consistent. I think he's 19 years old, and he loves playing in Australia. He got yes, it's club cricket. He got 3 7-fers on the bounce in club cricket, and then
in grade cricket, that's a serious return.
That's a great effort, and then made his debut in state cricket in Sydney, which is unheard of for an Englishman, let alone at 19 years of age as a wrist spinner. It's a phenomenal achievement what he's done, and in his brief time in county cricket this summer, he's done a good job when he's been given a game. So it wouldn't surprise me if I saw him in the Test squad this summer.
Adil Rashid is the #1 leg spinner for England in one-day cricket, white ball cricket. Of course, he's been rested for this. You know, we've seen Adil Rashid in Test match cricket before. Is Mason Crane, or has Mason Crane put enough pressure on the sort of the way that things are at the moment? Do you reckon he can push Adil Rashid out?
They're quite different to me. I think Adil Rashid is a bit more attacking, if you ask me. I think he gets a bit more spin. I think his variations, his googly turns a bit more, but with that variation, I think comes a bit of inconsistency. Whereas Mason Crane, the challenge is it what you're looking for. If you're looking for someone to bowl you nice tidy overs with a bit of leg spin, maybe. I'm not sure about whether he's aggressive enough. I'm not sure if he'd take enough wickets. And I'm not sure I've been convinced yet. I think he's a nice tidy bowler coming. James is giving me the look, but I don't think I've seen anything.
You're allowed to disagree.
Yeah, no, I was just looking at your face, but I'm saying I looked at him and I thought he looks tidy. I think he's a nice prospect. I don't think I'm necessarily thinking Ashes material yet.
Just yet?
Yeah.
Okay. James?
Yeah, well, I disagree. I think he's an exceptional talent that he's done incredibly well in Australia. He loves the place. He can clearly bowl well on the pitches, and some of those pitches do spin. You need to have an option, and if your option isn't Adil Rashid, then you're definitely taking Mason Crane for me. And he certainly spins it He certainly spins it both ways, and is very skillful and consistent.
OK, let's head downstairs as the England captain for the day, Jos Buttler, is with Henry Moran.
And absolutely soaked in campaign. You've just been offered the trophy by Captain Eoin Morgan. A bit complicated a day like today, deciding quite who's got the captain's duties.
Yeah, John Terry turned up, didn't he? He's gone together. Full kit there. He's been our captain and leader for a while, so glad to see him lift the trophy.
Fine performance from your side today.
Yeah, I thought we played really well. I thought we had a really good score there on this week. We've played here a few times recently and know the dimensions and the way the game's sort of gone here. So I think we had a really good score. I thought Dawid Malan obviously played fantastically well on debut. It's not easy to come in and show that much composure under pressure on debut to play as well as he did, and I thought that was a fantastic effort.
There was some on social media saying, well, where's he been hiding the last few years? But in the county game, people have known for a long time Dawid Malan's a serious talent.
Yeah, exactly that. He's been around for quite a while, and like you say, people know what a fantastic player he is. And that's the thing. English cricket at the minute, we've obviously rested some players for this series. There's some real competition for places, and when a guy comes in, you are under pressure because it's your chance. So that shows great character for him, and I'm sure he'll be delighted with his day.
Another man that's taken his chance, Mason Crane, and an awful lot of credit has to go to him, the way he reacted to the AB de Villiers onslaught and then to take the big wicket.
Yeah, exactly that. I think for a 20-year-old, he's got a great character, and you're bowling at one of the best to have ever played the game there with a short boundary that side. So it was very tough on him, and all credit to him for having the bravery and the guts there to keep going and get that wicket. I'm sure he'll remember that for a long time.
Reflections on the series from as a wider series, I suppose. It's been one of growth for the England side, and as you say, it's been an opportunity for people to make a name for themselves, and we've seen some new talent coming through. Tom Curran, another.
Yeah, exactly that. But I think you're obviously looking at guys in their first few games, but they've come in and performed brilliantly well. I think the performances from the side, in Taunton, we probably should have got over the line as well there. So I think we played, found some really good players there. You find out a lot about guys. They're good players, but coming in and playing international cricket, it is a bit different, and those guys, like you say, have stepped up. Tom Curran, I thought, has been brilliant for his 2 games. Taunton's not an easy place to make your debut as a bowler. I think he took 3 wickets there and another 2 today, so he looks like a real find as well.
Many thanks, Jos. Enjoy your evening.
Cheers, thank you.
Jos Buttler with Henry Moran just giving his reaction to England's 2-1 series win. Just to tidy up the rest of the bowling figures, Tom Curran, after 3 for 33 in his opening T20 International in Somerset. Tom Curran, 2 for 22 today. And again, a great start to his T20 International career.
Yeah, he's going to be delighted. I think there's a lot of people delighted. You know, I said I wasn't sure how he would do when he makes the step up. We know that we said he makes the best of what he's got. He's not absolutely rapid, but he's got some great variation. He really hustles hard. He's a bit of a mongrel, I would say. And that's what we've seen from him. Excellent variations. He can handle the pressure, clearly handles the pressure. And I think he could be an interesting prospect. England have got some real depth around the squad, quite a bit.
Let's head downstairs. Henry Moran has got another England player with him.
David Milan, things don't go much better than that on debut, do they?
They could probably score 100 and it could be a lot better than that, but no, look, I can't complain. You know, it's a fantastic experience, first of all, just to play for your country, and then, you know, to be able to contribute to a win like that, especially on debut, is a fantastic experience.
Some people have said that this has come quite late in your career. I suppose it has, and some people say, where's this player been hiding all this time? Did you think that perhaps the opportunity may never come?
I definitely thought it. You know, I actually had a chat with Adam Voges, the Australian, who sort of played a lot later in his age group, you know, to play for Australia and the test stuff. And so I had a chat with him and just sort of asked him what he did and how he kept motivated when you sort of feel like you keep getting overlooked for younger and younger players. So he gave me some advice and stuck to that, and unfortunately I had a good Lions series and got picked, and this one guy's been rested.
As a player that's played a lot of domestic cricket, what's the difference when you come out playing for your country? What's the difference as an experience as a cricketer?
You know, the pressure's a lot more. You know, you've got a lot more eyes on you. There's a lot more expectation from you when you're getting picked. They're not picking you just to sort of contribute. They're picking you to try and win games of cricket for your country. And you know, you always feel like you're under pressure to do that. You know, the standard of cricket's obviously a hell of a lot higher as well. You know, the pace of the bowlers are a bit different, but then, you know, I quite enjoy that.
It's going to be hard for England not to select you next time as well.
Oh, look, if Joe Root comes back and you've got Johnny Bairstow, I don't think there's much argument for myself on that. I can't really argue for them, but look, it is what it is. You know, I'm just, you know, over the moon that I got given an opportunity. I took it, and, you know, what happens. If there's an opportunity again, you know, I hope I grab it with both hands again.
Many thanks, David. It was a joy to watch you today.
Thank you very much.
Gary Milan, what a debut for him. Man of the match in this game that England have won by 19 runs. So, yes, Tom Curran, 2 for 22 off his 4 overs. Chris Jordan, good return for him, 3 for 31 from his 4 overs. Liam Plunkett, miserly, 1 for 22 from 4. And Mason Crane, 1 for 38 off 4. David Willey, little expensive today, 0 for 40 off 4. But overall, South Africa, 162 for 7 in response to England's 181 for 8. England winning by 19 runs. My thanks to Ebony Rainford-Brent and to James Taylor for their company this afternoon. And that is about it. So that's everything from here, from Cardiff and Sophia Gardens, as the groundsmen just water the middle. We look forward to the test series between England and South Africa coming up. 4 tests between the pair, all covered on Test Match Special. That's for the men. As regards the women, then international cricket returns tomorrow as Australia and the West Indies go head-to-head at Taunton in the next match in the Women's World Cup. That will start on 5 Live Sports Extra from 10:15 in the morning. But for all the team here at Cardiff, goodbye.
Sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and pancakes. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the Springboks and gains 1 metre.
Tennis.
Djokovic's backhand. Federer's in the rally now.
Football.
Oh, it's fabulous! It is absolutely fabulous!
For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live. More live sport, pure live sport.
You're listening to 5 Live Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is 5 Live Sports Extra.
As 5 Live brings you one event, 5 Live Sports Extra brings you another, uninterrupted and in full.
Including cricket.
Bowls and catches. Bowl, it's all over. As England win by 266 runs.
Athletics, swimming, boxing, Formula One.
The crowd in the grandstands are on their feet. Lewis Hamilton comes out of the final corner to win the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
Rugby League.
It's game over. That is job done.
Basketball. Rugby Union.
He crashes into the